Yeah, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast.
Can I run up the score, run up the board, breaking the mold? Ay, ay, walking the door. You know what happened? We step on the floor. Ay, ay, coming from on. You don't want problems, you already know it. Ay, ay, come on to it. You already know I'm finna go do it. Ay, yeah, I'm locked in and I feel like Mark 10. Ay, walking to a room, chest up with my chin. Ay, already finished for this joint, even begin. Ay, win is what I am. I cannot ever pretend. Ay, yeah, never pretend. Ay, back in the lab again. Ay, you were not touching the friends. Ay, you were not touching the kin. Ay, putting the points on the board. I'm killing the boys. You know what it is. Ay, ay, switching the moves. No number two. I came in the win. They said I'm tapped in with the action. They got the master on the master. I can never move passive. I'm active. I can make them go ghost on this cast. But wanna know who running it? Just ask us. On the track, I'm gunning it. I'm blasting this, that gas, and diesel, shack and dog.
You know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast.
Hold up. Pay attention, this is beast mode. Got an edge on the game like a cheat code. Had to tighten up my focus like a peephole. I want the rings and the chains like I'm Depot. Picked up, walking, check my status. We established when it's show. Time to squat, making plays. Ooh, it's magic like some. We want the smoke. Y'all ain't really about that action. We got perfect off the practice. They ain't working, so they lack it. I've been hungry all my life. I ain't passing up a plate. I can't quit until I win. I ain't having no debates. This is sacrifice and heart. That's exactly what it takes. So I'm going full throttle at me, back up out my way. Yeah, I promise you, you cannot stop me. Now when the whole team got me, I notice how cocky. But watch me, I'll show you what hard got me. Parameters, you are not dealing with amateurs. You and your team cannot handle us. This excellence, Rich, stand it up, cause you know
I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Ay, you know I'm a beast.
in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mind it. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best the wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top, I can't let them feel it. I got hit on my plug, we got so much to do, I gotta reload, let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I step in the process, you gon' run out my time, I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains, where eagles will run, how they find me, it's higher than ever. You can let fire, so run me, get down, me, get minute, I push, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a set up, you should not put never been.
You really do have a crop of great North American teams. I think you can be very excited as an NA fan.
What is this? What is this from EA?
Sabrosa saving TSM.
And oh my goodness! Pecky with a snapper!
Oh my Trent!
Brock for the 1v3 Red Bull clutch, are you kidding?
B-Dog shuts it down with a Red Bull clutch! Baby Bay in a point-click adventure game getting 3.
And Zeppo uses it to his advantage, and he gets 4 kills looking for the ace right now.
There's Boostio! Shows up when EG needs him the most.
He pops the players 1 and 2! The Red Bull clutch for NRG.
But Def gets the hat trick onto Ben.
Austin just does Austin things!
What's good, everyone? Welcome back to another exciting day of VCT Challengers Season 2 right here in North America. I'm Golden Boy alongside my two favorite Brits. We got Brendan Sideshows. We look to break down all the action today, and yesterday was a very exciting day of VALORANT. We were treated to, I would say, the coming out party of LG, as well as, well, maybe the downfall of the guard. We'll find out. Stay tuned next time on Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, moving forward, though, let's go ahead and talk about that first match of the day, Bren, because there was obviously a lot of talk going into it. FaZe had a lot of you know, the fans, right? The fan expectations always going to be super high, but it was very clear that LG came to play some VALORANT.
Yeah, and I think it was honestly a very, very close match. If you look at both of the maps, it was only by essentially a knife's edge in terms of which LG were able to take some of the situations and some of the maps itself. We saw some new looks from FaZe as well in terms of them showing us a bit more depth outside of, you know, just Baby and Dicey go kill. They really were trying to cook and adapt on the fly to some of the stuff that LG were doing. So there's definitely still hope for FaZe, but unfortunately they're sitting 0-2 at their groups as it stands, and it's only going to be harder from this point on in the groups.
Yeah, we keep hammering that point across, right? That going down 0-2 at this point, you know, you got 5 weeks. You don't have many games to try and recover here, Sideshow. And that kind of transitioned us right over to our next game because for Ghost or the Guard, either team was going to go down 0-2 here, both fishing for that first win. But it was going to be Ghost Gaming that managed to find that. And the Guard now are kind of left picking up the pieces here.
Yeah, they came out absolute all guns blazing in that opening. I mean, the first map was just utter domination, a 13-1 stomping on the Guards' home territory of Haven. And then you had a weird situation where the sides completely flipped as you headed into the second map. And when you were talking later on to Koala Noob from Ghost, he was saying that they almost felt like they gave them too much respect after just 13-1ing them. So you can see how these teams are still a lot of the squads that we have in VCT Stage 2. They've added different pieces, or they kind of like they're getting to the groups for the first time, or with a new roster. They still have a lot of things to flesh out, but the crop of teams is still so talented that even those teams are still beating heavy hitters like the Guard.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting day of competition thus far, but let's go ahead and see where we are right now with the standings for both groups, because, you know, Bren, right, 100 Thieves, they're going to look to play today. They obviously have a lot of expectations, but let's not forget about TSM, because now TSM would find themselves in a similar position as well here if they lose against 100 Thieves, who are very hot right now.
Oh yeah, 100 Thieves, I mean, they're just so hot right now. These guys are just playing so well. I think the improvements they've been making, the structure that's behind them as well. Sean, DDK obviously is the manager as well, and Mike as the supporter and analyst for this team have done so much good work, and you can really see it in all of their play. But this is, again, another similar situation where TSM, as you mentioned, GB, the 0-1, they've won a lot of the matchups in the past against 100 Thieves, especially this new roster. Can they do it again today?
There's also something a little more on the line. For whatever reason, Waddell decided to tweet out, I'll go bald if TSM lose to 100 Thieves. And Gimon immediately responded, bro, you haven't seen the scrims. You haven't seen the scrims. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? So that's just a fun little twist for everybody that's been following the
Waddell's absolutely already shaved his head.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's absolutely already shaved his head.
It was like I think he just wanted a haircut and wanted to make some content around it.
I swear, yeah.
Group B, by the way, Luminosity Sideshow has actually been, I would say it's just been fun to see this LG team, a squad that, the lineup, obviously great players on the team, but, maybe not necessarily the most well-known, but it's nice to see them really plant their flag after taking out FaZe and Sentinels, two huge fan favorites.
Yeah, and while LG are up at the top in a serious 3-horse race for who could potentially finish up there, I mean, obviously Optic being the favorites, today we need to focus down towards the bottom end, because Sentinels EG are playing for those important spots where both of those teams feasibly are playing for kind of a 4th spot in this group, maybe, but at the same time, going 0-2, like we've said before, is incredibly difficult to get yourself back from, and that's the situation where they're in. It's kind of do or die for both teams.
Yeah. Going to be sticky situations for sure coming up in a little bit. That matchup will be our second game of the day. Make sure you guys stick around for that. I'm almost certain you will. But, putting a spotlight, though, on this 100 Thieves TSM lineup, hey, these are two teams that have faced each other a few times already, Sideshow. A lot of interactions between these squads, but 100 Thieves have had the better of TSM up until this point, have their number, if you will.
Well, the other way around, sorry, GB.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's surprising, because when you look at the current form of 100 Thieves, you would expect it maybe to be trending in that direction, but they've played each other 3 times so far across 2022, and TSM are 3-0. 100 Thieves was the only team they lost to throughout open qualifiers was TSM. They got beaten by them in the upper bracket, beaten by them in the lower bracket, and had to qualify through the second time around. So there is already...
It's scripted.
Yeah, there's starting to be some kind of rivalry here.
What can we drive the highest viewership for? Cloud match, TSM 100 Thieves, rivalry already building in the open quals. I mean, it's literally destined. It's destined.
We did it. Well, good news is we have an opportunity to meet TSM because we got some words from them prior leading up to all of this stuff. Let's go ahead and take a look.
But it might just be done. Will doesn't have the bullets in 7. An iconic way to send TSM to the main event.
It looks so different here, bringing in players like GMD, like 7, and really Subroza remaining as that main core, as that IGL for the team. That's going to be what you recognize here from TSM.
I'm the IGL. I like to call strats, make defaults, and stuff like that with the coach.
Support here from Austin. Whoa, Subroza! But, they don't check!
Our duelist, like the best mechanically gifted on the team, pretty much, Corey. He's pretty much here to hit heads. The funny part is that he is really good at like finding good ability combos and understanding how like new agent work. Just giving his view of the game, because it's a little different than the one me and our coach do sometimes. And it's always good to have like a fresh idea from like a complete different game like Overwatch.
Are you really going to be using that? The Hunter's Fury just cutting across the shots rattled up Corey.
We have Rossi committing to the initiator role.
1v3 has resolved in the pistol. He loses it out this time. He's got a rifle in hand. He's got 4 kills in the Red Bull clutch.
We got GMD on the second initiator role.
And the angles are going to be held here. Not on the spike just yet. Yacht going to be spotted. The barrel spotted for the other player out towards Generator.
And we have a little 16 years old crack player that used to play Fortnite, Crunker, or whatever game he played, that plays Chamber, Lurks, and takes his own aim fights.
Ashen for Corey too. 2 players playing over towards Link, and 7 strikes both of them down.
Yeah, right now I call like full AT side, and Ant will take over on the CT side. I'll try to give my input as much as I can on CT, but he's basically kind of giving me a break because, you know, I kind of want to play my game as well. And also on CT side, I feel like I can have a lot of impact just focusing on like my own bomb side, my own setups, the own things I do. And the way I call on T side is a lot of like looking at radar, telling people what to do. So I'll literally be not focused on my game at all. So I think GMD comes in clutch with the help, and he's really good at calling. I think he has in the past with Genji.
And I think, yeah, expectations are definitely top 2. Being the best in NA is our goal in the long term. Because I'm telling you, we played horrible in that qualifier. We should not have lost a single PL3 still.
For us, I mean, the only expectation is being the best in the world, really. I don't think we're going to stop at, like, just qualifying. Like I said earlier, I don't think we're going to stop at, like, number 4 or 3. Or I think it's just, we're going for first.
At one point, TSM were considered to be the team to beat in Valorant, and a fall from grace was certainly something that a lot of fans weren't expecting, but seems like they've kind of found themselves again here with this new look roster, and obviously bringing someone in like GMD to kind of help facilitate a lot of that shot calling will most definitely assist you there. This is a solid lineup. You got Corey, GMD, Rossi, 7, as well as the mainstay of TSM, Subroza. But we talked about it before the Meet the TSM video, Bren. But I think the question is, can this win streak that TSM have been, having, is it going to continue?
Yeah, against the 100 Thieves, they definitely seem to be getting the better of them in all of these matchups. But the 100 Thieves that they played against back in the open qualifiers is a completely different 100 Thieves, I think, to the one that's currently playing in the groups, because they've been making resounding improvements over and over and over again. And there might be some elements of, TSM feel like they have a good matchup against them, but they themselves, I think, are coming off the back of, a pretty hard showcase when they were playing against, it was NRG. And so it's going to be hard for them. Maybe, off the back of that, you can make the improvements and adjustments that you might end up making off the back of loss. It's always easier to end up improving off of it. We'll see. In my mind, I don't think it's going to be likely, just because they do 100 of these. I mean, they just look so clean in every single faculty of the game at the moment. But you never know. TSM have been pulling out some cool and interesting and unique stuff all around. They're one of the teams that are running Fade a lot of the time as well.
It should also be mentioned that one of those wins was against the former 100 Thieves roster, right? And they also haven't played against 100 Thieves in 20 days. And when it's at this point, 20 days is almost half the official match time that 100 Thieves have been around for. So this team, you really cannot compare them like for like. It is going to be different here today.
Just to add on as well real quick to that, I mean, with a new roster, I say new in terms of just these players being brought together,
Yeah.
improvements come on such a rapid basis that the 20 days, you're going to see a completely different team.
Yeah, 20 days, a lot could change. You know, like for example, you know, maybe even releasing like a new agent. Because that's kind of, you know, how things go in Valorant's ever evolving. Yesterday, we saw the impact of Fade, by the way, which I think is something, Bren, that, you know, we were all really excited to watch because we wanted to see what the impact of this particular agent would have. But we know the GMD does favor the Fade. What are you expecting here? Do you think we're going to get some Fade today?
Yeah, they might end up still ended up using it, but honestly, it was a bit weaker in comparison to some of the other teams that were using it. I mean, it was still incredibly impactful because I think, you know, you can just spam out all of the utility a lot of the time and get value out of it. And they clearly had some good ideas all around that they wanted to use when they were operating it. But if you're not comfortable in terms of using it, I mean, there's moments like this where they were combining the C's and shock darts to just combo it to the back of sights and things. It was cool ideas, but 100 Thieves are the kind of team where they are going to be doing heavy prep work against you. They're going to be watching the VODs. They're going to be essentially planning around any sort of composition and strategy that you might end up coming and pulling out in these maps. So it's difficult. I think when you run something like that, you need to have a lot of different layers towards the loot. You can't just have one or two things that you're throwing out, because a team like 100 Thieves will read that. They will come prepped, and they will try and not even counteract it. They'll just be ready for it.
Yeah, they have to be prepared, but hey, you know, innovation could very well win them the game here and keep that streak going. But shifting over, though, to that squad, 200 Thieves, because, you know, Sideshow, this team, what a journey that this organization, firstly, has had in Valorant. Let's go ahead and just start off there, you know, from the Eco and the PUBG boys to all the different combinations to Captain America showing up. There's been a lot of noise happening in the 100 Thieves camp, but now it feels like they have found themselves 5 players that are bought into the system. They have management that is creating that system, and it seems like it'll be clear skies ahead potentially for this lineup.
Well, they've got a great amount of momentum behind them right now, and one of the biggest things that they've done to improve is build out that map pool. Because whenever you're starting as a new team, you tend to focus your improvements. Okay, yeah, let's do some fundamental stuff, but also let's work on setups for one map in particular, and then another map. There's 7 in the pool. It takes a long time for teams to really flesh that out. Even teams that have been around for a long time sometimes have 1, 2, sometimes maybe even 3 maps that they don't really touch that much. But 100 Thieves have been slowly, over the weeks, adding more and more maps to their pool, and that, I think, is going to be the big difference here today.
Well, and Bren, you know, it's very clear that, you know, the more you drive a car, the better it performs. You know, the more you use something, the better. I don't know. You buy
cars with like
right now
200,000 miles on them. What are you doing?
Buy used cars.
Yeah, that's actually, you got to see the dinghy that Bren is driving around. But 100 Thieves, though, you know, that terrible analogy aside, 100 Thieves are actually improving dramatically. You can see it in their results. And, you know, I don't think anyone should be going into this game thinking that this is going to be a firm TSM victory.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to point your eyes as well to this lower third here that we've got. 100 Thieves planted a spike in 89% of the rounds in week 1, and they won 94% of the post plans. And this round is a fantastic example to showcase. Just they don't do anything special. This is trying to convert the bonus round in the second half, but the discipline, the peak round aside, Stella jumps out of Hookah off the back of a flash from the rest of his team. They scale up, they take space excellently on the site, always covering each other's angles. And this is the raw discipline that I keep talking about over and over and over again. And it comes from structure that's been instilled from the top down into this team with such a young roster. And it's why I'm so excited about them. Listen, it's not just because they got hundreds of thousands of followers. I'm trying to get a drop of that clout. You know, I'm trying to get some merch sent my way. It's not just that. This team actually does have potential, man. They have potential. And it's exciting to see that kind of flourish in the early group stage of NA VCT Stage 2. I want to see how far they can really go.
Yeah, you know, but you mentioned discipline, but you want to know what else is another key trait that you have to have besides just discipline, Bren?
What's that?
You have to have kindness. You have to care for your neighbor, kind of like the way that Derek cares for his neighbor. Cares.
I don't know about caring for your neighbor. This is caring for the person that you've already dumpstered. I mean, this was after 100 Thieves rolled guard, and then he just takes him out for dinner afterwards. I mean, he is a gentleman,
Peruvian,
isn't he?
by the way. Well, that looks like Peruvian. Oh,
it looks great, whatever it is.
Yeah, that looks like a lomo saltado. You got the green sauce there. I took you guys over to a Peruvian place, remember, all those years ago?
Yeah, maybe Derek Maybe Derek will take a bald Wardell out there, you know, and just treat him to dinner after he rolls TSM. You never know. You never know. Or, you know, maybe it'll go the other way. Maybe Sabrosa will be on the bill.
I think they're supposed to be like they're in the same state. I think. I don't know. Aren't 100 Thieves boot camping in Texas?
Everyone
guys are in Austin as well.
Not yet. I don't think. Not yet.
Are they not? They will be soon.
I think they're
maybe
still from home.
There'll be opportunity. Maybe the other side can buy them dinner as well. Who knows? I don't know.
Everyone's in Texas now. Anywho, well, let's talk about, and for some reason I'm artifacting here. Let's go ahead and talk about our maps and where we're going to be heading here. Curious to know what we're getting. And actually, we're going to get Split, Haven, and if necessary, one of my personal favorites, Bind. Okay.
Some big stuff here. So to start with, this is our first time seeing Split in the stage 2 groups. This is going to be the first time we've even seen it being played. And I think you can already tell from this map pool that TSM are put in a more difficult position because 100 Thieves map pool has expanded. They've gone to pick Haven here into the weakest part of 100 Thieves pool instead of playing the maps that they enjoy, like Icebox. So they didn't pick their best maps. They're trying to pick 100 Thieves' weakest maps. And what that's actually done is Split, Bind both look like they should favor 100 Thieves. And Haven's a bit of a toss-up because I don't think either of the teams are going to be playing the same comps they have done in the past.
No, I see that Haven pick as maybe an opportunity to just throw a bit of a curveball, I think, in terms of what 100 Thieves might be prepping for against TSM. Because like you said, Josh, they just don't... It's clear that they're taking it in a different direction. Icebox is available. TSM have picked Icebox and Ascent in terms of the maps they've been playing recently the most. So it's interesting that they took it away from that direction. Obviously, Ascent being banned means they couldn't pick that one. But yeah, it kind of tells to me that they've probably got something up their sleeves. We'll see if it ends up working out for them.
Yeah,
possibly. They've been playing a lot of it.
The bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it pays off. But we're going to go to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we got 100 Thieves versus TSM. Make sure you tell your friends because this is going to be a good one. We'll see you in a few.
Using that now, the Fury just cutting across the shots rattled off Corey. I can't believe it's pushing straight through it, trying to find the favorable angles. Asuna.
Hope you guys like some extra picante because this is going to be a good one. TSM 100 Thieves. The agent select is good to go. I'm Golden Boy, your host, joined by Brendan Sideshow here. And Josh, as we go into our first map on Split, what should we be expecting from either of these teams here? What do you want to see?
It should be a blowout in favor of 100 Thieves. I mean, TSM are 0-3 with their new roster on Split. 2 of those losses were 200 Thieves. They've looked significantly better in terms of the team. So the pressure is really on 100 Thieves to continue delivering that, right? Because it should be a very easy map for them. TSM, though, are already going to start moving away from their normal compositions. But they've tried 2 different comps at this point against 100 Thieves. And so I think TSM are just mixing things up and seeing if anything can stick.
Yeah, we actually see, I mean, Stella playing the Cypher is new, I believe, right, for 100 Thieves?
No, he's always plays Cypher on this map as well. 100 Thieves are sticking to the same basic stuff that they've been playing. They love that Cypher for a ramp control.
Oh, they do. Okay, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy.
Yeah,
Don't worry about me.
it's TSM that are going in a slightly different direction in terms of having this like Viper and Flash combo that you can work together. The question really comes down to here, GB, have TSM put in enough time to really focus on Split, or are they just leaving it as a free win for 100 Thieves and focusing on the other 2 maps in the pool? Because that's how they won in those previous 2 matchups against 100 Thieves. They just said, yeah, well, you can take Split, but we'll win on the other 2 maps. So that's the question here heading into map 1 for me.
Yeah, it's fair. Undoubtedly, I'm going to be on pins and needles watching this game. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters, Doug and Bala, or as I like to call them, Doug.
I feel like they get worse every time. I'm not sure how.
I've also feel like I've heard that one as well. So.
Yeah, we very well may have. Ball, intergalactic clout bout between 100 Thieves, TSM. We're going over to Split first. A couple of changes, not just in composition, but in roles, as Guimon is no longer playing the initiator, getting that back into Sabrosa's hands. What are your thoughts off the bat?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. Guimon obviously used to that in different iterations of different teams as well, but getting Sabrosa back on the sky, he's been criticized on that role in the past. He can get aggressive with it. I mean, it's interesting. He's moving more into a secondary initiator. It'll be good to watch, I think, for TSM, because in my opinion, this is where Sabrosa has looked very, very comfortable in the recent times in his roles.
Also, quick worth noting, I thought if there was a map where we would see Fade, it would be Split. But alas, this is the one place we don't see it. What we are seeing is a bit of mid-aggression out from 100 Thieves to start things off. A little bit of heal to top Will off. Back to resetting the map.
Yeah, one thing that 100 Thieves is really good at is Stellar on this A side, right? Making sure that he's holding on to space and also eventually lurking up in that position. This time, look how far back he is. Bren was talking about the preparation that goes into 100 Thieves gameplay, and against TSM, he's so far back right now, kind of expecting them to have explored this area.
Oof.
And that flash already gives up the trap.
Yeah, and it does. Will falls. You did see a bit of repositioning out from Corey as he finds safety, but Sabrosa with 2 big kills there leaves 100 Thieves in a bit of tatters and shambles as the numbers continue to go in favor of TSM.
They've slowed him down all the way. I mean, those 2 big picks from Sabrosa. Now they're really trying to figure out how to actually approach, but there's also a chamber trap here. The wall actually lets them get through, but Corey gets over.
What a sneaky rat. Didn't realize he was that nimble, that he could jump that high. Uh-oh. Yep, the delay, and they're going to be rotating right back into where he is. Corey's not able to land the shot, switches over to the classic. Oh! Unreal.
Fade away off the backboard.
Fade away, yeah. Oh, Derek's left in the 1v2, and he's not going to be out on this world for long. TSM, get the pistol.
Yeah, GMD also getting the grab well up in the perfect time, so completely denies it. That was really gorgeous. I mean, when you saw Stellar playing far back in sewers, right? And the rest of his team was regrouping, about to hit A. Then Sabrosa throws out his flash. I'm like, okay, maybe now they should know that there's potentially somebody playing close, obviously with the flash, and they should approach this in a different way. But immediately, Seven's out of there, right? Or not Seven, Corey is getting out of there, and Sabrosa gets 1 kill, falls all the way back, and still gets 1 more before 100 Thieves is able to commit to anything. That makes the rest of the round so much more difficult. And TSM, who didn't do great in the pistol rounds last week, start off strong this time.
You can see on the minimap a couple of pings on the side of 100 Thieves just dropping into ropes, which is exactly where the young buck for TSM posts up. Sabrosa applies pressure on the eastern side of the map, an easy kill onto Stellar.
And you could tell exactly kind of the thing that they were expecting on pistol round, right? Is something that TSM does. Sabrosa just walks up and takes out Stellar. Because he knows a lot of rounds he's going to be there isolated by himself. So both teams putting in good prep so far in the first 2 rounds.
And Sabrosa's in a spot where he should be able to get another. Messes Will up. He's going to have to back up 4 HP. It's all that remains. And Sabrosa gets a good bit of info. Again, you've got 7 still close by as he looks down from heaven. But Sabrosa may be able to clean this one up all his own. He's already gotten 3 on the round. See a couple of paint shells being traded back and forth, and at this point the guy's just hunting for the ace. Derek just spoils the fun. And that's all it's going to be.
And Derek getting the kill actually is pretty decent because they were farming an orb for him in that round. So if that's the idea, is to get a lot of aggressive fights with his res available. And any eco kills you can get, even if they don't do well, is pretty good. Now, we talked about the prep and how Sabrosa pushing there is specifically to isolate Stellar. I want to see how 100 Thieves is actually going to adapt and play into that. In this case, we actually have 3 players about to push B main with stun and smoke from Gimon possible. So TSM proactively taking that control, really, really good.
Good bit of pressure applied mid too from Corey as he gets the opening pick, and TSM just continues to march down. Well, maybe not quite march, maybe tiptoe their way through. Now they understand presence is there. Sabrosa's flash pushes them off. Leaves Lad to mosey their way into heaven. CC7 dashing around Pillar, trying to get a kill, and no, he's greeted by Asuna and just dropped. As Asuna looks for a bit more, 100 Thieves really leaning into the gun difference here, and it's paying off in a big way. 2 left for TSMs, Rossi and Sabrosa main standing, and Valo, they're nowhere near this.
They tried to re-clear mid together so that they could actually get out vents, but yeah, it looks like already Rossi wants to back off and find some exits over back towards spawn. Sabrosa has the Phantom, so big focus for him to stay alive. I really like what 100 Thieves did there. As soon as they recognized that there was big B pressure, as the flash came out from Sabrosa, they continued on after they got control. Hold on. Still doable, actually, as they walked into exits, and Rossi might go for it. No way.
Nothing to lose, right?
It's just gonna take the handle.
Yeah.
I think there was actually an opportunity, though. But yeah, back to the actual take there in B Heaven from 100 Thieves was just walking straight into Corey after Corey got that first kill, which was really well done from him, abusing the smoke radius and just getting right on the outside with his rendezvous. But 100 Thieves recognize, hey, he's playing there. The rest of them are pushing B main. Let's just contact up because they should have nothing else here since we have so much presence on one side of the map. His trap wires are actually going to be, or not his trap wires, his trademarks are going to be spread over towards A in that situation.
Seems to work out as 100 Thieves do get on the board. You still got a very similar setup from them on attack. Stellar still playing outside of A main, waiting to see if anyone pushes. Very standard to Fallout from 100 Thieves.
Identical default. Yep. Sabrosa's back over towards A this round, so nothing cheeky on the bonus, or after the bonus. Attempt. And they've nullified the same rendezvous with an early smoke deeper this time, so they have mill control.
There.
And also full mid control. Stellars rotated off and joined them in this case as they drop down to vents and break the trademark. Still a lot of time. Yeah, it was.
It was very loud. Sabrosa knows the flash, but he tries to spam into it, not able to land the shots. It's a massive flash shot from Asuna. Now they're going to rotate back B.
They had a duel a little bit with 7 there. And GMD's pushed up into B main, so they've got a big crossfire. 7 can't die on his own.
Gimon the first to fall. No ults on the side of TSM. It's just going to be the guns. His kills get traded back and forth. Numbers in favor of 100 Thieves.
You see
Feels
what I
like
mean?
we've seen this before, Bala.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, literally the exact same awkward, slow retake trying to go on into B. But there, 7 had an opportunity to really crossfire the player in the back of sight. Wow. That's actually a massive trade. Asuna should have gotten that one. And Corey TP's back towards spawn. So again, they're giving up, trying to save their guns a little bit more successful than last time.
Yeah, but Corey got his.
TSM need to shore up the mid defense there. While Corey got his in the last round too on the bonus, they still let him just walk up and kind of breeze their way past that. And after that, it's a brick wall for 100 Thieves. They can't get through, even if the trades don't go in their favor, right? Even if they're not getting the first kill. Once they get a sight, it's so hard to actually take it from them. There was a stat that the pre-show that's talked about where 100 Thieves wins 94% of their post plans. And they get there in 89% of their rounds. That is ridiculous. First in the league so far in the first week. And seeing that trend continue here in the beginning of this game is a good sign.
Yeah, it's almost automatic at that point. The win conditions are very clear. See what TSM can do to adjust. A broken bye for them as we enter round 5. Heavy mid presence. Ball, you said that they needed to shore that up, and a 4-stack that way, I'd say that does it.
Pistols.
I don't think they know that Seven's there. The paranoia, the flash. Either way, Seven's going to have to back up.
And Stellar already regroups again. So that adaptation I was talking about, he just puts a trip and backs off, doesn't even work on this A main flank that he's been doing so often on this map. Grouping as a team against the anti-eco, definitely going to get you success here. They push back the stat, and they continue forward.
It's been a whole lot of B-love, and it looks like there's going to be a bit of the same in this round as the death ball of 100 Thieves makes their way towards B. Early Trailblazer out from Sombrosa. Should have gotten a little bit of info.
Only spotted Derek, right? And Derek has always been the guy who's been holding B main down. And they learned that information when they pushed B main earlier on in the bonus.
Smoke out Heaven. Satchel across. The wall's not quite there yet. It felt like Will was a bit too far up, and TSM's able to hold him back at least for now. The res is going to bring one player back, but how much more can they find? Guimon and Seven just, I mean, absolutely mow over what 100 Thieves were throwing their way. Stellar's left in a 1v3 now.
Nice. Seven taking the wrist across as well, kind of secures the round at that point, because he has to recover Spike in that line of sight, so well done from TSM. This is a thrifty round, don't forget, they just had pistols. This started from them walking down mid and getting rebuffed. And then 100 Thieves makes a decision to continue to walk into potentially the stack. They didn't know the information, and I think their mid scouting party didn't actually gain anything from them. And also the late dog from Sombrosa could give them false sense of security, especially after they only spots Derek. So they think they're going to go into a spot where TSM has not that much information, but instead, they're gamble stacking.
Right there.
You hear the tour de force come through for Corey. He's going to be waiting on the other side of garage. And while there's no action there yet, keep that in the back of your mind. 100 Thieves exploring the middle of the map yet again.
TSM also exploring back over towards Stellar again. That fight, massive. But if they overextend, this is where 100 Thieves can really punish them. Previously, they just broke the trademark and backed off. This time, it could really pinch them, but no. TSM falls back at the perfect time.
Seekers are going to lead the way as they try to funnel their way on A, and Sombrosa takes care of Asuna right off the bat. A little bit of cabbage in his face as he's going to have to reposition. But Rossi has arrived as the rest of 100 Thieves. 7 to 1 exception. Even with this, though, you got to remember the stat. 100 Thieves managed to get the... Oh, my gosh. Never mind. Not able to get the spike down. And it's on an island here. Stellar with really good timing to get this into a 2v2. Now it's on to Stellar again. Doesn't have the spike. Outnumbered. And a tour de force in his face cleans things up. TSM get to 4.
Yep. Yes, they do. And it's not even anything flashy from anybody. That was a great call. From what we actually learned from Sombrosa was JMD makes a lot of the defensive calls. In that case, I definitely would think it's Sombrosa and Rossi there combining to make the call to fall back. As soon as they realize that they're in a pinch situation, as soon as they realize that Stellar is really baiting them into pushing him, they fall back. The Seekers pop, and they get the snake bite down on A main, and Sombrosa gets the first kill on the player pushing with the Seekers up through heaven. Really good job from TSM. And outside of the Stellar fallback in a lot of situations, they're not really adjusting much. 100 Thieves, even on this eco round, going for an almost identical default and mid control. Given what TSM has given them in this space, I think that's wise, but they cannot continue to lose members like they just did.
Well, they know what they're about. We'll see if it pays off. Stellar's already gotten the opener. Sombrosa trades it back, though. Note, the only real weapon on the side of 100 Thieves here is the Guardian. In the hands of Derek. And that's, yeah, not around for long. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That was gorgeous, though. Again, GMD with the Cosmic Divide to assist Sabrosa in the perfect way. He could have fallen back towards site, but Sabrosa opts to flash through on the spot that he has the most control over, and it works just beautifully. That time it looks rushed from 100 Thieves. Once Stellar gets the kill, he's trying to run out. The IGL trying to run out, make a play with the cage, and unfortunately Sabrosa's fast enough with his Seekers of his own to catch him. So the space that he gained after killing Rossi, eliminated.
Timeout coming through for 100 Thieves as they try to take stock of what's happened in this first half. TSM with what's turning out to be a rather cozy lead. Really driven by the two leaders, as you were mentioning, Ball of Sabrosa and Guimon. A couple of role changes, a couple of agent changes coming through, and it seems to be paying off on Split relative to their last time that these two teams played on here.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, Sabrosa has gotten the exact value that you expect him to get out when he plays Sky, right? And a lot of times when people were criticizing his Sky in the past was on this map because he's too aggressive. But if that's your playstyle, lean into it. And he's 12-7 right now. And this is not even the beginning of the game where it's like, oh, he's 12 kills, but most of those are anti-ecos, you know? No, he's been impactful in significant situations that are difficult to deal with as well. And we also have to point out, 100 Thieves has beaten TSM the last 2 times they played on Split. And one of those was crushing 13-2. So for them to switch up the comp, switch up roles even within that comp, straight away.
What a lunatic. Pushing into the Viper's Pit, taking care of Rossi right off the bat with the Trailblazer paving the way. You've got a great gravity wall to deny what 100 Thieves are trying to do in heaven, but the wall goes up. Corey repositions, not without taking Asuna down first.
This situation is still so difficult to play with, though. Even though they've gotten the site. Because the flank is coming, but Sabrosa just wipes him out as the Neural Theft goes down.
Look at this post-plan approach from 100 Thieves.
It's planted for them.
Yeah.
And both for Stellar and Will. And yeah.
This is where you see that insane 94% come through. When you've got a situation like this, it does almost seem unlosable.
Yeah, and even in that situation where they lost the initial fight, right, in heaven.
Yeah.
After Will got the trade, right? Or after Will got the first kill. It's interesting though, because this situation was again a spot where you plan on B, and TSM really has no way to fight back in, and that's why I was talking about how difficult this is. Even though they get 2 people down, there's no chance. One of the most difficult sites to retake in general. And 100 Thieves is already in a position that it's impossible, right? They have people reflanking through Garage, back to Heaven, Stellar, and Asuna. I mean, there's so much to deal with. And I think that's been the call in that timeout was let's continue to abuse the fact that they're giving us mid. This time, though, we've got Corey with the op, peeking early.
This previous matchup, it was 7 from this position that caused some problems. 400 Thieves. See what Corey can do with it. Speaking of 7.
That's a full nade kill from Sewers. Wondering how he got caught in that. Corey, a bit of a standout. Looks like 100 Thieves has read the idea.
And the thing is, Corey here has managed to avoid all of the flashes, really everything that's thrown his way, and now the smoke. Are they expecting to be stepped up? The paranoia too, and that's what finally gets him, and boy, it looked like he was going to take Bank's foot off.
But with that, TSM going to make the play to actually regroup and take back B main. But GMD might bite off a little bit more than he can chew. Again, they back off at the perfect time. As Stellar breaks this trademark, they're going to have the wall out, and they're going to push into B main. Sabrosa and GMD, it's all on them right here. They're playing close. This is going to be another situation where if they win the site.
But the gravity wall's so good, man. The gravity wall denies so much, but did he stick that? Okay, Bang gets brought right back. And again, 100 Thieves find what they're looking for. Stellar's on the flank too, but Corey has dropped down. Stellar's gonna have to look straight below him, and he does. That kill's a bit too easy. The second one not nearly as fortunate as GMD, still trying to dance around and play on the side, and he's not able to survive for long. 100 Thieves get the round.
Stellar coming in with the late flank too. I have to criticize TSM a little bit there for not knowing he was in that situation. I'm not sure if he actually broke the trademark.
Yeah, he did.
So yeah, if he did, if it was exactly how it went, or how I said it would go, then yeah, I mean, they know there's going to be a player somewhere inside of middle, especially if somebody's checking the spawn flank. So for Corey, who's looking for a pick, to not be covered in that situation, or for him to be aware to look every once in a while up and towards heaven, not the greatest situation, but this is a great situation. 100 Thieves going back towards the mid control, TSM pushing over towards A this time. Nobody there to spot this, not even a little bit of a camera from Stellar.
Tripwire, nothing. And if they take the scenic route, which it looks like they're going to, Derek on your minimap, the only one who's playing far back enough. And look at them. They're passing right by each other. Nobody taking a loud step. Sabrosa and Corey have slipped by undetected. Oh, this could be disaster for 100 Thieves. How patient are you? You can hear it. They're just on the other side. It's all served up in front of them on a silver platter. They get 3 big kills.
And the spike. Almost unrecoverable right now as Stellar is so far behind Will. But a big angle for Stellar. So they can't quite push into him.
I was like watching a train wreck unfold. Can 100 Thieves do anything to bring this round back in their favor? It's going to take some insane plays out of Stellar and Will.
I mean, they're walking literally into a split crossfire situation.
Player standing.
Oh. Guman cleans things up at the end. What a call out from Sobroser. I mean, really, it was Guman who's calling on this side, but to have the tenacity to double push in through there, find the opening, and then catch him slipping like that, that looks good.
Yep. And I think they recognize Stellar saving his tripwire a lot of times for that post plant. In this case, I'm not sure where you put the first one, but I didn't see it on the minimap in that, but he still had one in his inventory. A lot of times he's putting that down on spawn once they get B. So
and you see you see the change already. Stellar puts that tripwire right back up. It's not going to have that happen to him again.
Well, it might look like we've defaulted every round from 100 Thieves, and that might be a little boring. It's so interesting to watch these little adaptations that the defensive team makes and force little changes as well from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, man, this is the nerdy stuff. This is the fun stuff.
Exactly. That it is. This star hasn't really caused them any problems yet.
Oh, just delay, really, yeah.
Usually it's paired with 7 and a nade, but it hasn't been timed in such a way that they can really catch anything, and I think that's credit to 100 Thieves. Look at he's actually...
It's a fake. It's a fake, and the freaking Seekers blow everything out. They had a gorgeous setup on the side of 100 Thieves, but they don't bite.
Oh,
the showstopper. Not gonna find anything. Do they push in? No. Derek tried finding something. Eventually they do get the kill, but Guman is still anchoring down the back of the side, and boy, he's alone. Does he need much else? No, he does not. He gets 3 to clean up the round as TSM get to 7. The discipline out of TSM there was insane, Bala.
Yeah, absolutely it was. For 7 to be aware that there's going to be a ramp flank, for him to pop his ult preemptively as they break the trademark top ramp. So he could either swing on the Stellar player who's pushing a ramp, or actually the majority of the bulk of 100 Thieves. And he still catches him, stays alive. They shut it down, and it's all up to Derek to find a hole in the Sage wall he placed early on in the round. Okay, this is different finally from 100 Thieves in the final round of the half. The flash, quick, but it misses. Ooh. Will has the tenacity to stay alive in that situation, though, and not even take a lick of damage.
Again, you see discipline from TSM, not heavily rotating A. They understand they've quelled the initial bite that was thrown their way. Oh, now they got to scurry out of there. Very well played from 7 there, too. Understanding you've pushed him off with the nade. You go up, you take some space. Get it confirmed with the Roomba.
Wall comes out again.
But do they go?
GMD just got 1 kill through the Wazzy. Broken in another 2. Stellar's all the way through a ramp, and that's where the entire round relies on at this point. But we saw this situation unfold last time. Sabrosa took him out.
Nice flick out from Sabrosa. Boy, it may not necessarily show in the stats, but he is having himself a half. He is a demon right now, man on fire. And he's got a chance at more. Sabrosa creeping around the corner, spots Austin, it drops him.
30 seconds.
Derek on the plant.
Spike planted.
It's a 1v3. And he drops almost instantly. TSM's going to get the defuse in 8-4 half. A very different song from what we saw at Bala. We're going to throw this to a break. When we return, the second half of Split. Stay tuned. We're only halfway there, but TSM looking to exact revenge upon 100 Thieves as they take an 8-4 lead into the half. I'm Doug. With me is my better half, Bala. Now we see that things change over. Statistically, a better, more defensive-sided map. Do you think 8-4 is enough for a comeback here? Or?
No, quite frankly. I mean, 100 Thieves came out super strong against TSM in any of their last 2 matchups on this map. So to see this, it's a complete reversal. Sideshow on the desk said that he expects this game will be a blowout in favor of 100 Thieves, and I tended to agree with him because of the past results and how 100 Thieves has actually improved. But I think you're seeing TSM actually be the ones with the depth on this map right now.
Yeah. I also don't think Sideshow has been right about a prediction. Ever, perhaps?
Oh,
we'll have to check the history books on that one.
The archives, I think, will actually favor him in that one, thankfully.
Yeah, you're probably right. Let's not look. Let's not look. You see an early aggressive wall out from Derek. He was able to position himself far enough into garage to drop that, as you see on your mini-map. Not there's going to be much of a push that way.
Stellar's got just a kill trip on this A side, which is where they look like they're going. And I think that wall orb combination that Rossi's put out over towards B has actually given 100 Thieves a lot of fear that this is going to go towards that B site. So we'll have to see what they do as the stars come down. Stellar, can he get actually a trip kill here? No, they've broken it already with the nade.
I mean, they've read this thing. They've read this thing gorgeously. You're right. The kill trip is gone. They played around once Viper's utility went back up to fake that they were going to go B, and they just waltzed their way into A.
Planted.
And they've gotten a lot of space still off the site. Nothing at the top of A ramp. It's not planned in that direction though. So it's interesting to see how Corey and Sabrosa playing at the bottom of A ramp in A main.
Rossi's the first to fall. Corey not able to find a whole lot, spamming through his smoke as Asuna swings around pillar and finds him, and they just get rolled.
And it's a weird situation too, because the two players who ended up pushing up towards A ramp, which is already confusing because it's not planted for them, nor do they have utility that they could throw down into that post-plant position, but they both got wiped anyways. So an odd decision from TSM, and 100 Thieves just barrels their way through, isolates the two players off the backside of this, and the tech pause caused.
My favorite words.
I'm curious.
Pause.
It might have been a comms issue or something like that. That's my speculation. That's the only speculation I'll do too.
Yeah, we'll get to podcast our way through this one. Again, folks, we are in a technical pause. As you can see on your screen, as soon as we get some intel, we will let you know what is going on. But you're again, thankfully, because of the tech pause, we're going to get a second look at that pistol in which 100 Thieves really just kind of bludgeoned TSM there. Once they got what they were looking for, It didn't seem like there was much of a fight at all.
And I do want to look towards both Will and Asuna so far in this game. While the first half was actually relatively, I mean, not that close, 8-4. Both of them not contributing in ways that you would expect.
They were quiet.
Yeah.
They were quiet. I'm being told very quickly, friends, that there was a player who disconnected. We'll get him back into the action and get us back into the game as soon as possible. Ball, you were mentioning, though, Asuna and Will, the two, really, in a lot of ways, two stars for this team. We expect to see a lot of production out of them, but you were saying that the first half was relatively quiet.
Yeah, and they were leading the charge in a lot of cases. But I think the way that they approached that, right, where they're getting pulled in a lot of different directions, trying to change directions and be nimble on their feet, kind of cost them a little bit, but still not the production that you expect. Either way, on this defensive side, I think is also somewhere where we see both of those guys start to rack up a number of kills. Asuna has been inconsistent throughout his career, but he always ends up being, you know, never a scoreline like you're seeing right now. So
yeah,
has plenty of time to develop on this game.
Pretty surprising. And then on the side of TSM, again, we have to draw attention to the changes that they've made leading into this series, really just from last week to this week. Guimond no longer playing the initiator, moving over to Smokes. Corey, who previously was not playing the chamber, it was Seven who was doing it. Now he's on the chamber, and they're already finding massive success here. You can tell the tweaks that they've made, at least so far, have made notable differences. Guimond's having himself a day too, and as I mentioned at the end of the first half, like, Sabrosa's utility usage has won them so many rounds.
Yeah, but I think I still have to question a little bit how that actually affects them on other maps. On this map, I think it makes better sense, right? And they're also playing Astra, which is interesting too. But either way, like, Sabrosa playing Sky is something he's been comfortable with. What they will need in other maps, and as we go into the rest of the series, on Haven, they're going to need a little bit more flexibility, right? On Bind, maybe not. But on Haven, yes, we will be forced to see what else Sabrosa can come out with. Because I don't think the Sky is going to cut in this day and age, especially given the fact that they've been clearly wanting to play Fate.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned at the beginning, as I have thought through Fate, I thought for sure that if we were going to see her, it would almost be a guarantee on Split, given the tight corners, given all the nooks that are around that, and the synergy that she carries with Raze, who is very strong on this map, but alas, opting to go away from that and bringing in the Sky, as you were saying. Sabrosa, much more of a comfortable pick here, but again, with all of that in mind, they're playing exceptionally well.
Yeah,
now
it makes sense.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it really does make sense, given Sabrosa's somewhat weaknesses when he plays controller roles, and you heard him talk about when he's IGLing a lot of time, he's just focused on the teammates, the radar a lot. With Sky, you have to be a lot more active, so maybe that's also a consideration. This is going to be the first time we actually see his IGLing on attack side with this iteration of the team on this new role too. So I'm curious. I am curious how the rest of the map pool develops for them. Is this an actual role swap that they'll stick to, right? Or is this something that they specifically are using on this map only? That's the question that still stays in my head. I have to assume it's a serious switch, though.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you folks at home. I know you are all enjoying the podcast, and that's the whole reason you're watching this. But unfortunately, we are getting back into the action. The players have rejoined, and we're just a couple of moments away from starting off the second round of the second half. 100 Thieves walked away with the first. TSM on this broken bye now as they look to see what they can do to try to hurt 100 Thieves' economy early in the second half.
They are leaning towards B. Insta-Gravwell used with the nade to try to catch something, but that's so easy to get out of given the delay on actually how that start can be placed. I'm curious of Rossi's position. He's so far back and hasn't used his wall yet.
That certainly works. Derek was a major player in this last matchup on Split between these two squads, and he seems to be heating up at potentially just the right time. Spike, ooh. Right within reach of his fingertips.
He might have gotten it, but at this point, too, they heard them running away with their tails tucked behind them. Rossi's lurked all the way up. Again, hasn't used that wall yet. So can potentially isolate Stellar in the site. Other than that, they probably won't even get the spike down given the fact that Asuna is so close to be playing with him, and they spotted him as well.
Great cam there to spot Rams, to spot Sight, get a little bit of everything. Nothing concealed. Rossi and 7 drop like flies. This is a prime game flawless comes through for 100 Thieves, and they hold serve.
And it was really nicely played from them, too. As soon as the orb was tapped, as we get to see on the replay, as soon as the orb was tapped, there's a slow coming in from Derek Bank from deep, and a nade as well coming in from Will. So I'm pretty sure they also denied the orb in that situation. And just a cursory glance, no, it looks like there could be players who grabbed that last round, Corey or 7. But still, Prime Gaming Flawless is something you want to see on these anti-ecos, to have this bonus be as effective as possible.
Dueling raise bots, go ahead.
I do like the half commitment to this B main one way, right? They're not fully committing off the bat because of what TSM did on the pistol round, right? Where they the second round, where they instinated and Gravwelled. And they don't even actually push the pace inside of B main, which TSM was always doing. Whenever they took control of something, eventually they would push forward.
Three members of TSM have ganged up. Towards A with the spike in hand. The important piece of this whole thing. Haven't gotten anything through. Stellar tapping a little bit. The cam's going to find one. What do TSM do here? Do they throw the brakes on it? Yeah, it looks like they're going to flip the map.
40 seconds.
It's not a lot of time.
Yeah, very curious. Gumond on the other side of the map as well. So he's going to be poised for a lurk.
30 seconds left.
Trying potentially to wait for a flash coming up, but that's so far away. The smoke just falls right now, though, for Stellar to play against.
Bash grenade and the molly should confirm things as the rotation should be coming through. 100 Thieves take control of the site and they plant the spike, and it's planted for heaven, and they don't have anyone up there. They do have some utility to deny things.
Getting off site now. And again, the Gravwell too could delay a lot more so they can come through, but 100 Thieves knows they're going to fight inside of a ramp.
Austin with the flash is going to get some info as they try to spam through the smoke. No heads have been claimed quite yet. Guman waiting on the other side. The Tripwire keeping him at bay as here comes the fight across ramp. Kills being traded back and forth as Sabrosa is able to take one more, but that's all it is. Will's left in a 1v2 and he makes it a 1v1. The nade around Pillar and Guman, the trap that was sprung so long ago, is still a factor. You've got the gravity well to pull him off. There's no way Will wins this one. Oh. Well, he won the kill. But that's all it was. TSM with a gorgeous round.
Very nicely done. And GMD played exactly the pace that he should have, right? He's on the lurk. And if you're a different agent, without the Gravwell there, you're playing that a little bit faster so you can actually group and actually maybe pinch that A ramp hit that 100 Thieves did. But TSM just fought strong in that instance. The flash from Bang got a lot of value, but 100 Thieves not able to push past in time to actually do anything with it, and they lose so much. Again, 100 Thieves going to go for this. Look at the money, though, actually. From the situation that ended up happening, 100 Thieves came out of that bonus with an advantage economically.
Yeah, they came out all right.
We saw in the first half, the attack side, 100 Thieves really not doing much in terms of changing up the strats that they're hitting. TSM so far showing a wealth of different ideas. Gonna break the trip, also wait, so they could find actually some kills on top of A ramp right here. That's what they're doing with the wall coming up. They clear the backside of this because of how far away this is.
Clear the trip. No real action for 100 Thieves off of that.
There was a slight adjustment here, though, because Stellar's playing in the B site. So this is lessened in terms of effectiveness because they were playing 4 towards this side last time.
I mean, look at the layers to what they have, and then it's the guns at the end. That's just enough to keep him back. Bank's already gotten 2. The Showstopper's not able to find it. CSM trade 2 back of their own at 3v3. Guimon and Corey so weak as Stellar, the one who changed positions at the beginning of the round, cleans up 2. Asuna gets the last. 100 Thieves gets 7.
Great defensive hold from so many different places there. Stellar spotting the hit coming through. Bang! With the flash to the late A heaven to get a couple kills before falling as well. And I don't know. We saw Will POV at the beginning there. On the next kill, he's ulting right there. He was so high, he couldn't actually control his ult. And they still confirm the round. TSM, no success with that execute.
And no money going into this round. You see pistols are all really that they have to work with. Corey's tour de force is one exception. It looks like it's gonna result in a bit of a stroll, right? A casual walk down mid. Nothing solo about this one.
Will has been fantastic with this nade in particular. Over and over, and it's pinged off the camera. As their advanced past is actually such a sick camera.
And the cages are there to provide a little bit of confusion too. Patience out from Will.
This could be disgusting.
Yeah, but how patient are they, man?
Oh.
Nothing shown right. There's a foot. Flash, the cage, the paranoia, the nade! Oh, and Will gets 2! With the nade, a third with his gun!
Just dirty.
The setup was there and we were waiting for a long time, but the payoff was worth it.
Yeah. 100%. Every time TSM walked up, they're like, oh, there's nothing here. Still, round is open. 12 seconds left. If they can just get Asuna off of B main, they could get the spike down.
Yeah, but they're going to have to do it quick. All is 6 seconds left. Asuna patiently waiting.
One enemy remaining.
And that's going to secure the round. Very well done.
And everybody gone too. No guns collected, nothing. No spike planted. So 100 Thieves will start to rack up a little bit economically and get ever closer to TSM right here as attack time it gets called. This is such a dirty camera. With the flash from Bang too, you can tell they really don't know what's going on. They can't hear. I mean, very nicely done.
TSM call a timeout here as 100 Thieves have made the way like bandits in the second half. They've won 4 of the last 5. They really have, for all intents and purposes, retaken control of this map. And yes, Split tends to favor the defensive side, but you see some of the layers with which 100 Thieves are working, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Absolutely. Will coming alive too. A couple of anti-eco kills to add to that, but just in general, they're getting there in time. The switch that they made with Stellar, moving over towards the B side, has worked wonders for them after the first few rounds. It's going to be interesting now to see how TSM actually approaches their executes with it gotten shut down. For the most part, their exploration is going quite well. that in the sense that they're getting space, but they're not actually springing those traps. They're not actually getting the utility out from 100 Thieves because 100 Thieves is playing really cautiously with it. And I'll use B main as an example, even though they're going to go for something completely different here with the slow and the nade plus the one-way to actually just brute force their way into B main. Oftentimes they're just jump peeking it, right? They throw the one-way, they get the control, but they just jump peek it, make sure that, okay, hold on, is there anybody actually going to challenge this? And eventually they fall off. Right, and that allows them to save so much utility.
Right. It's interesting. I was curious to see how TSM would approach this. They have 4 of 5 ultimates ready to go. And they're all impactful ones, too.
Oh, that's cool right there. They're getting a lot of information, breaking the crossfire, too, with just the flash from Bang. Right, flashes off the person holding from Ramen, and that isolates the rest outside of B main, and they fall off because of that. Again, 2 big kill trips here for Stellar.
There's one of the 4 ultimates. The second one just popped too as a showstopper from 7 tries to find something. And it's vacant. There's nobody home. Stellar does fall. Bit too far up, and now you've got the Viper Spit. So they've dumped almost everything into this round. The Cosmic Divide, the one exception. As now you see 100 Thieves try to work their way forward and attempt this retake. Stellar's brought back from 6 feet under, as there's just going to be chaos on the site. A little bit of info out from Asuna. Spike ticking away as the fights begin to erupt. Bang has already fallen to 7. Snaps back. TSM with 4, with 5. Boy, that was clean. The Prime Gaming Flawless comes through as they get to 10.
Gorgeous plays and positions from everybody inside that Viper's pit, too. Spots where 100 Thieves is like, they have to fall down into, they have to try to clear. 7 specifically. And also, they planted for heaven in that round, too. So even if they lose a little bit of space inside that Viper's pit, they don't have any worries at all in that round, given Corey is still on the flank. Also perfectly timed, too, right before Will's going to get his showstopper up and actually be able to fight back into that. So for the first time, we'll see 100 Thieves have to eco. Oh, that's through the wall.
Whew.
Out of all this, they did get the ult from Will. So you now have to be considerate of that. Right, for example, that play that they just did with the Viper's Pit into spawn, not necessarily going to be as effective. But they've still got kind of a good read on what's going on, given the push from Bang down mid.
Yeah, but again, they don't have the guns, and TSM continues to believe in strength in numbers. They move as 5, and they get the kills that they're looking for. Query positions, and depending on timing, works out. Oh, yeah, Bang should get this one.
That trademark's gonna pop, actually.
Spike planted.
There wasn't anything easy about it, but he got it.
Wait, there's 2 guns now. 7's not looking.
It's a 2v4. Now it's a 2v3. Neural theft. Info gathered.
He's all the way.
They might make a run at this thing. The spike is ticking, though. Time is not on their side.
Oh.
And Guimond avoids disaster. TSM get to 11.
That is so scary. Stellar popping out in sight, but just doesn't get the kill. If he got that, Bang is followed up really fast on elbow if anybody tries to reflank that, and it will be on 100 Thieves timeout too, probably. As that eco strat almost could have worked. There was also the slow there. I thought Will was going to for sure use his ult, as Derek got 4 people in the slow as they walked out of A main.
That was gross. Looking at it a second time, the initial shot was at the trademark and decides, forget it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take his face off instead.
So now with the guns back in their favor, it seems TSM is really keen on actually just walking out towards A after a certain amount of time.
S5, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's based off of the fact that, I mean, obviously so far it hasn't really been held well from 100 Thieves, but also Stellar is continuously playing these deep retake positions, right? Nobody's really committing towards sight. Nobody's really challenging them as they walk out. And that in that situation is different. It's an eco round. But every round that they've chosen to actually go towards A, it has been in those situations where Stellar is playing a retake with a cam or something like that. Do or die for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, pretty much here. Back to full strength, though. 3 ultimates to their name. Worth noting, too, keep an eye on that From the Shadows from Bang. What he tries to do with it. Early paranoia, the showstopper, but they've already got the way up, and look at Bang. Oh, he gets canceled out. The trap was there. You could see what they were trying to do. Doesn't pay off, though.
Little tech.
That would have been sick.
So they regroup, but all is 5. They walk into this wall that Derek put earlier. It's going to take another little bit for it to fall down. And
I got the spike.
with that, Trailblazer up through mid. He's not going to see anything and clears top side of ropes too.
You want to fight it?
Cosmic Divide trying to pave the way. Set
Hello?
just
Hello?
on top.
Hello?
Look down. The flash. There's no way. Derek finally cleans him up. Oh, is now the rest of the fight erupts on the site. Number still in favor of 100 Thieves as Stellar continues to be a problem on this site. He doesn't give up an inch. The spike's not going to make its way forward, but Rossi had already committed. Corey's left alone in this 1v4.
30 seconds left.
And surely there's no way he makes a run at this one, right?
20 seconds. 2 players in dark, right under heaven as well. Yeah. Good swing, and Bang was also there to trade Derek. That's the difficulty of that situation. But it feels like every time 100 Thieves ends up in this situation where they're holding the site that TSM wants to hit, it goes great. Anytime it's the opposite situation, it goes terribly. And retake setups do work. I mean, how often do you see 5v5 retakes? But for 100 Thieves right now, they need to try to stop that situation from unfolding. And I think sticking to this strat where Stellar is actually over towards the B site, and Derek and Asuna are playing off of each other in towards A, I think that's probably the key. TSM haven't actually made much use of this Viper wall that allows the lurk from Corey, or obviously Rossi as well, up past a ramp. And maybe that's why. Just spam through the wall. It's so dangerous.
Thing is now, TSM do have mid control, so they have a chance at pushing forward, but you have to get through the tripwire that they have. The Sage wall was up 2. They cleared that out.
I would go as far as to say they've had mid control every single round, pretty much.
Yeah.
Will not playing with the nade combo this time. Satchel takes out the trapwire. It's the same camera though, so you could swing off of it instead. And again, Derek and Asuna playing together here in this A side. Asuna is such a tough place to play from. Even though Derek gets the confirmation they're coming from there. Look at this. How hard is that aim right here?
Yeah, but if this goes left unchecked, as we've seen so many times before, Bala. Well, never mind. This was not one of those times. Asuna gets cleared out.
14 seconds.
13 seconds left. They've got to get the spike down, and it seems like they're going to be able to do so. Rossi and Guimon, the 2 that remain for TSM. Now with the reset of the clock, as it's a 2v2 here, and you can hear the site other than the spike ticking just goes to dead silent. Will waiting up in heaven. Creeping his way forward as Guimond. Oh no, the timing. Oh, the timing's nuts now. He's been spotted, and can he deal with both? He got 1, and Rossi gets the last up in heaven. TSM get to 12.
Oh. And Derek peeking in front of Asuna right there. Goes down and leaves Asuna in a position where he literally has the worst angle to hold of almost all time in this game. And in that 2v2 situation too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, what do you do there? And then they have the crossfire and elbow. I think 100 Thieves recognizes, okay, this is not going to be a round where GMD is going to be late flanking. They didn't plant for heaven with only 2 people. That would be a massive gamble. And so they try to go walkabouts and find the early kills, but just don't go their way.
See Derek has placed this early wall, takes the ride up.
Will also playing very close to rope this time, so he can rotate to either side and also deny. As Derek gets the initial kill onto Rossi, he could deny actually that mid control that we keep talking about.
TSM have been so surgical in removing some of these key parts of their Sentinel defense, and then just introducing doubt into the mind of 100 Thieves. You saw even there, Sabrosa creeps his way up through Mail, clears out the cam, and then repositions. It's just been little things like that that have kind of kept 100 Thieves honest.
And also shows...
I've got your trail.
Shows what? It shows the Seekers. It shows the showstopper, and it shows the kill, but not without him getting traded out. Remember, for 100 Thieves, this was a lighter buy. Banks still only has a frenzy. Light armor on Asuna and Derek, but the spike has gone down. It's a straight up 3v3. Corey has his ult. The rest comes through as Guman swings around. You can tell the trap was there, but it does not come through. Does not come to fruition. Corey's going to have to get 4 here to make it happen, and he's not going to be able to do it. 100 Thieves get to 10.
Wow. Another close game here in VCT. 12-10, and I think with the spike money, TSM should be able to scrape together. No, not really a buy at all. And I was going to say, the way that TSM is breaking that utility is a far cry from iterations that we've seen from them before, right? And the same from 100 Thieves. This Stage 2 rosters are coming together nicely and potentially playing the highest level game we've seen between them so far. Even though we haven't seen much depth from 100 Thieves, even from TSM, I could argue the same. Although their defense, definitely a lot more than we've seen in the past. It's promising. As we're only in week 2. TSM want to get a win under the board, though.
Oh, what a lunatic! Grimon, what is that? Roomba in his face pushes forward and gets 2. Unreal.
Still bringing that back, and Stellar gets the ult off too, so they know they're grouped up towards A, and they know there's still one potential alert. And again, while it's a 3v4, and 100 Thieves definitely did not want that situation to go how it did, there's still an advantage, I would say. All the Sentinel utilities still up. They've got a camera in mid as well that Stellar can tap. And Asuna's healed up.
I still can't believe he did that.
That was definitely
gutsy.
Yes.
Gutsy. Tour de force in the hands of Corey as they try to explore A.
Spotted
again. Numbers, yeah. And it makes sense when they don't have guns, but they've been spotted. Derek's still playing backside, pushes his way into the Viper's pit, falls. But it's a 2v2 here. They still have the gun advantage, 100 Thieves do. They're going to have to navigate the Viper's pit that Rossi just left behind. Spams through, not going to connect as they've rotated around pillars.
This could actually be... If 7 gets close enough, he could be with the stinger. And he's closed the distance.
This could be a problem. 7 patiently waiting. 41 HP. As it was a fake at first. Oh, but he wraps around. 7 gets 1, switches around to the Sheriff. One tap, swings around, and 7 gets it at the end. A 13-10 win for TSM.
Unbelievable from 7 on a round where he just had a stinger, picked up a Sheriff too. I mean, that is so well played as well. Rossi getting the Viper's pit, and then 7 with the win condition, knowing, hey, if I get close enough, I could pull out a stinger kill easily. And for him as well to recognize Stellar's low in that situation. Just go for one tap with the Sheriff too. I mean, that is really, really nicely done. TSM really worked the map great. You were talking about it a lot. Breaking a lot of the utility, making it very difficult for 100 Thieves to read, and a team that 100 Thieves is very good at reading their opponents. It's something that we'll have to see how the rest of the series continues for that, because right now, 100 Thieves look like they're on the back foot from the improvement we've seen in the last weeks.
16 years old. That 7 kid's got a bright future ahead of him. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the desk will break down Split. Stay tuned.
title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, if you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Yeah. 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 Using that now, Hunter's Fury just cutting across the shots rattled off Corey. I can't believe it, just pushing straight through it, trying to find the favorable angles. Asuna.
Welcome back, everyone, and oh boy, do we have ourselves a good one here as TSM have managed to beat 100 Thieves on their pick, which I, going into this, was kind of wondering, like, would TSM probably just backload, the next two games and then walk away with the win? No, TSM instead find themselves victorious here. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside Brennan Sideshow and Bren. Damn,
yeah,
that was a great game.
What an insane performance from Sabrosa and GMD on TSM. I think these guys, just domination as well, in particular on that defensive side as well, where GMD's anchoring and his calls were honestly a difference maker in certain rounds. I mean, the guy was cool, calm, and collected against 100 Thieves who looked really quite disciplined at times as well when they were going for those side execs, but multiple times denied the opportunity to even get into those post-plant scenarios, which we highlighted the importance of before when we were going into the pre-show. And also, I just want to add, Josh said that this map was probably going to be over for TSM, and look at the scoreline.
Yeah, I know. It really is like a massive turnaround. With Sabrosa and GMD swapping roles, they each had, going back to their normal roles, massive impact. But look at the timeline at the bottom. 100 Thieves didn't even get the plant down in many of these rounds. There aren't that many, retake symbols down there or the spike blowing up. They only planted 5 out of 12 times. We were talking about last week, they planted 89% of the time. That's almost half as much in this map. They were still winning them when they got them down, but TSM weren't even allowing them those opportunities by attacking them early. GMD was finding positions where he could isolate 1v1s while anchoring. Sabrosa was finding timings rather than good positions to get flashes off or to find an early peek and catch people unawares. Like GMD had that push where he just went out into rafters and killed Bang as he was planting. These kind of things, they're not normal for 100 Thieves to be dealing with. They were shaking off their game.
Yeah. And actually, impressed overall. You gotta also, we keep saying his name, but I think it goes without saying. GMD, man, the dude's shot calling on the defensive portion of that game was absolutely stellar. That one flank play, Josh, was wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to break that one down. It's round 10. And the important thing here that Bala and Doug were discussing on the cast is that Stella normally holds a ramp. This round, he's put a trip there. Look, you can see it on the minimap. But they've noticed that Stella has been playing in mid and not defending his utility on a ramp a lot of the time. So they just go up and break it really early on. And you see Stella's still working up mid with the rest of the team. And at some point here, Stella realizes, okay, I need to go back and check sewers. They might be flanking through sewers. And in fact, they haven't gone through sewers, mate. They've gone all the way through your spawn, and they roll them. And what I like about this play is that it showcases what TSM were doing throughout the half in various different ways, which was identifying the tendencies of 100 Thieves' attack and punishing them for it. The 100 Thieves tend to go into the B site in the same ways. Their players drop down in the same disciplined ways. And it's something that we love watching 100 Thieves because it's discipline, it's structure, it's all of that good stuff, but it also creates predictability and routine, and TSM were finding opportunities to abuse that. That's so cool.
I just want to add as well, one of the most recent times where 100 Thieves actually ended up losing on split. It was, I mean, when I was, going into the players' streams and whatnot, a lot of it that they pinned down to was a lot of counter-shotting. It was against NYFU. So it's almost a similar case. I don't want to call this counter-shotting, but definitely, like you said, Josh, spotting the weaknesses and being able to actually develop plans around it, which was one of the keys to victory last time for the teams that played against 100 Thieves on split.
Yeah, well, that wraps it up. 13-10 is the total there as TSM walk away with the victory. Moving forward, though, we're going to be going to Haven. And, I mean, look, this was TSM's pick. They went for Haven. They've kind of done this thing here, Bren, where we were talking about it before in the pre-show. They are kind of picking this against TSM rather than it being a thing that they want to play. Could that potentially backfire on them, though?
Yeah, picking it against the 100 Thieves, just in terms of them being a little bit more, uncomfortable on the map. They're a new team. They haven't possibly developed as much when it comes to that. And I think they've set themselves up beautifully with this first win on split now. And it's prime for the slam dunk on Haven, honestly, because this clearly tells you that TSM, I'm hoping at least, that they have come into this with a game plan, something prepped on that map, and probably under the guise of expecting 100 Thieves to probably do the brunt of their prep work on Icebox as the map, which TSM have been picking most of the time. But they didn't. They went in that completely different direction. So this is going to answer a lot of our questions now. And this is a golden opportunity for TSM to once again win in this matchup against 100 Thieves. I mean, at this point, this is the rivalry. It's not even building up to it. Both of these teams going back and forth, and it seems like TSM are always getting their number.
It does feel like that at the moment, but whereas yesterday, I was all ready to call it.
You're not going to call it
done.
Now?
Well, here's the reason why.
Before we jumped into it.
Yeah,
well, that was the expectation, would be that it should be dominant, right?
Yeah,
but the reason that
Haven is that as well.
The reason Haven isn't a slam dunk in my head for TSM is we don't even know what we don't know what roles they're going to be running. Are they going to be putting GMD back on the Omen? He played smokes for them on split. Is Sabrosa going to be playing like a Sky or a Breach for them? Does Corey continue playing Chamber instead of playing the Jet? There's so many questions there about what TSM are doing. And on the other side of things, we know that 100 Thieves have been improving and developing and building out their map pool. We haven't seen them play on Haven in a while. They're 2-3 on it, 40% with their new roster. It's not good. It's not good. But I feel like it's one of those maps that eventually, over time, they're going to pick up a new comp and they're going to develop on it. So the question is, what are they even going to be running for both teams here on Haven? I feel like, normally I love to lean on the history. What do the stats say? What did they play last time? I feel like you throw it out the window to some extent heading into map 2. The only thing we really know here is TSM are confident because they picked it.
All right. Well, are you confident, Josh, in saying the TSM will win this series right here, right now? Are you willing to throw the reputation of Plat Chat's very own sideshow?
What reputation?
Wilkinson on the floor here. Whatever smattering of reputation that you have left, are you willing to call TSM right now?
No, I think it's still open for both teams.
You filthy freaking coward.
I know, I am. But the reason that I'm not willing to call it at this point is I think we've got a really much more interesting series now with Split being taken for TSM. Because if things progress to a third map in some mad manner where 100 Thieves now look really good on Haven, Bind has been decent for 100 Thieves, and it's not a terrible map for TSM either. So you've got a really cool map 2, map 3 heading on in this series. And map 1 was much more interesting than it should have been, I think.
All right, well, if you guys don't mind, in the chat right now, depending on whatever platform you're watching, just go ahead and spam for me, Josh is a coward. That would be very helpful. I put it, you roast
me. You roast me when I have confidence and I'm wrong. You never give me credit when I'm right. And now you're roasting me for being on the fence about it.
Listen, we're your friends, okay? We're here to just tear you down so that when you get built up, you feel like you've accomplished something, damn it. So go ahead, everyone. Make sure you get out there spamming Josh as a coward. Anyway, moving on. We got the agent select here. Let's see what we're going to get locked in. Because, yeah, I mean, Bren, it truly is, anyone's ball game.
It is, and I have no idea what we're going to see from these teams because they could have been prepping something completely unusual for us. But no, Corey's going to keep playing this chamber for them. It's pretty consistent. And GMD is moving over to the smoke still as well on the other side of things. So they are making this kind of swap back over where Sabrosa is going to be playing the initiators. They're playing a really interesting comp here. So we're seeing the Neon actually being played as well alongside this double initiator. You have so much explosive taking potential of sites with this TSM comp.
Yeah, you do. And on the other side of things, you got a slight adjustment as well. Not a massive adjustment, but Stella picking up the chamber there. But it really is the TSM comp that is drawing eyes and drawing attention. Seven continues to play the entry role instead of Corey. And Corey looked amazing on chamber. I think his opping looked really good whenever he got that in his hands. Yeah. That's going to be dangerous for them. And you have GMD and Sabrosa back on more conventional roles for each of those players. So I really like what TSM have got as long as it's prepped and as long as the execution works.
Got to see the layers. Got to see the layers, the depth to it.
Like an onion or parfait.
Okay,
or
that's
you
a
could
lot.
go with cake as well.
Okay, sure. Maybe like a 3-layer or like a 7-bean chili.
Sure.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think I've ever had that. But
all right, guys. You heard it here from the two Brits. This game is a 7-bean chili of excitement. Let's send it over to your commentators to get this thing going. You got Doug and Balla. I want to call them Dogla. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's roll with that.
I can think of a few reasons why we should not roll with that one. Thank you so much, Jimmy.
Our names are like a 7-layer cake, I guess, to you. Like, I don't know what's going on with these, GG. Come on,
also,
man.
Like, the parfait sound perfectly normal, but my guy drops the 7-bean chili and he gets some hay. I don't get that. that does not feel equal.
Yeah. And they eat beans over toast, so it's all good.
Right? Opinion instantly nullified.
So, all right, so how does TSM actually get value out of this Neon is going to be really interesting because we haven't really seen that from them. And instantly they get denied.
Yeah, not like that.
And another thing to note about the agents too is Will sticking to Jet over here in patch 4.09, where you have to pop the dash before. Not something a lot of teams moving away from it, especially in other regions. NA so far has been sticking a little bit to it.
Well, it's part of the conversation you and I were having earlier, Baller, on even, with these changes, who is the best duelist now? Now that Jet has kind of fallen out of favor. You mentioned Neon, so I was actually really surprised to see it come through. Nay, TSM have come through B. They've established control. They've gotten onto the site. The Trailblazer to clear out a link, but you've got the sturdy 3-man flank coming out from 100 Thieves. And off of that, look at that. It's not hit B at all. They're going to go away, and they've left a trap by way of Gulan.
Yeah.
Got him. Yep, there it is.
100 Thieves is a trap of their own. It's Stellar. He's on short. He's already got one as well. Oh.
That trap not nearly as good as Will's already gotten 2 on the site. The wall bang to clean things up there. It's a 2v2. They have no control of the site. The one benefit to TSM here is they're going to be pushing in from opposite sides. If you get the timing just right, they've got a chance at this thing. What a flick. Out from Corey. The second should be cleaned up rather easily. I say that.
Nice.
Shots go a bit wide. He repositions Will. Here's footsteps. Swings around. Corey gets a third. TSM get the first.
That was a crazy round. I mean, from the start, right? They push B. It looks like they're going to plant B. And then 100 Thieves pushes out a garage. That's the cue for TSM to say, hold on, actually, let's continue to push A link. And at that time, you have 100 Thieves flanking through A. But you also have Stellar pushed back down short, and he gets a kill off of that. That gives him the space and time to run out of A. But on top of that, you get GMD in the back of B site who's flanking through A link again. So, I mean, such a tough round to keep track of.
Freaking emotional roller coaster, man.
As a spectator, just lovely to watch as well.
Hopefully, we were decent guides through the shenanigans that took place, and if that wasn't enough, 100 Thieves are up to some more. They're sending 3 down C long.
All in Cubby.
They're all in Cubby, of course they are, because why not? Will with the shorty, too.
GMD's got a rude awakening. if he comes through here.
Yeah, if he decides to go exploring.
I don't think he might, but I don't think that'll be that impactful given they've already explored outside of garage, but no, hold on a second.
Surely you clear it, right? You understand that you haven't had control
Will's
of C-Long for now. Well, they got one. Now they're expecting more. The utility out from Rossi. 7 pinches around the other side. What was a trap ends out being a death trap for them, really.
What?
Wow.
He got 2? That is crazy. And he got the dink on the last one, too. I mean, ridiculous shots from Derek on a sliding neon.
Yeah, my classic doesn't work like that.
Yeah, apparently Derek's does. That was well played still from TSM after the initial, you could see the idea, right? Will was playing way up front on that angle, and it did work to a certain extent. I think they got one more off of it. But the pinch coming in from garage, which is what I was talking about, how they had that control early, allows them to just destroy the rest of it, right? There's no follow-up. Super interesting to see 100 Thieves commit their aftershock every round so far at the bottom of grass.
Even with that denial of space, TSM once again explore B. The swing around as you see the relay bolts pushing back. Rossi gets the spike down.
And the fast lane also delays them so much. Subrosa and Seven now playing together too. They're going to fight into A-Link.
They are playing with a level of swagger, Bala, that I really haven't seen since the first strike days, and it seems to be paying off as they're looking to break the bonus, but Bang's got to clean things up. He's not going to be able to do it. TSM busts this map wide open as they take the third.
Yeah, and the point about the aftershock down grass that I'm trying to make here is the fact that TSM is disrespecting it, right? And that's the worst thing. When you're using utility early, to actually try to condition your opponent to not take that space, which allows 100 Thieves later on in the round to maybe push aggressive grass. TSM disrespects it, they can't do that, right? So all that effort, gone. Just because TSM's running potentially the neon, but also just walking past it.
Note that Seven has ult here. Doesn't use it early on. But again, they're starting to push down long. It's 3, now make it 2. As Corey drops the second, only one remains, and they all fall apart. TSM again established control of C-Long. Nothing but pistols remaining on the side of 100 Thieves. The fast lane, the relay bolt, right into Derek's slap. And he falls. As messy as that was for a moment. Ultimately meets his demise. The shot just not landing for Stellar as a Prime Gaming Flawless comes through. TSM get to 4.
And this is such a strikingly different team.
It's a swagger, bro, I'm telling you.
To week 2, exactly.
Yeah.
For reference, last week against NRG, TSM only got 38% of their attacking rounds. And we've already seen an 8-4 half from them on split of all maps. And now already coming out 4-0 against 100 Thieves. And you have to, right now, you haven't really seen anything. It looks like they're going to go for the same aftershock again. Maybe there's a second layer here from 100 Thieves that they'll use.
No flash, but Seven again just sidesteps all of it.
I'm out of here.
You do see 100 Thieves here creeping out a bit more out of garage. They poked out, made sure there was no one pushing forward. Yeah. So they have some info, but that's it.
They're scared of C-push right now, so nobody's actually rotating over. And Stellar has to TP out. They have to play a full retake. And Rossi has ult as well, so Rolling Thunder to actually delay them as they come out, which is already delayed enough because of the rotate coming so late. And Seven has his ult too. If they get stunned and he gets in their faces, that's just destruction. He's set up for it too.
One Rolling Thunder gets traded for another. There was Seven's ult, doesn't find any value. Austin is still playing up in heaven as he drops 2 members, not able to get the third. Guimon falls 2. Rossi meets a similar fate at the end of the round, and 100 Thieves are finally on the board.
Yeah, well done. Good retake. And I like the fact that they actually don't have anybody who's, except for Asuna, peeking out top window, because they know that actual Rolling Thunder is going to come out as a response. So the ult battles go in favor of 100 Thieves. Stellar's got his ult. Corey's got his ult as well. So big round here to reverse the fortunes 100 Thieves wants this so bad. And they're going to use a timeout, actually. Yep, to go after it. Because it's so impactful for them. If they lose this round, they're going to have to save. They're not going to have any ults. And they're going to be down 4. So that could be a snowball effect against TSM, who, again, you keep saying it, look like a completely more confident team.
Well, I wonder, too, I tried getting a look at it before we cut to the timeout screen, but I don't know that 100 Thieves have enough for a full buy as it is.
Sure.
Like this feels like if they do decide to invest, it's going to be a half buy of sorts. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to go around there.
Well, they got knives as well, and also the Tour de Force on Stellar, so I don't think that should be too terrible. All right, it's not like a situation where TSM is completely advantaged. And the interesting part about all this, too, is heading into this map, this is a map that 100 Thieves has been trying to avoid a little bit, right? They haven't played it much except in the open qualifiers. They've been banning it in certain cases, too. And TSM...
They're not going to stick to this, right? Okay. So Derek did buy. Derek buys a Guardian. They don't reposition the op. They decide to stick with what they have.
Well, they've got double op now. Oh, and TSM is making a right call. They're going to call a C-pop. With the fast lane, too, the ult in the back of sight is given up completely. And now, guess what? They have 2 ops in a retake situation. That's going to be so difficult. Will's got to pop those knives potentially if they want anything in this round at all after looking for initial picks.
Not choosing to use him yet. The Trailblazer to try to get some space. There are the blades. You mentioned it. He tries to go up top. He's not spotting anyone quite yet. Nobody giving him a target. Nothing to work off of. Dashing forward. Spots 2 and no! Decapitated right off the bat. As TSM keeps the retake attempt back, another Prime Gaming flawless comes through for the boys in red.
No kills found at all, with 2 ops on the board, and you had Stellar peeking top C at the beginning of that round. He gave up the angles so early, gave them a 5v5 retake after a great call from TSM against ops to go for a C-pop. And we were talking about how it was going to be a snowball, right? If 100 Thieves lost that round. Look, they're completely undecided about what they want to buy. And looks like they finally are going to give up that grass control, but still Will and Asuna kind of playing the same sort of ping-pong setup in Garage. So just not assisted with Derek this time.
I believe the Trailblazer spotted Derek back B. Trailblazer of their own gets cleared out instantly. Out of Garage, as you see this battle for that area of the map. 3 utility ensue.
Another flash still possible from Rossi here as he repositions and gets close enough. They're going to go dry.
Note that Will is the only one with the gun here! And they get a couple. But Corey tips it right back their way. Oh, that's massive. Now Corey's the only one that's left.
Finally, they walk into that double setup that Asuna and Will are playing over and over. And it goes terribly. Corey, who's been having a massive half so far, as the Sentinel left in completely difficult situation.
He tried.
Oh, the problem is there. He thought that they would hear him, so he just runs the entire way. But also the time situation, yeah. They gave him sight too there. There was a possibility, man.
At least get the spike down, get a couple bucks, but yeah, it just doesn't pan out at the end. And honestly, Ball, I mean, yeah, they had this really nice trap, and even with the trap, like it takes Asuna getting 2 massive kills, bang this one with a classic. It was really those kind of things that tipped the favor their way.
Sure. Yeah, and I don't even necessarily think that's just a trap, right? It's just a crossfire with Will peeking for Asuna. Sure. Or actually, Asuna peeking for Will. And so far, 100 Thieves have only won the rounds they've gotten the first kill. And in those situations, that was the A round, and then this round with the Thrifty inside of Garage. So literally 2 to 5. So Corey's been doing great, but 7 has also been doing great at those entries, right? Just the fact that he can peek these angles so fast, clear a lot of space, and also force a lot of attention against him. And then explode on the site when you want him to.
Will with the big boy toy. Not going to find anything. He smoked off, has to reposition. If only he knew. Yeah, you can see Rossi setting up for the utility. Vermont doesn't have ult, but you see the fast lane come out. Corey gets one, and there's 7. He tries to get deep behind enemy lines. Will has to try to get out of there, and 7 falls. His Bang gets 2 massive kills on the back of the site, not able to land the 3rd. Spike has kind of made its way onto site, and Will drops him too. 3v2 in favor of 100 Thieves. Stellar's going to show up late. It might not matter. Okay, it certainly is now. As it's all onto Stellar.
How did this happen? Just scratching my head right there as they had full advantage.
No way!
You hear the
Corey
TP?
dashes away. Stellar, oh, the peak, but Corey gets 4 at the end.
Wow.
Yeah, have fun breaking that one down.
And I was laughing because I was like, oh, right as I say, 100 Thieves has only won the rounds that they got the first kill in. They get the first kill, or TSM gets the first kill, and then 100 Thieves look like they're going to win. What was that, a 4 versus 2? I mean, let's see.
I think so,
The fast lane did such a good job at actually pushing Will off the angle, but he doesn't die from it, and Bang is in a great spot to actually trade off the attention that Will garnered. And Corey as well. The off angles he was playing there to net themselves those kills back into it, even though Will was doing a great job as well.
See, Will uses the dash as he creeps his way forward. Not going to have to be dashing out of anything anytime soon.
Hey, 100 Thieves has given up, or never wanted to give up Garage a single time so far, except for that 2 rounds that they pushed down long C. Nice shot from Bang. There's a first kill. Okay.
The thing, though, Ball, about this map is it's so big that I mean, if 100 Thieves want to plant their flag in Garage, TSM are okay to play around that. They don't have to push that way.
Yeah.
There's still so many options to them. Like this one. We haven't seen a hit like this. 7 dashes in, backside, uses the fast lane again, this time from long.
Last time they were in the spot, 100 Thieves had a fantastic retake with the Rolling Thunders. No Rolling Thunder available on either side this time.
No, and 2 pistols. Asuna with 1. Stellar, yeah, he's got the Headhunter. Paranoia, 7. Snaps onto Will, looking magnetic at this point as Guimont tries to stay in cubby, and he does. Gets a couple of kills with him, too. Rossi gets a 3rd on the round to clean things up. TSM look unstoppable right now, Bala.
No, they look completely on another level. Completely. And leading the charge is, in my opinion, sure, Corey's at the top of the books, but 7 has made this Neon look fantastic. Just utterly fantastic. Every time he's denying some crucial part of 100 Thieves' hold. This case, using the fast lane to get in this position exactly like a Jet Dash would, but still having the speed and ability to play off of the utility thrown by Rossi as well. Now, Rolling Thunder available.
Corey's not missing.
No. Especially not when you give him such an easy shot like that. That's not great from Asuna after the dog.
Bang found so much success in this position with a classic a couple of rounds ago. And he's got to have his hands full. 4 people in front of him. The flash doesn't hit him. Oh, he's able to take care of 7, but the trade comes through right back. Rolling Thunder trying to pave the way as TSM once again find exactly what they're looking for on the site. And it looks like they're poised to deal a devastating death blow to 100 Thieves in this first half.
Definitely are. They're so wide in the positions as well. Corey's still all the way back down long C. No flank possible from the last remaining player in Stellar. Everything covered. Everything. And I'm just impressed by Rossi there. To know that there's a potential for Derek to push through that garage smoke and instantly ult him and swing him. Look at him, yeah. Right as that happens, he's in the air. So easy. And the ults finally coming back for 100 Thieves. Derek really hasn't seemed like he's gotten much outside of that one round where Breach so impactful on this map when you can continuously get those going. But only 2 rounds on the board, right? He's not getting many kills.
Yeah. No, he's not. You know, I can't help but go back to, as you know, you talk about Derek, you talk about Breach's utility on Haven in particular and how effective he can be. You saw the investment, you saw the game plan towards controlling the middle of the map early on, right? In the first couple of rounds, it was very clear he was using the Aftershock to deny that space, and TSM just, quite frankly, disrespected it. You've seen a pivot from that. You just wonder here, you can't help but wonder how deep 100 Thieves playbook is in situations like this. Like, sure, what is your next default that you're working your way towards? What is the rest of the map that you want to try to control? And it just seems like it hasn't come to fruition at all.
No, yeah.
Also, that was a TSM timeout.
Yeah. Yep.
By the way.
little optic in them, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Every team stepping up on the coaching staff as well.
And that's that. Well, that's the thing, man. Like the Breach setup there is designed to delay aggressive push into A main, but 7 just dashes right through it.
Yeah, and the other thing too is the only time they've actually gone for this A main control out of all the rounds that I've watched so far.
And they're wise to the flank, man. Will with the Blade Storm. They've got a little bit of a pinch here, but no, they just push their way right through because apparently nobody puts TSM in a corner.
Unfortunately, TSM is playing like this is already over, right? They're playing so like everything's just coming to them. Like for example, this GMD walks back onto site, knows that after all that pushing happening through garage, that the C site's going to be open. Not only is this good intuition, but also potentially great prep from the staff of TSM and the players on TSM. Uh-oh.
Planted.
Freak. That's rude.
It's got it. My goodness, look at that. What do you do with that?
This is
Fault
VALORANT.
line.
This is VALORANT.
This is VALORANT. And even with that, he's got a chance to push his way forward.
Oh man.
That was very well put there, Balla. Well done.
I'm just loving that. Flash, 2 stuns. I mean, come on. Okay, last attempt, and yeah, again, like I said, TSM's playing like this is already over. And so they're just pulling out random stuff. In that case, the A pressure that is very typical on this map. So 100 Thieves should be, you know, very wise to how these situations go. You were talking about it. But because they haven't pulled it out a single time, it catches you, right? It really does.
See another technical pause coming through, figure out what's going on, and again, get back into the action as soon as possible. But you're right, Balla, it is, you know, I want to go back to what you were saying at the end of the previous round because I think it's a very poignant thing to say. Things just seem to be coming to TSM exactly the way they want it, right? Like, you find yourself in a situation where as a team, you're clicking, everything is going the way you anticipate, and it seems like you can do no wrong, and that's the territory TSM are in right now.
Yeah, it is. It's been for a while, I think.
Yeah, just a very quick update for you all, and then Balla can go back to explaining this I mean, absolute mess of a game that's been. There's another player that has crashed. So we'll get him to rejoin back into the lobby and continue our way through Haven. But you were saying, Balla, yeah, TSM flow state, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe. One point that I haven't quite talked about just yet is the fact that I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the game, is that 100 Thieves is really trying to not play Haven. And they've been adding in a little bit more and a little bit more to their map pool almost every single week. And also just refining the maps that they're working on. That I thought that there was going to be a lot here. But the problem is both of the maps so far, as they go back for the same main control.
Oh, he missed the same outcome. But it's the same thing, right? Like 7 pushes right through it. Nice on Stellar, though, to clear that out, get a kill, and then dash to safety, but he's not able to get a second. And well,
shooting his own Trailblazer.
when you've got 7 Ferrari peeking his way around a corner like that, it's much easier said than done.
But that's kind of the example. Okay, the same trade of Rolling Thunders. And this time there's a flank from Sabrosa. They're all stunned. Nobody's looking. Oh, no.
He's able to get the first. There's really no way through this. Bang. Managing to get 1 to 2v2. Sabrosa has the Seekers, and there it is. They come through with 10 HP. He's going to have to clutch this thing out. Austin is on the defuse. I don't know that there's a way in. Austin is just going to stick it, and it wasn't pretty. 100 Thieves get to 3. We're going to throw it to a break. Friends, when we return the second half of Haven, stay tuned.
Switching sides.
TSM seem to have taken their loss against NRG personally, as they've corralled and controlled 100 Thieves through not just one map, but a map and a half. And they now find themselves a couple of rounds away from putting them to bed in, candidly, Bala, very surprising 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I keep trying to get the point out, but basically this is TSM coming with 2 different looks. Swapping roles and committing to it and looking great at the same time is very difficult for a team like 100 Thieves to actually approach, right? Brian kept talking about how this is a team that will prep fantastic against others. And this is the type of thing that throws all that prep out the window.
It's very evident that they've been scheming in the lab. And well, how do you really scheme against Will, though? Ooh. Like that, Corey. That's how you scheme against Will. Austin has to reload at just the wrong time. Numbers in favor of TSM still, as the spike still hasn't made its way down, and now it's on no man's land. Stellar would have had to have gone through everything in order to make that happen, and well, it's not going that way this time. TSM win the pistol in the second half.
The 7 looked like he's playing the cinematic for Neon right there. Just slide, and in such good ways, too. I mean, the first one, right? Obviously, he gets out on this... He gets back out onto site, fights really early, falls back into spawn, right? And that's where Corey's peeking. He's anchored there, ready to actually fight. And he gets them all to look into a crossbar because they're trying to chase the kill down. And then as well, he dashes back out while they flash with Frosty throwing the flash. I mean, it's just brilliant. It's so nice. And also, breaking news flash for TSM fans. TSM has won 3 out of 4 pistols so far.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good, guys. Yeah, that's not the 0-4 type of games you used to get.
No, that is pretty good. 100 Thieves do buy 2 Spectres into this round. And they've tested the waters a bit towards C. And now they quietly turn their attention to B. You've got an alarm bot, the trademark, if you will.
Seven's holding for the dash from Will.
Yeah.
He knows this. He knows he's going to buy an updraft in this situation, and he doesn't go for it.
Fast lane to provide some cover. You see that one, or sorry, the one of two Spectres finding some value. There's still one that remains in the hands of Bang. Look at Corey. Lurking his way in. Waiting just on the other side of the smoke. Stellar back sight.
He's got to wait for GMD to flash him, and he's set up for it. Stellar's going to get blind, and they're going to push.
Paranoia. A couple shots. It should have been much cleaner, but either way, they get the outcome they wanted. Buman not quite satisfied. Asuna gets two big ones. They might turn this thing. Corey's so weak. And the spike is still ticking away. Derek's able to provide cover, and he's got an aftershock still. And the fault line. Asuna falls. No way. He lands these shots. What? That was gross.
What is that, Derek? I mean, talk about hero plays. This man, with just a sheriff too, they forced into that, and they make it work, but off of heroics, absolute heroics from both Asuna, and then while Asuna falls, this.
Another fadeaway jumper, man. Keep things interesting here as 100 Thieves now have the gun advantage. So you presume we'd be looking at a 5 to 10, but we've seen so many thrifty round wins just in this series alone.
Yep.
You just kind of throw all conventional wisdom out the window.
And even last half as well. 100 Thieves picked one up.
Yeah.
With only 4 rounds. 2 of them have been low buy situations. Good reclear out into a lobby. They've got the deep trademark as well. And that forces 7 back. But 7 getting spotted there. Actually, TSM made the right read. They're gambling on this C site. They're all here right now, except for 7.
Is the gun difference going to matter, though? Rossi's already gotten one with the Frenzy. Glumon playing on the site, not able to land the shots. As they seem to bully their way through, but Sabrosa gets
coming.
2. Corey gets 1 as well.
Coming. He's so fast. He's here already.
Derek's in a sandwich. But if he isolates the gunshots, he's got a chance at it.
Wow.
Oh, he picks up the spike and throws it in reverse. He decides to go back in, and this might be his demise. Trade swings. Derek again with 4. The Red Bull clutch. Unbelievable.
I'm speechless. Derek is putting the team on his back right now, clutching 2 rounds that were unwinnable. And that is crazy, too, for him to expect the flank on the 7. 7 looked like he should have been able to get that kill when he swapped weapons. And I think that's when Derek spotted him. Only just a pixel. It's back-to-back 1v2s.
But, Paula, if that's hard to ask him to do consistently, right? Like, if that's what it's going to take,
Hey,
that's a lot.
Don't doubt Derek. 3 words. Don't doubt Derek.
Rolling Thunder countered by the Paranoia as Will's blinded up to high heaven. Can't see a dang thing, and you hear the flashes going all over the place as nobody can see, except for Guimond, apparently, as he gets 3. Stellar's not able to clutch things out like Derek has in the past. TSM get to 11.
So well played to hold on there. I mean, I think 7, or not 7, Will, thinking of players who dash in onto the site, Will got flashed by his own Paranoia, by Bang's Paranoia. And then from there, he was in a position where he's vulnerable to the other flashes that are coming in from Rossi, right? So that slowed it down completely. He's not able to take back sight, and the rest of the hit falls apart from there. The execute, which 100 Thieves have looked very good at, falls apart. And because the situations have been 2 back-to-back clutches from Derek, there's no money on this side.
You see the aim duel going in favor of Corey there at the opener of the round. You also hear the Tour de Force come online. 100 Thieves once again find themselves on the back foot.
And they're kind of just hunting for anybody who's pushed a little bit right there. You see how they're all roaming as a pack.
Yeah.
Got the knives involved too. Fortunately for them, Corey this time, free kill. This man has been on point with the op. Not a role that he was traditionally in. Back on phase days, right? That was Baby Bay.
What a good flash. The Rolling Thunder, he dashes his way into it, and Corey again gets the kill that he's looking for. As it does not look like a Thrifty's in the cards this time around. A Prime Gaming Flawless as TSM get to both map and series point.
Sponsors are loving this right now. Red Bull Clutch, Red Bull Clutch, Prime Gaming Flawless, Prime Gaming Flawless. Match point. TSM. I mean, again, we keep saying it. They look like a completely different team from their first week matchup against NRG. And 100 Thieves look outclassed. And you have to wonder what the narratives are going to be after this. Is it going to be prep? You know, can they actually compete against teams who are swapping things around? Do they have enough time yet with the roster as Will picks up another?
There's a whole lot of pain on the other side of that smoke. 7 gets the first. You see that Guiman is ulted backside as they try to wrap around what remains from 100 Thieves, and it's just Will and Bang.
Interesting. Bang has his ult. If they find resistance, you could still dive out. But look, Sabrosa actually is aware. He's going back over towards A, even though the spike gets planted. No, as soon as that goes down, he commits to running back over towards C, and for good reason.
Tries to reposition. 7 not able to find it. Bang weathers that beautifully. The paranoia to try to delay longer. So you've got to be careful. You've got Sabrosa creeping his way through garage. Footsteps heard. Got to check that corner, right? Yeah, you do. Guiman cleans it up. Bang gets the third. It's a 1v1 for the series, and Bang keeps him alive.
It is so fun to watch these youngsters battle it out right now. The new faces of each individual team as well. 7 on one side, 16 years old. Bang on the other, 17 years old. Joining the likes of Will and Asuna too. 100 Thieves have flipped completely. From old and experienced to young. And right now Bang showing a lot of people why he should not have gotten passed up by other orgs. In this case, actually TSM as well. Even though they're losing.
TSM, again, a fast look. Maybe getting a little too froggy, but look at this from Guiman. In and out like a bandit. Makes away with the kills. But 100 Thieves trade it back. Once again, a 2v2. This time Bang using the ult.
I don't know if
to it.
They're going to get the spike down planted, but he's also isolated right now. So if Rossi goes fast, you might be able to catch him before he gets into any other position. Right now he TPs out, gets back to Derek. That's great.
Oof.
That's what he needed. But there's an aftershock from Rossi.
And that's exactly what it's going to be used for, to try to clear him out. Bang tries to tuck. No, there's no place that's safe. The flash in his face doesn't matter.
Derek again, 1v2 to save the series.
And the plant might be exactly what he needs. 1. Surely he doesn't do this again. Mr. Automatic in a position to keep 100 Thieves alive. Corey gets it to half.
He's opping.
He's got an operator too. He swings out, not able to land the first shots. Derek again is going to get a chance at it. As time ticks away, the swing, but it's Corey with the headhunter, and he's going to get the defuse. A 13-6 win for TSM.
And you asked if Derek could deliver over and over and over in those situations. Unfortunately, while he was clean in those first 2, falls in the last. And TSM, I mean, look unbelievable this week, Doug. So much of a difference. They've changed things up. They've swapped their roles. And they've also come out with some cheeky new comps that I think kind of the patch asked for in this case.
Oh, and not even just the comps, man. Again, you think about that A-main play from Guiman, teleporting up to box, getting the kill, dropping right back down. It's little things like that. Those are confidence plays. And you mentioned Derek. I guess third time's the charm, right? Yeah. For TSM, third side's the charm. When you've got Derek in a 1vx, that's when you take care of him. Boy, that series, as lopsided as it felt at times, that series was a lot of fun, Bala.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And the best part about it is now both those teams go up to 1-1, and we've got ourselves a hell of an interesting group because so many of these guys improving week after week. 100 Thieves had their improvement run through into week 1 from open qualifiers. TSM also look completely different now as well. It just makes things all the more interesting.
No one is safe from week to week. No one is safe. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the desk will take over, friends. Don't go anywhere.
TSM managed to do it again against 100 Thieves, this time winning 2-0 here in the group stages. And you got to say, man, that performance from TSM, Bren, right out of the break. Let's just go to the Prime Gaming highlights and talk about it, because Derek and Bang were putting together a series of pretty convincing clutches. And even though it was coming down to those clutches, you got to give him credit for just trying to pull the dead weight back into the fight. But then Corey just put a button on it and said, not today.
Dude, Corey played so well, but I mean, I've just got to give credit, I think, to overall before, even the players. I think that the staff of TSM, Juvenile and the entire coaching staff, they've got a big team supporting them. But it's clear that the ideas that TSM came into in this match were really well thought out. They were well executed, and the players were feeling themselves. It's the perfect storm for them to be able to take a win here today against 100 Thieves that's just been making improvement after improvement after improvement.
The TSM made some fairly sizable role changes in this match, and in the first map I feel like it was really defined by Sabrosa, by GMD, and the way that they swapped around. This second map was defined, in my opinion, by the swap between Corey and Seven, because always having Corey with the space created for him in positions where all he has to do is rely on his aim to win those duels,
I didn't know
it just looked amazing.
It's crazy. I don't associate him as this player who's popping off with the operator all the time, but I mean, the guy is just so talented in terms of his raw aim.
Yeah, and I think with all of the TSM improvements that happened, it's easy to just dismiss 100 Thieves as well. But I think the real story here is that 100 Thieves didn't carry on the exponential improvement that we thought was going to happen, and it got shut down by an absurd performance by Corey. I mean, look at these stats. 300 ACS, goes 24-6. No one could kill him. The execs on their attack side were making all the space in the world for him, and he's winning opening engagements a lot of the time too. These role swaps look fabulous for TSM.
Whew, man, I have to say, like, those stats alone, there's enough to put some fear in you, because Corey was just not missing every single shot. Just when you think he was in even a bad situation, he still managed to find a way to come out on top. The guy was on fire throughout that entire game here. And thankfully, I was told, well, I was a little worried there for a minute, but thankfully, I was told that we actually do have Corey standing by for our Verizon post-match interview. And I'm very excited to talk to Corey, a person who I've had the chance to talk to many a time before. Corey, first, before we jump into things, how's everything? Long time no chat.
Long time no see. Everything's been pretty good. Just been grinding, and you know the vibes. You know the vibes of the pro player life.
I already know. I watch your aim lab videos, just angry every single time, knowing that my boomer hands can never hit that. But let's jump into it here, man, because starting things off, I think TSM was coming into this, and a lot of people had high expectations. Obviously, a fan favorite team, a legacy as well, not just in VALORANT, but in other games as well, League of Legends most definitely. And you start groups off and you lose against NRG in a close match. What did you guys take away from that loss there? Because I'm sure it was a heartbreaker.
Definitely was a heartbreaker. It was a close match for sure, because first map obviously like 15-13 could have gone either way, and then we fell short the other map as well. But definitely saying that we fell short may be discrediting how good NRG is. I think the addition to Ethan definitely made that squad in general a lot stronger. So I think we're gonna see them go a lot further than probably we think they're going to. And then on top of it too, it definitely does suck to lose first game. It doesn't start off strong. Yeah.
No, it's fair. What did you guys pull away from that? Did you feel like you lost because maybe you were sleeping on NRG, or did you feel like maybe there was just some things that just weren't necessarily clicking for you guys, so you wanted to tighten up going into this week?
We definitely weren't as tight, I think, going into the NRG match. Definitely the patch was different than what we were practicing for. So the first week we're kind of just hoping that we have our old strategies. Hopefully they do well for this match, and then for the next week, we're just really putting the hours and putting the time to make sure we're prepared for the next patch. So basically what we kind of took out of it is we'll tighten up a little bit more. We'll make sure that our strategies that we're falling a little slight. Like we felt like probably a kill short of like 3 rounds in the Breeze match that we could have turned into a win, but we didn't. So it's like, it's not too bad, but we can figure it out.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's just how the chips fall, right? You know, there's just not really, you know, much you could do in those situations besides just look forward to the future. And look forward to the future you guys did. Because on the desk, myself, Brennan Sideshow, were, which this feels so weird. I'm talking to Corey and then doing a desk with Brennan Sideshow, but it's, yeah. So,
Overwatch League.
Yeah, right. You said it, not me. So you guys, we were talking about Haven. And at first, you know, the conversation was, okay, so maybe Haven's being chosen here because it's something to really kind of throw 100 Thieves off and give you guys the upper hand. But it just looked like you guys were dominant on Haven, like everything. Is Haven becoming a map that is strong for TSM in their map pool, or was it specifically a strategy against 100 Thieves?
Honestly, it's kind of hard to tell what our map pool's like truly gonna be, just because we only had the week with the patch to figure it out. I think the role swaps now with me and Seven swapping from Chamber to Duelist kind of opens up our map pool a little bit more. And then on top of it too, we have Yassine is playing Initiator, well, Sabrosa is playing Initiator, but instead of GMD. So GMD is now taking on the Smoker role and Sabrosa taking the Initiator role. So it kind of opens up our map pool a little bit more about like what we like to do and how we like to do it. So in the next coming weeks, you might see us play some different maps that we've never played before, or I guess in a different style as well. So I think the next upcoming weeks might be interesting for TSM.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the next upcoming weeks, because if I'm correct, next week you have the Guard, and Guard are kind of, you know, in a bit of a weird slump right now. Talented team, no doubt that they're going to find themselves again. But thoughts on that matchup, man? You know, how do you feel about TSM versus the Guard?
So we're gonna take every match as it is. We're not gonna take them on just if they're underperforming recently. We're still gonna go into it, prep well, and make sure that we're mechanically ready for it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take it one step at a time. We're not gonna go looking for the summit right away. We're gonna take each step and slowly climb.
I see the boys back there. Always good to see them. Finally, this is the easy one, baby. This is the layup. I'm going to give it to you. This is the soundbite that we're going to use. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe TSM could use it. I don't know. I'm doing you guys a favor, social media people. Dunk, I see you. Is TSM back?
TSM has been back ever since we qualified. So we're here to play, baby. We're here to play.
I love it, baby. I love it. Corey, thank you so much for your time, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. I hope I get to see you in person one day soon. Wish you guys nothing but the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there you have your Verizon post-match interview with the legend Corey. Such a good dude. That whole TSM roster, a lot of good vibes going on over there. But the vibes continue, baby, because moving up next, we got ourselves a good one. Two teams looking for a win. EG versus Sentinels. Who walks away on top? Only one way to find out. Stick around. We'll see you in just a few.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work offsite. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello, 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. I need waves in the sun and a bunch of pretty girls on the beaches. They got friends, they like fun. Tell them come through sweet like peaches. I got sauce dripping off. That's one of my primary features. Know my song stop playing on the speakers. Get it out the park like a swing for the bleachers. I got gas in my car. Jet fuel got me going like rockets out of this world. I'm a star. Feel good with some money in my pocket, baby. I'm spinning. We living. Gotta go hard 'cause tomorrow ain't giving. If
boys. Doing this first map for EG. Let's do this one for EG. The rest are for us.
Let's fucking go.
I was doing the first one for Potter, but I guess we could do it for you.
I guess we can win for EG.
I guess. I guess.
Yeah, swung me.
Nice.
One wide left.
Both
sides.
Could be on.
Off.
Reloading. Off.
Off again.
You can res behind you.
Off.
Too much of a difference. Strajamo going quickly. Seven pushing through. No, certainly not.
Nice.
Good
Let's
shit.
go.
Good job, I'm 1 HP. Someone else has
Nice.
I'm on HP too.
We have a lot of time.
We have a lot of time.
Just wait.
I'm holding that.
One flip.
One is straight.
Nice!
What stake is close? How I even win this round? Why is the only guy with HP just standing in the middle of nowhere?
Oh, my back hurts.
Good job, Sonny.
I was too focused on this shit.
Yellow.
Yellow and long.
Recon. Yellow dead. Having. Yep.
Go, Corbin.
That boy
Go,
A-pop,
baby.
man.
That boy A-pop, man.
I'm waiting for that spray control, baby.
Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir. Good.
What was it, the
Good
Matrix?
Hey, sit him down, A-pop.
Nice,
Up already.
For the win versus Vanity.
Hit him middle.
Nice!
Good job. Good 2v5 or 2v4.
Have timing.
Yeah.
72.
I'm on the way.
Default.
Just wait. Keep
Yeah, I'm
going.
joining. Yep.
Backside
I'm
somewhere.
hovering.
Backside somewhere.
Nice! That boy Jeff, man. Hey, nice rock, Tom. Good time, baby.
Top yellow. One more inside.
Dead yellow. I'm swinging.
Towards snowman.
Off for sure. Come back. Nice.
Yellow, nice.
Good job. Good job, guys. Good shit. GG, well played.
Good entry, Sonny.
Big match for both of these teams. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Brennan Sideshows. We break down our second and last match here for North America for Saturday. It's Evil Geniuses facing off against Sentinels. And let's just go ahead and jump right into this one, fellas, because this is a critical matchup. We kind of touched on it. We touched on it a big time. Not kind of. We definitely did yesterday in the Ghost Guard matchup. The same rules apply right here. Neither squad wants to go down 0-2, Bren. The struggle will definitely be real for one of these squads if that's the case.
Yes, it is vitally important for both of these teams. You look there at the bottom of Group B, Sentinels and EG near the bottom. We touched on it at the beginning of the day. We've been touching on it kind of honestly over the course of this entire week, talking about the importance of not going 0-2. And that's what both of these teams today, Sentinels and Evil Geniuses, are going to be fighting against each other for.
And it's even more important, in my opinion, GB, than Ghost Guard, because at least with the Guard, they won stage 1. You can have some confidence. Maybe they get it back. Both of these teams have had poor performances recently, just scraping back into the groups themselves. So if either of these teams go 0-2, you're on some serious cope if you think they're going to be able to bring it back and go for a decent run in the playoffs. So this game is really important. Genuine do or die for Sentinels EG.
Yeah, now I'm not trying to take anything away, though, from EG, because obviously them going down 0-2 would be devastating for them to try and make their comeback. But let's not sugarcoat it here, people. Sentinels is not just a team that has talented players. They have a very, very passionate fan base that will let you know you're wrong more often than not. These 5 players command that kind of presence here, and one has to wonder, Josh, there is a lot of pressure on this Sentinels team to have to perform right here, right now. This is a match they cannot lose.
And the narrative recently has been TenZ needs to pop off in order for Sentinels to win. They really rely on their star player. And that's true, but we saw last week that even when he does perform, they're still not able to pull it out completely. Sentinels, throughout the open qualifiers, they are 14-0 in maps when TenZ gets match MVP. But they only win 43% of the time when he doesn't get the MVP. That's against tier 3 competition a lot of the time. That is shocking, unbelievable stats. And their only map win last week was when TenZ dropped 40. And he got like, how many 3Ks was it? 8 3Ks on Breeze? 12 overall in the series?
12
like,
yeah.
TenZ has to be playing in God form for this team to have a chance, and that is horribly worrying. The rest of the team needs to step up as well.
I was going to say, it's like the Baby Bay situation, but like 5 times, like 5x more, because it just feels like there's a lot riding on 10s here. Look, the reality is, like, Sentinels, yes, they have a lot of pressure on them, but for Evil Geniuses, it's a big opportunity for them here. This lineup, they're young, they're ambitious, they have a lot of skill. We actually did get an opportunity to meet with them. Let's go ahead and check that out.
So now a 3v2, still numbers with Cloud9, but the firepower absolutely an advantage for Evil Geniuses as they look to back off the spike a little while longer. Leaf, last one up. Bulldog in hand, almost gets the transfer.
I'm Reformed. I play the flex role.
He is able to take Gangsta off guard. Still is able to find them all set and done. And how about Reformed? 3 in a row.
Boostio is the Sentinel player who is also the IGL for the team.
The Boostio has made his way on towards site for a double. There's Boostio.
Calm, he's our initiator.
Very quickly for Knights. And help the trigger discipline for a double in the corner.
And then Jagimo's our main duelist. He's the one that's gonna frag out. When me and Ja are together and we are being aggressive together and trading together, it can be something special. And then Apoth is our newest pickup, and he is playing smokes.
Hell of his own. We'll start spamming things now, but EG actually baits it out pretty darn nicely. This turns down to a 2v2. Time becoming a bit of a problem. Recon bolt out, and they actually flush Zeta into a weird position. So now it's just up to Vanity. He's only got a pistol.
Even if we're down, even if we're up, we'll play the same. So you'll see me or Jagimo, the Jet or the Chamber, be very aggressive, trying to get info. I am the longest standing member with EG now, and a lot has changed. Back then, we were kind of just puggers. We didn't really play with that much team play, and it just wasn't tier 1 Valorant. You need to have team play, and I think now with this new roster, that's what we focus on mainly, and it's worked out very well.
And over the top of the Viper's pit, Zeppa is not going to do too much. This is great from EG. Slow orb down, but can anyone actually get here to get the damage in?
That's our second time qualifying. Nobody expected us to, so even for both qualifiers, even the first qualifier, nobody expected us to, and we still did it.
I thought last time we qualified that might make more people believe in what we can do, but there's still a lot of doubters, and I think this time around we'll make sure to prove it.
And there is the lineup for Evil Geniuses. You heard there from Reformed and Boostio. And, you know, a lot of play. Like, look, I don't want to be that guy, but yeah, you know, I think even Boostio kind of highlighted it there in the video. They before were a squad that kind of just looked like, you know, they were pugging a little bit too much. And now they have found themselves in this position 2 times now. And it's because they're only getting better, Bren.
Yeah, they are. They're making those resounding improvements, honestly, as well. And Boostio is the IGL primarily for this team. He's also the guy who's putting up some of the biggest numbers as well on maps that they like to lean into and play when it comes to Icebox in particular is a map that they love to pick into. You often see him having these outstanding, impact, I think, on this map in particular. Also, lovely to note, I mean, just everyone on the team of EG apparently just very soft-spoken. Just incredibly just polite lads.
And staring into the windows of our souls.
Yeah, it feels like almost the opposites in the attitudes that I, kind of just apply to Sentinels in a lot of ways. They feel like they're almost the opposites here. But still, both of these teams, both Sentinels and EG, need to come up with big numbers, honestly. Big win here today to get them on that even path in the groups. And Boostio is the guy who's going to make it happen for EG. He's calling and also putting up ridiculous numbers in some circumstances as well. It's a very difficult ask for him, honestly. We're kind of moving out of the phase. It feels like the fragging IGL that we associate with certain people. For example, I mean, Shaz is the biggest example that points out in my head, but he hasn't been putting up the same numbers recently. That kind of aspect to a team is something that's a bit of a rarity these days, to have a player who's able to not only provide the comms and also put up the big numbers on top of it. But Boostio, he does do it in certain situations.
Yeah, well,
I think that's going to be a really interesting one to follow, actually. Specifically, the Shaz against Boostio matchup, and see who's actually getting the most in-server rifling impact from the IGL position, because that used to be Shaz's domain. You're right.
Also, just wanted to note stat line there. Moms in chat 1. Shout out to Boostio's mom. Always coming out, helping out, always cheering, always supporting. You love to see parents supporting their children in esports.
Mom.
W Mom. If we can please get W Mom spam in the chat. Thank you so much. All right. Let's see where we're going to be playing, because I'm really curious how this match unfolds here. We do have the maps ready to go, so as soon as we can, we'll go ahead and spin that bad boy up. And there it is, just as I asked for it. Ascent and Icebox, and if necessary, we'll be heading to some Fracture. But Sideshow, thoughts on this map pool so far?
The most interesting thing that you've got here, honestly, the first round bans all make a lot of sense, but then you've got Sentinels picking Ascent here, which is a little unusual, I would say. You'd normally be expecting them to go towards Bind, especially because EG haven't been looking that great on Bind, but it's not... You know, it's 6 and 2 threes. It's not a bad pick by any means. And there was a lot of, discussion last week as well, because the map graphic said that Sentinels themselves got rid of Haven. That ended up being a mistake. That wasn't actually what Sentinels got rid of in their game against LG. So I think this map pool makes sense. The question is just, where does Sentinels actually come out with the wins? And all three are kind of winnable, but there isn't a one map, in my opinion, where you look at Sentinels and say they are going to dominate here. You're really looking at them kind of pulling, their like 55 to 60% chances across all three maps in the series, maybe.
It really does look winnable, I think, for either side as well, which is the most cop-out kind of definitive analysis you could provide.
Good
but
analysis
honestly,
there, boys.
Listen, I'll stick with it because Sentinels have not been looking convincing, and EG have been making the resounding improvements that the NA region has, while everybody else has kind of just been, milling about. It feels like as well, if you've been mainly following the global scene and just you were paying attention to Reykjavik, well, while all that was going on, the North American scene was making those huge improvements, and it felt like for the longest time, Sentinels was a team that was kind of lagging behind.
Now, I was going to say, now we do actually have the map pool results, and I do want to just point this out real fast. This was entirely my fault. I was supposed to point out the map pool first. I totally missed that part there. By the way, folks, won an award for doing this, so you just wouldn't know. Sideshow, looking at this here and looking at what we ended up getting, does it feel like it kind of reinforces the point that you made about how this series will play out?
Well, I think when you take a look at like the win rates of both of these teams, what you're seeing is Icebox be strong for both sides. Ascent is Sentinels trying to pick into EG's weakness, I think. They're 4-4 on Ascent so far. But if we end up in a situation, which is pretty likely, where we go to map 3, who knows what's happening?
I mean, look at
Fracture.
the percentages there.
They haven't played Fracture very much, and also, I guess Sentinels have kind of looked better at it, but I really wouldn't be confident saying that either team has a serious advantage. I think by the time we get to map 3, it's just who's given you more confidence over the course of the series.
Yeah. So you don't want to make any bold claims, Josh? You don't want to be that guy? I want you to shoot a shot,
If I was going to make a bold claim, I would say that there is some serious chance here that that EG just comes out and smokes if Sentinels are still having a bit of an off game. But I'm not gonna make the bold claim because I seriously don't. Listen, I don't think
Absolute
you asked me for
bozo. Like what?
No, you asked me for what the hot take would be, right? And I actually have been fairly impressed with EG. Listen, here's the reason. EG actually looked great when they played against C9. I think they had a lot of things that you could take away from and say, hey, this roster's got some serious good stuff going on. They've got 2 big hitters in Jorgamo, Boostio. That's up against 1 really from TenZ.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to draw from the Cloud9 game where they're essentially pugging with their old roster. When we're watching that game, we thought that was their real team, and then it comes out afterwards. No, actually, Zeta just had to fill in because we were intending to play with Curry. So I don't know what to think about either of these squads. They are both in La La Land.
Benjamin, would you like to make a bold claim before we go to a break?
So I predicted initially that EG would be winning the series, but I mean, is that really a bold claim at this point? Because Sentinels have been slipping. The thing that makes me cautious to even make a bold claim about this, though, is that we're still talking about the individual players of Sentinels. I mean, listen, the guys are crazy. Like, TenZ at a given moment just unlocks the third eye, the whatever the hell is called in anime, bro. The Naruto stuff with the eye business. I don't know, with the shapes and shit. I'm almost swearing on a broadcast, man. I'm getting heated about this. But the guy, at a given moment, I mean, he might just drop 40 on him, And it's up to EG whether they can stop that kind of business that he's dishing out. You know that the skill level of the individual players of Sentinels is there. The team play just hasn't been recently. And it could turn up at a given moment. Honestly, the pressure is on them right now to get a win where they are expected to against EG. And honestly, this could transform the team. Hopefully, I'm hoping, because I want to see Sentinels in good form again.
All right, Brent, I thought you had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Thought you were gonna go full heel arc and just go anti-Sentinels. I'm about to say rip your mentions. It seems like your mentions are gonna be fine for
I don't
today.
check my internet social media anyway. It's
He
fine. You
doesn't.
can
By the way,
sling
Brent
hate
doesn't
at me.
check his internet. Just bear that in mind.
I don't check
All
either.
right, we're gonna go to a brief break. When we come back, we're gonna find out who walks away with their first dubbing groups. Is it EG or Sentinels? Stick around. We'll find out.
You know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast.
Hold up. Pay attention, this is beast mode. Got an edge on the game like a cheat code. Had to tighten up my focus like a peephole. I want the rings and the chains like I'm Depot. Big dog walking, check my status. We established when it's show. Time to squat, making plays. Ooh, it's magic like some. We want the smoke. Y'all ain't really about that action. We got perfect off the practice. They ain't working, so they lack it. I've been hungry all my life. I ain't passing up a plate. I can't quit until I win. I ain't having no debates. This is sacrifice and heart. That's exactly what it takes. So I'm going full throttle at me back up on my way.
And reposition. He's everyone and he spams that.
Tom's supposed to go quickly, but the Hunter's Fury. Oh gosh, it's absolutely deadly.
All right, folks, here we go. EG versus Sentinels. I can't wait to jump into this. Both teams critically needing a win here. You hear the music. You know what that means. Agent Select is ready to go. And let's see what we're going to end up getting here on Ascent, because it could very well be a toss-up sideshow.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, both of these teams have been playing mirror comps in the past. So you're expecting the Jet, the KO to be coming out here. And
I mean, this
already
is
a swap up. Yeah. Busio, Jorgamo, moving over to more of like where the meta's headed, I guess. Still no Fade on the team, which is what a lot of people have been doing, pairing the Fade with the KO and the Raze. But Sentinels are just sticking with the basic stuff that they've shown before, and it's EG with a bit of a swap up. This is what concerns me, man, is that Sentinels are picking this map, expecting to just play their basic game into a weak EG on Ascent. And EG might not be weak anymore with these changes.
They've made some good changes, honestly. And Jorgamo is a player that I, honestly, in my mind as well, I would say that the Raze is his stronger role as well, just playing it as well. So definitely leaning into the strengths, I think, with Bustio playing the Chamber as well. It might not be quite an easy task for Sentinels.
Yeah, could very well be very difficult for them here on Ascent. We'll see what EG has cooked up for them. And now it's time to send it over to your casters with two names. Sound like it could be cities in Europe. It's Vansili and Rivington.
Does it sound like cities in Europe? I like to think so. But thank you so much, gentlemen. Riv, we're getting into this first map here of Ascent. Yes, a little bit of a curveball in terms of agent switches for EG against Sentinels, because we talked about this. This was potentially a mirror matchup for both of these teams on Ascent.
Yeah, I was looking for it. I'm like, the first two matches could be mirror matches from these teams, but already a switch up from EG, and you look at that composition, you're like, wait, no KJ anymore, but you have a Raze who can mess with Killjoy's utility all she wants. See if Dapper has to set up differently here for some of these sites. We are going to see a defensive setup for Chamber and so forth towards B to start things off here as Sentinels are going to be attacking. And, and it'll be slowed down right away.
Well, we started quickly slowed down by Busio. Nice little tag going on the B side as the Sentinels are trying to push into this B site. Nice little shocky indeed, and it doesn't allow Sentinels to really get into the site as of yet. Coffins holding towards the back of the default boxes. Is going to be able to drop one before to allow the rest of EG to rotate back and trade off the rest. So a great start. It was fast on both ends pretty much with the Chamber versus this parry only from Sick and a push from Sentinels, but that was really greatly answered by EG.
Yeah, absolutely. Great timing on the observers to switch to Boostio at that moment, because it looked like Ten's got clothesline coming straight out of that B archway. Just like fishing line right across the top, and he just went down. So we go to our second round after EG feeling real confident there, and we saw that Raze utility coming in, separating Sentinels as well on the site. EG wants to play this as aggressive as they can once they have each other in place.
We already have a good map control from EG from the beginning. Recon Dart with also using the TP to get aggressive angles, and then already Boostio's rotating back towards this B site. But you can see now from this radar, Sentinels are inching towards this A side, and we continue to have these one-ways coming out from the Omen of Apoth. They're just going to try to hold it back here between himself and Reformed.
And we take the Killjoy out. Trademark for EG's chamber will be going towards mid, where you would usually see the alarm bot, so that'll get left up in Pizza with a pretty wide range to cover. More smokes here to deter any of the rush at A, but it looks like Sentinels are pretty dead set here unless they find a pick with Dapper across the map at this point.
There's just so much information right now for EG. The Algil just comes outside of B main. You still have aggressive angles on mid side from Boostio. So they know that this hit, especially with that 0 point, okay, everything's confirmed. They could start pushing forward and even go for flank. So the windows of opportunity of trying to be sneaky for Sentinels has definitely been closed, and they just have to be now on their toes to make sure that they could retaliate. Apoth is already ready with the paranoia on a last-second hit. Boostio getting the first blood with that push up on Catwalk, but Calm is still pushing forward. He's going to meet up with more. He's only spawning one so far and sees the last two swinging out, and that's Sick and Tense just trying to stay things alive for a bit, but that's Boostio with some nice ADS with the Headhunter, and indeed, just living up to that ability. 2 nice headshots and 2 rounds for EG.
You can feel it through the screen, at least I can. Oh my god, I love seeing plays like that. Whether it's Sen or EG pulling that out, it's exactly what we come for every day. Great setup here too. Comet already pushed around. And Boostio had the Ghost on this round. That was his first blood push. He was just like, oh, yep, didn't need to buy here. Vandal coming into this third round that would be a bonus. And you're still going to have money for next coming into. So, Tour de Force almost there.
Exactly.
EG has done such a great job controlling the map and just suffocating Sentinels to start.
And that's where I praise FaZe, for example, how even when Baby Bay's playing a Jet, building up the economy in the first few rounds, could go for an aggressive rifle in the bonus, loses that one, but still has an ultimate that could change the round over with a dual defense. But let's talk about that in a bit, because it's looking to be fairly quick for the attacker side, as Sentinels are going for that paranoid control into tree side. It's given up by EG. The battle's going in towards mid. Apoth still gets a frag, though, up on that sliding door, and it's a crossfire between him and Reform. A little bit of a paranoid going back on the defender side, but Six still gets the kill. But the Satchel Charge just comes out on that defender side, and Kempeki falls. A 4-on-3 as we are now moving into the site for the Sentinels. Sick is indeed around the corner, but that's a double swing to come out. Shazam's trying to trade it out, but it's only able to get one. Dapper looking for the clutch, now spotted by the Jenny. 47 seconds left in the round as he picks up the spike, and he now just kills the noise for a bit. Back on the garden side, looking for the flank from behind. And Calm is reading this. Back down towards the ramp, but Dapper still wins the fight. A 1 versus 1, and Jogimo only has a Spectre to work with no utility left, and Dapper's about to go for a plant at B with everything else in his kit.
Exactly. Alarm bot down. He'll have the turret to trigger, and wherever he needs to get safety, puts it straight up top. Really leaving nothing to chance here. And all he has to do is set up, clean and cut. And that is Dapper. Let's see if he can make this one happen. I love the way he rotated on that, on his back here. He went fast towards that A ramp, right? And Welcome Dapper knew he needed to switch up his positioning right away after so much fighting happened at Tree. That's the final kill of the round. A 3K for Dapper, and brings the bonus back in favor of Sentinels to take it away from EG.
Yeah, it was looking really good for AG to converge into that bonus, which would have made things great for the economy. But at least, thankfully, we have Dapper, again, killing that noise, going for the Red Bull clutch with the way that he understood the rotation going back towards Heaven's side, because he was pretty much playing out in the open at that sliding door, so he didn't have any pressure from Tree side, knowing that the flank wasn't coming in, and a great pathing back towards the B side for the plant. And now, though, at least, still a very expensive round that was won by Sentinels. It doesn't look like they have a full gun into this one, as Tens has a Marshall.
Folds over the Tour de Force as well for this round. Exactly. That'll be just the hold at B. We get here Calm now. Spraying a few off of that area. So it looks like this will be a Sentinels kind of absorb and figure out what the play is. You can already see the spike is down, see how much utility they can get out of Evil Geniuses. And we'll see what tricks Sentinels has up their sleeve. Again, they bring the same composition in. They want it to work. Not really near any alt points besides Dappers. So that looks like what the fold into B will be. How are they going to execute?
We're also waiting for, after this lockdown, for the recon dart and also the 0 point from the attackers to come out here for Sentinels, because everything's been used pretty much early into the round. And here comes the exec with a couple of seconds left. And Tense makes it in. One's going to get detained and Boostio, but he's just going to stay safer on the corner. Still trying to move inside the site to get the plant, though.
A few of the smokes stop them, which is going to help. However, getting into the site, they are going to be setting up that defense, not a default plant. Leaving the diffuser in the open. If you have control of the site, it's going to help quite a bit. And now they hide. They know that Tour de Force is still alive. Sentinels is not going to peek and give up those easy angles. You see Tense holding such a tight one, but he gives it up the second time.
Kempeki still has a flash, so this could be huge going into the later half or the retake attempt, and it's not even needed. Everybody else that was staying out towards the staircase just immediately shut down EG, trying to come back with that retake.
And that was a necessary round for Sentinels, more so than just winning a round. They had to push through another buy by EG. The bonus was there for Boostio because he could go for the Tour de Force. EG was still going to have money, and Tense had to buy a Marshall here. Sentinels come up with the win, and they kind of weather that early game storm that EG had set up nicely in economy, pushing EG back down. Sentinels take a bit of control over the game now.
Exactly, so full armor is back. They can pick up some weapons, back into a rifle round here on the attack. Not using an operator on Tense. They still want to go with the rifle execs into the sights. While for EG, back into a round where they have to go into an eco. And we actually do have the Headhunter that could do a lot of work here, a lot of damage to Boostio lately, but
hello.
We talked about the IGLs with the fragging capabilities and Shazam.
Yeah.
Well, he's stopping the doubters right now with the first blood.
Oh. Headhunting. Whether they have that ability or not, Tense gets another few flicks on it. 5 HP. He tempts fate on that. And they're going to get the spike now, knowing the map is quite open, just moving it slow. They should be able to get the spike down and secure another round for themselves here on this save for EG.
Hoth, he stays on this man, potentially get a kill here towards the back of that fridge, but Sick was waiting for that on catwalk.
Yeah.
This is just going to leave calm, and as they know that Asova's usually playing towards B, you already see this spike booking towards the A site, everybody else closing in into the B site. They're just hunting for that ult orb to try to give it to somebody, and it's going to be Dapper that's going to take it.
Nice. Yeah, Dapper was one of the reasons they were able to get that first round when they went towards B, right? The ultimate on the way in, just using the default strat they've been running, and that's fundamentals in doing that. Sick was actually smoking a little bit later towards the end of the lockdown, going down on those rounds here. As we focus on this, some beautiful opening shots. 3 going the way of Sentinels before you see EG even getting a return fire. And Sen stringing together a good few rounds there, looking clean with this strat. See if EG can pull it back into their favor now. They're back on buys. There's that Odin once again. It looks like it's going to be somewhat of a setup here for Sentinels A fast.
Yeah, and at least the 0 point comes in to stop a few. Hunter's Fury comes out early just so that the other ones can rotate over for the defender side. Sick makes it into the back spawn, but Reform was ready for that on that rotate. Even a 0 point comes out from the defender side, and it's a presses Tense. We at least have a plant for Sentinels.
Getting the positioning in. And look at the beginning of that one once again after this round is over. But right now it's the 5v4 retake coming in for EG. A lot of guns to make this tough for Sentinels.
Still going to work here and still holding the ground. The last 2 guys up on Heaven for EG. It's going to be very difficult. Okay, a little bit of damage with the shock dart and an op shot. It's back to a 2v2. It's common Boostio. There's no recon dart, so you have to go for the body checks and make sure that the trades work. 1 on the left, 1 on the right. The alarm bar is huge here as they're pushing forward, and Dapper has been on point this game so far with the last kill onto Boostio. It looks scary on that 4v2, but again, Dapper saves the round.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Saves the round, saves the day. Dapper is just so tight in these 2v whatever situations, whether it's a long play and he's got to exit the situation and come back to it, or play right in the midst of the firefight here, picking up 2, and then being able to keep himself off angle from the situation around Jenny here with an Odin on his left side too, just absolutely trying to obliterate him. So much help from the team there. What a nice job by everybody on Sen. It seems like the comms are working, and you're going to need that from this.
That was nice. Kenpeki reading that 0 point, forcing Boostio or to peek out and try to snap his fingers to get away. But he actually snaps into another dimension as he gets picked off. And that's another default running in for Sentinels, trying to see if the rest of the defenders are going to try to react off the loss of a player. And indeed, they are out on Catwalk. It works for Paint Shells to even up the tally, but at least 10 spotted information of 3 players out on Catwalk. So that's technically a weaker B site.
And that was his pick now with the Phantom this time. Definitely not the headshot return he was looking for. Gets hit out by the nade.
Coming back.
Just seeing what kind of things Sen's going back to. You know, what worked for him last time. If they're going to peek 10s on trials, why not do it again? And that time, like you said, they sent more. Here in the site, Dapper just toying with them. Says, all right, peek me again. I'm going to close the door here and add a little bit more security to B site myself.
That's all you wanted. But Calm still in the back of the site. Shock Dart doesn't hit him. Still looking to play around the arches. He does have a crossfire from the staircase, and it works with 2 kills for Reformed. It then gets answered back by Sick, who now has to battle back towards that door that's now been broken right after on a 2v2. Sheriff's on the board, Apoth on his own. He TP's back, and it keeps Sick confused, and Sick is playing a smarter move to just fall back with his teammate to not give the advantage back into EG as he peeks out into the market side, gets that final frag, and Sentinels are continue to take the lead on the attacker side, and it's a great start of all things.
It really is, and everybody has their moments of calling on some dark arts this game. We've seen so far. Reform there with a few shots, Boostio before, but it seems like Sentinels is able to put the pieces together from everybody right now. Right, they're working really well off Kenpeki's flashes that are basically coming over the shoulder of 10s on these engages. Shazam sonar bolts are already there, and is 6 kind of either getting info or distracting. We did see him go down as he tried to ult in the back of A Heaven on their last one, but they win that round, right? They're getting in, they're taking their space, and they're demanding that EG do something about it. Sentinels isn't waiting for much to happen. They're making it happen right now. It's been pretty interesting to watch this kind of change in pace that they're bringing.
Yeah, and a change in the map pool, too. There was an opportunity, as the Des mentioned before, that with that first ban that came in, which was Haven from EG, there was potentially a bind that was available for Sentinels to pick, but instead they choose this map where even when we're looking at the beginning of the year, it's always been like a shaky map for Sentinels, and we always, said, okay, Haven's in the bag, and then you have bind in the bag, and then the rest is just like, okay, hit or miss, but it's definitely a hit so far after we see the first 7 rounds.
Hands on the operator here. He goes back to Tiles, says, peek me once more. Nobody's going to do it this time. EG does not want that fight anymore. They send a few towards B main, though.
B main is a battle of information. First, it's going to be the alarm bot. Should I say the turret, then the alarm bot?
Ooh, damage.
Counter flash is going through. Yeah, it's pushing a few back. This is actually pretty good. You're wasting out on utilities on the defender side for Sentinels and still have your lockdown to work with to potentially work some sort of fake if you want. But out of all this information, it's aggressive from EG, but TENS is slowly moving out here towards Kench and slowly taking mid control.
And that's 2 seen. KO jump, and I think they got Shazam right on the back with that sonar bolt. Or that, sorry, the owl drone. They pop. Oh, the turn! The flash! Oh, what teamwork. Enough said.
Kenpeki's going to try to turn it around back in their favor, but he gets spotted by the 0 point. Oh, no! Calm misses a shot, and this is a timing for Kenpeki to move in, so Reform falls. Of at least
Apoth got it.
Apoth, yep, they got the 2 first kills. Anchoring inside the site this time as he fell back after those 2 kills. Is able to at least calm down and weather the storm for Sentinels that almost had an opportunity to turn it over. Now TENS with the operator we mentioned before has this tailwind activated, but now cannot spot anybody there. Oh, misses a shot, unfortunately, as he probably did a sidestep on that frag, leaving now Shazam on his own, breaking the recon dart. Information now given that he's walking inside the 8 site. 18 seconds left on the clock. Goes for the swing after hitting the switch, and Calm stops him. At least he doesn't miss that one for EG, as that was a much-needed timeout and a much-needed round.
There's a little calibration on those first 13 shots. Don't worry about it. You're zeroing in that site. EG do stop the bleeding, though. Sentinels have just been going back and forth on these sites. Like I said, they had a lot of pace. This time they were slowed down, right? EG stepped up to B main, and they stopped what was happening there, instantly taking a few things out and also delivering an owl drone. Then you get over to A, and you see this awesome setup from Reformed and Apoth that instantly wipes 2 members of Sentinels, slowing things down even more. EG got to hold that round again. Let's see if Sentinels can take it back, or EG feel good to step up again. They're playing a little bit further back.
Lucio's actually TPing back very early into these rounds when he's looking for this mid control. And it looked like Sentinels were looking for that at the beginning. The paranoia comes out with the L drone, the null command. But actually, it's them falling back as the null command, came back out on the both sides, it seems.
Soon that tailwind got activated and it's just bye-bye. Pens has to back up. Going towards now B side. Spike still hovers towards A. And EG doing a good job of kind of sourcing the early information and again shutting Sentinels down so they have to somewhat call an audible. They can run the same strat. Looks like they will. Have a little bit of a flank here by Dapper in mid. We'll see if they actually trade that and bring Dapper over to tree with his ultimate. They have a few to use this round. A seems to be the focus.
Recon Dart just came out towards the B side, so we're trying to keep EG ready for the A side hit potentially, and now it's going to be confirmed with a lockdown towards mid side. Pen's already pushing in, headshot by Bustio. The Hunter's already come out, a TP out on the other end, but it's still Kempeki and Sick pushing in, and they're opening up the site. Unfortunately, the upshot by Bustio does not connect, and that's Calm and Jogimo. But Jogimo does have a showstopper. If he gets his first kill back towards the Heaven side, as they're playing inside the smoke up towards Heaven, things might change. But it's still Calm trying to meet up with his teammate. Smoke about to dissipate. Here it is. A Sick misses the shot, unfortunately. Now down to a 3 versus 2. Player advantage for Sentinels. The op picked up, and this might be the cue for EG to save.
I love what Dapper and Sentinels did there. I've always wondered in what positions can you move the map around to use Killjoy's ultimate to completely cut off rotations, right? Not just the ult, not just push a site out, but you know, just take a team off guard and being able to get back. You saw Tree was covered, Heaven was covered since we saw Sick getting so many frags there right away. Really neatly played by Sentinels there to just put something different on the map. Make sure they throw down lockdown in the middle so the rotation can't come in.
Now that the 2-weapon save are actually very important because the economy is kind of busted here for the defender side. Thankfully, there is a dual defense available if they want to go for a double op. But it's just going to be a couple of rifles instead, small shields. If they actually lost another player, that would have been even more difficult in terms of their economy. But thankfully, they do have enough to survive into this round and with full weaponry at least. Hens going with the rifle into this round as they're looking for mid-aggression for EG.
Okay. Oh,
Misses,
Kempeki approaches it. Almost lives there.
Hen's looking for the trade on the other end by the shed. Dapper going to support as well, so they could go for the numbers advantage on the trades. Joggernaut still stuck around the corner, still gets that kill, but again, gets sprayed through the smoke as in retaliation from Dapper. That's still that player advantage going in for EG early in this round.
2 huge plays for Jogamo to push up into Sentinels in a spot that they have been covering basically every round with 10s or a few more to get that trade on Cat. Playing to the condition that's being set here in a few of the early rounds. Jogamo able to pick up 2 for 1 there and say that's good for it. We'll see how Sentinels can approach this B site.
It's gonna be difficult. 0 point spotted 2 of them, so it's already been pinged out. By Reform. Trying to creep under the staircase. It works out. Dapper is good for those usually. But here comes that other push from the sidewalk. He spots that recon dart and also Shazam stuck inside the corner. Ping also spots Reform, so that's 2 players now separated from a 2-player push from Sick and Shazam. The Calm is still playing towards that staircase. That's Spike down with 20 seconds left on the clock. Shazam, alright, gets that first headshot. Looking for the plant with 16 seconds. We're pushing it on both ends. He lets go of the plant, rather. And Bustio stops him with the pistol. So a nice little push on both ends to get that frag, and EG now puts 4 on the board.
Clean play there. You know, just going back to not trying to make a hero play. You can speak to Calm and playing the right side of lane, where he was taking shots at Shazam, and he took a few pop shots, but then said, hey, I need to back up into sight. And while he went down to the entry after the fact, it saved time. The rest of EG came in. They're doing a great job of shutting down Sentinels before they can get their strategy in the mix, whether that's taking down 10s or making sure they get a bit of utility out. It seems like EG is trying to put something on Sentinel's plate as soon as possible. Here, Bustio just walks out into mid. So he has cover from Cat, and there it is. Shazam goes down, no more initiator.
Exactly, and Tens couldn't be there to go for the trade with his own operator, so again, TPing away. As Apop gets the frag here onto Sick, up towards the A side. Through a Hunter's Fury on defense, rather. I was going to say, EG were able to put these rounds up, but they had to use a couple of ultimates and set plays to get these rounds, and this was going to be finally one of those rounds that's reset where Sentinels has been a little bit better in terms of their defaulting and winning rounds when it comes down to the gunfights, but this round definitely, it's changed over with Boostio with that first blood on that mid side. So they got a minute left with the spike down.
I said no more initiator. They have Kenpeki. Just dramatizing Shazam going down.
I mean, you can kind of play that as a duelist, right? The real definition of the agents doesn't really matter, I guess, at this point. I mean, Chambers as Sentinels, you can play him as a duelist.
They're so ready for each other. Tenz's pick is pivotal here. Literally, the round relies on this shot, and it happens. Reform goes down. Can they follow this up?
The false shot missed.
Oh, my word.
In the back of this site is going to be Apoth. In fourth position where he's at, gets that first one onto 10. Paint Shell's coming out to stop on the sidewalk. He swings back out for the triple kill and a 4 into the round. What a round by Apoth as EG are 1 round away of tying things up into the half.
Oh my, you might wonder how the additions would play for this team. You see they both are added around April 21st, 22nd, so each of the players have had time to get comfortable, feel good. You've seen Kenpeki frag, we're seeing Apoth frag now. No question about it. The spots they have are definitely deserved here. Apoth putting up some beautiful frags there to completely keep B site on lockdown. Whew.
Looking quick here towards the main side. A fast push attempted by Sentinels. It's stopped by Fragment on the ground on the defender side. Apoth looking to TP into safety. He was out in the open. Full teleportation comes out into the site for 6, but Reform still comes out from the sliding door, continues forward, and it's going to be a hail of trades, but still in favor of EG. Another one through the smoke. That's a triple for Jogimo, and the last one is stuck inside Wine, and that's going to be Shazam on his own. Once again, in a situation where he's going to look to try to clutch this. He spots 2 at least, and Jogimo seals a deal into the round, and EG comes back with a fight. It's 6-6 into the half. Let's take a break, and when we return, the second half continues. Welcome back here to the second half. Now Sentinels on the defense. Looking at this lineup here for EG, now taking the attacker side. Array is actually pretty important with what they could do in terms of droning for information, as you see Jogimo playing outside towards the shed side. But still, look at how passively it's starting off on the attacker side for EG. Are they expecting potentially an aggressive push from Sentinels?
Right. A 0 point, maybe. Some darts, at least to get away from the initial hit. Oh, look at... I think Calm was looking for the... Okay, right click. Okay, right click. Calm
Something with the pistols
completing
today,
the first
actually.
kill. Yeah, seriously. Something
Nice
else.
little dinks. That's just going to be the cue now for the rest of EG to get back into this B side, at least to start. And I like the recon dart going out from Shazam. It's going to ping one out. A couple of nades going out just to push Dapper away from the defender spawn. And now EG has to move a little bit quicker because there's a flank coming in about 10 seconds for the other two players of Sentinels up on the mid side. So that plan's going to come in. They finally initiated into the site. Dapper trying to go for a fight. Forces a TP away here from Boostio. Now as things will calm down for a bit, the Allen drone's going to spot Dapper on that rotate, so they know that Calm's playing towards that B main side. But it's still 3 players from EG playing in the back of the site.
Run, Com, run! Going for the far flank. He actually chooses from B main to go all the way around. Does he buy enough time, though? 3 in Boathouse.
Exactly. I mean, they've done their job at the back site. Calm comes in for that flank as they were still focused on B main. What a run by Calm, going around the world for those frags, and EG win the pistol.
Oh, yeah, he laces up. I think it was a decision to say, okay, I'm going to get 0 pointed, so I'll back up off of B main. Well, wait a minute. Why don't I just go full flank? And then he ran all the way around. Coming up with the last 2. Nice little graceful jumping right click to finalize that last kill. And friend, pistol round goes to EG. They were running just around Sentinels on that round. Nicely done.
Yeah. And that Owl drone was actually quite a good Owl drone because he was already spaced pretty far back into the B main to allow for that flank to come a little bit faster on that rotate. But nonetheless, we are going to have Sentinels out into an eco round where they tried to put a lot of pressure onto this B side, but it stays as a stalemate.
Playing it slow again. Say, throw everything you got. Let us see where you actually have Ken Pecky. Unless he knows these cross map 0 points, he can usually avoid. Trademark setup actually close, so they know if anybody's going to come around here. Can Pecky make it? Oh, is he's not going to look to the right. Or he is. Meeting Crow. Nicely done. So that gives EG something to think about, really. Like, are they going to push this anymore? It seems like EG just says, let's not think about it, and let's push back. We don't have to worry about a flank. So slowly played here, just looking for info on both sides. And EG doesn't want to give Sentinels anything. They're like, did they buy? Maybe, possibly. They're leaving everything up to chance.
And initially, Ken Pecky with the 0 point didn't spot anybody, so that's why it didn't initiate any earlier rotations out from Sentinels from B to A. So Reform's going to get this plant down. Have a close battle soon inside this sliding door. Waiting for this timing to come down from the rotate up on the heaven side. Works out, it killed enough time. We have the rest of the cavalry of Sentinels on that retake on that tree side. Location now revealed from that dart. Dapper is going to get that right there up on that staircase, doing that econ damage. Things are still looking good for EG on the attack. And as you can already see it, Dapper picks up that bulldog and he's going to save it. So Shazam is just going to try to do some solo plays on the A site, get stopped right away. So that's going to be EG with another round coming in. And actually Dapper focusing back to actually focus on looking for exit kills with the bulldog instead.
That's a good pickup. Uh-oh. It's good for Dapper. Get that burst fire going. Oh, the trade sides, they create just too many targets to look at. Jogamo picks it up. And 2 go down there. So nice damage from Sentinels on pretty much full pistols there with maybe a bit of utility. As EG now fold over to bonus, having to purchase a few weapons. And we'll see if those stay to Spectres.
You could see like all this juggling around from the buy that losing those 2 rifles in the beginning or the 2 guns that were purchased is keeping them guessing. Should we actually invest in a little bit more? How's our econ into the next round? And
it's huge.
We're looking with the Stinger. It's actually, we've seen some good stuff today with the Stinger coming out from 7. So let's see if EFOS can do the same thing.
So it seems like the early utility is just constant. Whether they're conditioning each other or not, they really haven't changed. Throwing out those 0 points, throwing out a bit of stop utility here. Make sure EG can't just be rushing in. Such an annoying turret, and he pulls
Oh my
it
god,
back.
and he Dapper recalls it. The turret wins.
Yeah, a bit more time on putting that back out from a while ago, but still going to be able to have a nuisance with that if they set it up on site and they need to rotate. Alarm bots mid, remember, this is the change for EG coming in, right? They putting the chamber in, they don't have the Killjoy anymore, where Sentinel still runs that. Alarm bot mid. a lot of that util stopping what will happen over at B. And we were kind of looking, would Jogamo be able to destroy that? Still has a few blast packs if they do decide if they want to go into a site. So we'll see if that becomes a priority, but they may try to work mid for the first time here as they push into a Sentinels gun round.
Definitely with the placements of the rendezvous from Boostio,
30
who's going to be
seconds left.
looking for that fast push to get back towards the B side. 30 seconds left. Alarm bot now triggered as Dapper is getting ready for it at the staircase of the B site. He does have support from Sick too, and the recon comes in from the attacker side. There's only 18. Oh my God, they're going back to A with 18 seconds left. The rotate's coming out. Boostio's making a lot of noise here, but there's only 10 seconds left. We're going with the TP back into the A site, and now it's a race against the clock more than kills. He goes for another TP. The Shrouded set to finally get the frag, and is going to be, are there going to be any utilities coming in? There's that fragment on the ground, but the plant comes down. Calm is pushing in towards that window side to kill 3, and somehow they get flabbergasted for Sentinels. There's only 2 players left, and that 4 versus 2, when you invested so much into the rifles, are you going to save here? Sick is hesitating first. He's looking for an opportunity to maybe catch some on the post-plant positioning. Look to be going for it for Sentinels. Nice smokes here on the attacker side as well. The sprays on both ends. The flank from Jogamo, but it doesn't pay off. So things are looking good. We still have low HP for the players of EG, but look how far Calm is back with the Hunter's Fury. He's just going to play the clock into his side. This is a guaranteed round for EG no matter what. So Sentinels are looking to save their weapons, and Calm on a rotate stops 1.
5 HP.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that round happened. That has to be practice, that they know that they have enough time to run back into the A site.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the teleports being upgraded for Omen to be so quick, right? Makes that available as well. But absolutely bamboozled. The great bamboozle of today's rounds. That was really nicely played. Sentinels doing a bit of repairing there as much as they could. But EG said, no, we have the ground, we have the placing. Calm as well, doing Calm things again. 16 and 8 for Calm. Remember, Calm and Apoth coming into this team in April. It seems like they've slotted in well.
Some crazy stuff going in with what's being called out by Boostio.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that everybody's able to just be on board and not consider the angles twice. Keep going forward, trust in your teammate. You see the play in motion right now for EG and why they've been so strong here.
Trust your teammates, play as a team. That's what Boostio said in the pregame when we're setting up the stage for EG and Sentinels. And setting up this round is a little bit of orb control, a little bit of audio cues coming in from EG on the attacker side, a ping coming in onto Sentinels, who's forced on a save. With only Sick having a rifle. Wait, Goomba stomps Tens, as Tens still gets the kill. At least they get the trade there for Jogimo's sacrifice. And now they're moving into the site here for EG. Kempeki still trying to look for some pressure with the Sheriff at that sliding door. But it looks to be a plant now for Evil Geniuses. The battle here on the other end. Sick, though, with that rifle that disabled that previous round, gets 2 kills. Make that even 3 from the top of heaven. And now it's reformed on his own. But still no rifles for the rest of Sentinels as of yet, with the exception of that Phantom moving in. Shock darts now. Reform gets a little bit of chip damage. Beautiful paranoia going out here for the defender side as Sentinels wins that round off the back of Sick's rifle that he saved in that previous round.
Absolutely speechless. Like, it probably couldn't have happened any other way. Sick needed to do that on the entry. If EG were to get in and garrison themselves to the angles they needed, defending the post plant, that would have been a much different story. Sick absolutely taking it upon himself there to push in the chaos of what really was the setup for EG. Perfect timing. The rest of the team comes in to clean that up. Really big play from him there, and it's not just Tens right now. It's definitely a lot of the team coming together to help bring that score line up, because EG has put the pieces together. As you've seen, it's Jogamo, it's Boostio, it's Apoth. We've seen Reformed and Calm all hit some frag this game.
For Sentinels on the attacker side was Dapper, now some saves from Sick.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here. A pivotal round now for Sentinels to turn it over and potentially tie the game up, because the economy is really low now for EG with the round that they just lost. You already see a Guardian for Apoth as well. A loss into this round could potentially put Sentinels at 9. Where EG would be on a save. Recon Dart or Owl Drone coming out speaking on the defender side. Wall bang onto Reform. He's down to 29 HP. Boostio still creeping up forward, looking for the alarm bot. In that range to hear it. It's definitely be heard that time as it even triggers him.
Yep.
Forces a TP back, and they lose mid-control for EG now.
Looks like they'll play towards B. Ten's trying to stay mobile after every operator shot, puts himself at tree with a bit of help from Kentucky if they need to get out of a situation. Nicely darted out. They see where Com is, so they can almost read where that initiator play is coming from, but it may be a false read here. They're going to rotate back into it, though, so the timing of EG rotating back, they hope, makes Sentinels think that Com being there was just a fake flank.
And this could be just a Hunter's Fury entry as well, just to try to create the disruption towards this A site when they're going to try to get in. Actually, it started off with a little bit of utility usage towards this B site, and okay, maybe you don't need that Hunter's Fury when Busio gets an entry like that. But we still have anchors inside the A site of Sick and Kenpeki. It's not looking good here for EG at all.
Nope. Like I said, that round was kind of based on the hope that there would be the rotation. What did EG do just a few rounds ago, Vans, that we were wowed by? They did a last-second rotation. So Sentinels is not going to be rotating off the site. Like I said, they saw Com at A with a 0 point from Kenpeki. EG says, okay, well, if we take time to rotate back to A, Sentinels will say, that's too much of a delay. They probably would have done something by now at the other site, or mid or B. And no, Sentinels didn't move at all, right? So EG kind of just overthinking that one a little bit, rotating right back into the hands of Sentinels.
EG looking to figure things out as Spike was in spawn for quite a while with Apoth. Still going back and forth. They dropped the Spike for a default play. Because they still have the rifle from Jogimo from the previous round.
Yeah.
Still have one ult orb away from a showstopper, but they're not looking for control of that. They're looking for control of mid early. Oh, no.
My word. Okay.
That's a rifle down.
Dead to right.
Huge drop, actually, because it's not gonna be in a position for EG to be able to retrieve that rifle, unless we have something with the underhand. But nice anti-flash positioning here from both Sentinels, or at least a reaction trying to turn around on time. And at least that's not gonna do much. We're looking to see a Sentinel tying up the game once again.
Oh, saw the barrel. Oh, right in the kisser.
Picks up that weapon. Spike is down, though, and he heard the updraft, and now even 10 spotted him as he drops over the archway. Top catwalk, the off-out. There you go. It was only a matter of time as we have a tied game between both EG and Sentinels here on the first map of Ascent.
Oh, my word. I actually thought EG would really be pushing this strategy a little bit harder. We've seen Jojimo go in a few times, and we saw him Goomba stomp 10s there. More of a save round on that, where they were trying to force their pressure and really swamp whoever they were getting into with a death ball. But here, it seems like they're waiting for the ults, which they have this round, to explode. And Sentinels has kind of figured out how to stop their defense, or I'm sorry, EG's offense, if it's not that initial rush, right? If they don't have to initially react. And we know Sentinels is always played as a retake team, whether that's changed for a meta or not. They have that ability. So if we see them leave a site, it maybe doesn't mean they've chose wrong. It might mean that Sentinels is just ready to play retake now.
Lots of ults across the board, but also a very important one from Kenpeki that could actually stop the showstopper and potentially a Hunter's Fury if EG are looking to pop into the A site.
Yeah.
Kenpeki's in a perfect position for that. Okay, sick. Nice kill there onto Calm. As that ult coming out from Dapper forced players up on Catwalk to get out from their positions on Catwalk. A good way to run the clock down. As Busio's trying to walk in. It's a good timing here. Turret's going to spot him, of course. And a knife is coming out from the shadows, gets cancelled. Dogimo's just trying to do whatever he can to try to close his door. At least he finally closes it, but with the cost of his life, and that's a big showstopper out of the board.
It's like hand sliding down the wall, grabs the trigger. So it looks like it is going to be that retake play. All 5 members of Sentinels ready to crash back into the site. The lockdown's been used, so EG knows it's just going to be bodies approaching these doors. They try to fight back before it happens.
Start acting quick here for Sentinels because that clock's ticking down. There's only one more to go, and that's Shazam off the swing from the top.
Yeah.
To drop both Boostio and Apoth, and Sentinels, they come back and take command of the lead once again, as the attacker sides have been looking pretty good for both of these teams to start, but now you're seeing the defender side starting to act up a little bit more in the later half as you get the economy rights, and even on top of that, the ult on your end.
Yeah, I think you can contribute quite a bit of that to an operator, and ultimates online as well. When you get an ult, it definitely proves a little bit more useful to set up a defense that will slow your opponent. But once you get 10s on an op, you know, the angles you're holding, the amount of speed EG wants to approach these angles is a little bit more timid. So we'll see if EG can figure out a way around this. They'll call the timeout now. If they can source where 10s is, maybe hit the other site, that definitely would be a way to play around it. We've seen teams play around not going towards the operator before. And even at 8 and 16, you'll still have to worry about it. You know, 10s is still putting up that danger.
And the thing is for Sentinels is they're doing actually quite well without needing 10s this time too, right? So as we talked about on the desk, 10s has to play MVP for them to win. This time he's far from MVP, but they're actually taking a lead this time too. And looking at the evolution of Sentinels, at least from like 2022 until now, is just little steps, baby steps, trying to figure out how they could fix things. And Sick putting himself into a position where he was a flex player, now into the controller player. He's still putting good ADR, actually, overall. Probably even the same amount of ADR in ACS from the last 2 roles, so that is a check mark. A little bit more firepower, even, as he's having more ADR than Zoms in the past 2 from Sentinels. Now they have Kempeki, a great flex player going into this, and now it's just trying to piece everything together, and slowly but surely, it's working out for a bit. It still has to be some very tough battles for Sentinels to scratch out these victories, but at least they're starting to look a lot more competitive than they were from the tail end of last year.
Yeah, so being able to string ideas together and you know, make it look like the rounds are that they're reading their opponent again, right? The old Sentinels where the domination feels like it's setting in a little bit. See if they can keep pushing that story.
Not yet.
Looking to get a pick in mid, yeah. not yet with Dapper down. It's going to be a page out of EG's book to start this round off.
And with that kill, it forced out an early owl drone from Shazam, with 50 seconds left on the clock. So there's still a potential of a late mid to be split available here for EG. So that's why you see this rotate coming back now from Calm over on this B side as well. Or it could be another one of those rounds where, hey, they don't have that much to work with. They have a dual defense, a couple of ultimates. They might try to split back into the B side with their ultimates here just because of that. And there you go. There is that showstopper in. Jogmill up towards that sidewalk. And it's showstopper. It actually doesn't hit 10s, but Busio kills him with the dual defense at least. Here comes a flank, though, from the B main side. It's being heard by Calm just around the corner. The close range. Spectre does get the kill onto Sick. And now we're pulling out with the Hunter's Fury from Shazam. Tags. Gets 1 frag, yes, and indeed 2 tags in the back of the site, allowing Kempeki to push forward. But Busio still comes in to work with that dual defense. That's Shazam on his own looking for a clutch, and it's stopped once again. Busio has come up huge into this round with 1 ultimate here from that French player.
Yeah,
or the
how
French
many
agent, rather.
3K, 4Ks are in this game, even on the EG side, right? It seems like those are the ways they're having to take down Sentinels, because Sentinels are absolutely defending these ones to the last drop, and then it's like, okay, one person has to do a complete show, and Busio does it this time. Offense or defense here, we've seen a lot of that from EG. They bring it back to tied with Sentinels. Continue to keep that operator in the hands of 10s. He also has Blade Storm ready, so he might want to pop off and find himself going 10s mode. He hides from this sonar bolt. EG takes control of mid to start it off. This is what they did last time. We saw Sentinels bolt or sonar bolt mid. A few more abilities to get that initial positioning out of the way, and it doesn't matter. Trade there in mid.
That was a nice shot by 10s, and you can already see the way that Calm's like running all the way up towards this side to get the Allen drone out on mid. Just because of that nerf of the Allen drone there, he's trying to get a little bit more of a deeper clear into Pizza, into market. You got to play safe. You got to make sure that your players on B-Link are there to support you because you're out in the open pretty much. And thankfully for EG, Calm stays alive. They traded out Busio after a beautiful shot from 10s. Everybody else is looking to work towards his B side off the null command.
Watch out where Dapper is. He actually falls in prey to that, so he can't activate any of his traps. EG is now swarming Shazam. What can he do?
Beautiful shot from Shazam, but immediately canceled out by Apoth, and this plant is coming in for the wall bang back towards the garage control, or should I say the B side control if they can. Cox just playing close that staircase, even though he's fully flashed, gets that second kill onto Dapper. Shock dart into the smoke, forcing Sig outside of the smoke. He does get a nice kill onto Calm, but then Apoth once again, immediate trades coming out for EG, and now we're going back and forth into this game, Rivington.
Wow. Just wow. The fact that these rounds are happening the way they are, like the entry in, you get the null command coming out from Reform there, sorry. There's a brain fart real quick. Coming out from Reform there, Dapper's just in range, right? And he was running away during that situation. It looked like he was almost positioning himself to be ready to activate and allow Shazam to even have more defensive cover in that B site. Then, in a moment's notice, Dapper decides to turn around, gets caught by Reform's ultimate, and then it just starts to fold over to EG's favor. Like, the seconds between the round going either way by these things happening is really incredible. The firefights, they tell their own story. But really, the little things happening in this game are really interesting to check out. Sentinels call a timeout here so they can discuss some of the little things, take a breather, and see if they can bring together a few more rounds to bring it into their favor, or let's see an OT.
Yeah. And this is off the back of Sentinels really trying to figure out how EG is going to play this game, right? Because, again, looking at the beginning of this game, we thought that it was going to be a mirror matchup, a mirror composition on this very map where EG throws a curveball. So now they're learning, okay, we have these last-second rotation hits coming in from EG. We got some fast mid to Bs. We got some fast B explosion. They have to start guessing a little bit better now for Sentinels to try to maintain this pressure on the defender side. And it starts off with pressure on this B side main. Off the Blade Storm activated, but that one way is just going to stop things for a bit too, at least on the attacker side at the same time. That 0 point canceling out the Blade Storm just for the next 5 seconds, as EG are looking to rotate back towards the A site.
Coast to coast. Oh, big fragment. Bustio still going to be the first one in here. Interesting. EG is just so confident on this rush. I feel like they've pulled Sentinels left to right. A little bit of an anti-strat here, maybe. Figuring out what Sentinels may have done through these two qualifiers. Oh, A10s.
That was a big paranoia for Tense to be able to get that kill, and Kempeki still moving in with Sig from the sliding door. One towards the hell side. Now Calm's on his own. And now he's stopped and suppressed by the 0 point. And now just straight through. We're just going to try to trade it back. Yeah, he gets the kill into Kempeki, but that is off the back of Sig's beautiful paranoia that allowed the overflow of the rest of Sentinels to get into the site for that retake.
Mistio, it's like flash and run in now. You can't do like flash and dash. It's probably too high a priority to flash for something else.
Tense dashed and got the kill with Blade Storm, so.
Still good to see that it's appropriate even with the changes for Jet. 11-11. Good timeout discussion from Sentinels. Provides them with another round.
And a lot of games where we're casting together, where we're getting these 11-11s.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. Let's go. Give me all the overtime games. I love to see what teams continue to be able to bring out or change or keep wanting to run their head against the wall to do something because it's almost working, and then they add one variation that makes it the golden strat, right? Oh, anything can happen here at 11-11. First game between these two, and 0-2, right? We haven't mentioned that enough for both of these
The
teams.
underhand flash attempt to push out towards the mid side for the control doesn't work out. It's a 1-for-1. EG continues to trade it out, though.
Chaos.
It started off with some KO battles with information towards this A main side, but Sentinels tried to play a little bit more differently into this round and trying to take the matter into their own hands to go for a pop flash trap play to get stopped.
Calm, just on point this game. Huge opening frag on Dapper. That means the KJ Killjoy utility's gone, right? So Reform can use his 0 point in a different location. They need to get in. Owl Drone's going to clear. Here comes the util. Here comes the follow. EG have set them up very nicely with this last frag in mid.
Nice shot, though, by
Shazam
Shazam.
answers.
Not really trying to go for the switch because most of the utility was just cleared out towards the spawn side, so EG did have an idea that potentially somebody was towards the market, but Apod still loses the duel. Kempeki on the flank. The Lando shots there onto Calm. 0 point coming out, doesn't connect to the last two players of Joggimo and Reformed. Still a flash available for Reformed. Shazam down to 9 HP as he wins that fight. for that flank. A 1v1, and he heard that recon dart, and he does get that second kill for the Red Bull clutch and map point for Evil Geniuses.
Another one, Vance.
Point.
Another 3K to clutch. Boostio's last 4K. The reformed Red Bull clutch 3K here. It wasn't the opening frags in the round. Really nicely played in the timing. Sidestepping that shock dart. I think it would have given the mind of Sentinels a few more seconds of him coming up the stairs, right? So he played that a bit ahead of the game. Nicely done there. Get the 2v1. And EG squeaking these out.
We're also looking at the bottom of the barrel rather, for the economy for Sentinels. They're looking to squeak out a round win to bring this into overtime. Tens was looking for that frag up by Sabrosa as he heard the Eldron come out, but it's not going to work out here. Falls back. Null Command coming out here on the attack of Reformed, as we already made it into the site now for EG. Sick just around the corner, trying to spray towards the sliding door.
Good look.
And he does get actually a nice little recon onto his opponent, but the spray doesn't work. Reformed actually even wins that fight. So now it's a 4 versus 4. A retempo take coming in for Sentinels. They don't have too much to work with. They have a null command for Kempeki though, and they need this rotate to come out. And Winnie will bite a smoke, a jump peek that is ballsy. And on the top of a shrouded step, Apoth looking for the frag. A wallbang coming in from the bottom of the ceiling. Or the bottom to the ceiling to drop Tens. And now the last 3 players are trying to get something done, but they're wasting time. And as they're trying to come in, that null command gets canceled right away. And that is it. Calm going to work. And they seal the deal in the first round as EG wins the first map 13-11.
What a battle between both teams throughout that entire game. Honestly, the fact that we saw pistol rounds going the way they did with 3K, 4Ks, and somebody come out on top, but it didn't matter because the match would be evened up at 2-2 or 3-3 after bonus. Oh my word. And to see the switch up from EG, bringing in the Raze, bringing in the Chamber, it did seem to offer them a little bit more firepower on that attack side, but again, it came down to Sentinels absolutely tearing apart the team of EG, and then a 3K being required.
That's it.
They brought it to the table, you know. Boostio, Reformed, the rest of the squad, Jogamo, they all stepped up when they needed to, and they were able to take down Sentinels only by a few rounds, but they did it for map 1.
Yeah, it definitely took a lot of effort for EG to win that round, but they managed to make it happen from all of those clutch plays. So they take the lead in a series 1-0. We'll go for a break, and when we come back, we'll see what the desk has to say about that map as we prepare for map number 2.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Yeah, the bag and put a meal up. Yeah, they gas me, don't need to fill up. Yeah, my Uncle Rich's Uncle Phil was. Yeah, they hate to love me, yeah, that's real love. Yeah, went to Buffalo to get my bills up. Yeah, when I'm gone, they miss me like a free throw. Yeah, I've been wildin' since Ben Wallace. Yeah, I'm hard body, man, I've been solid. Yeah, winning ship, champagne poppin'. Yeah, I manifested, I've been body. Yeah, in the center of it like Theo Riley. Yeah, Shaq Diesel ballin' been a habit. Been body, man, I've been body. Been body, man, I've been body. Been body, man, I've been body. Been body, man, I've been body.
And reposition. He's one and he spams that!
Combs wants to go quickly, but the Hunter's Fury. Oh gosh, it's absolutely deadly.
And it seems like evil geniuses have concocted the master plan, or maybe, I don't know. It didn't really seem that way. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside Brendan Sideshow here. EG go up 1-0 on Sentinels. Map pick of Ascent here as we get ready for Icebox. We'll dive into that game because Sideshow, you know, I mean, it started off with just a hilarious moment. Rivington said it best. A poor Tens rounded around the corner and got clotheslined from held by Boostio. And then from there, it just became a battle of individuals making, you know, big plays. But, you know, where's the unity? You know, you want to see the unity.
That's a good question, right? Because I feel like Sentinels had an opportunity, actually, to just take EG completely out of the game. They went up 6-3, and then you have some moments where things all went to pot. It's a great opening kill here for Boostio. This is one of the rounds where you just notice these individual moments come out. And throughout all of this, too, you've got just chaos happening on different areas of the map. Apoth at the backside here not getting assistance from any of the rest of his team, winning a 1v3. Dapper just won a couple of rounds, hands down for Sentinels. You had Sick winning rounds left, right, and center all over the place as well. You know, there were just moments where the game was not a team game. It was a game of who could get more individual value.
Yeah. Certainly. I mean,
this is one of those moments where Sick just ults into Generator, none of the rest of his team get into the site, and he just gets isolated, shuts down. I mean, there were just moments like this happening repeatedly in the game that allowed the bigger depth on EG to really speak.
Definitely so. And I mean, we're highlighting here Dapper and Tens as well. I mean, it's a bit of a versus the head-to-head as well. It's a little bit cheeky considering they're on the same team, but Dapper did have, you know, a great game, honestly, trying to, you know, drag Sentinels, especially when it started going downhill in the second half, back into things, you know, with pretty significant impact, alongside Sick as well, who's a name that we haven't really mentioned, but Tens as an individual, I mean, he was trying his hardest, honestly, as well, towards the tail end of it. I think he finished with 5 first bloods overall for his team towards the end, and that was a lot of his impact when he was able to get the operator in his hands. But it was a bit of a, you know, non-performance, I would say, early on in that first half.
Tragedy. Well, yeah, I mean, literally just a non-performance. I mean, Sentinels in groups so far are averaging under 3 first kills in their attack halves. There are 12 opportunities to get first kills, and they're averaging less than 3 on the attack halves. And frankly, this one was decent that they even managed to make it a 6-6 scoreline, because they're just not having impact. And you can see here, Dapper, Sick, they both actually played on an individual level really well on that map. But then Tens isn't. And you need both. They can't win when it's only Tens dropping 40, and they can't win when it's only their support players winning. You need the whole team to be coming together, and they just still cannot figure it out.
And, you know, I think that also, like, EG gave them a lot of opportunities to come back into the game, right? It felt like Sentinels, if they wanted it, you know, they could have just taken it. But then it all just fell apart. But huge credit, though, to Evil Geniuses, right? Because they managed to keep it together when things looked like it was going to go sour. Pretty solid result, honestly. Let's actually take a look at how this series is playing out so far. If you're just joining us here, folks, Evil Geniuses have managed to get the win on Sentinels map pick of Ascent. But Bren, we go to Icebox. And in Icebox, let's not forget that Evil Geniuses took Cloud9 to OT last they played on this map. And this is EG's pick. Could it be a 2-0 for the Evil Geniuses?
Possibly, honestly. The thing is, as well, Icebox is a map that, Sentinels, they don't mind playing.
Very true.
I'm not going to say I mean, in terms of their win rates as well, it's pretty adequate for the map and matches EG in a lot of ways as well. But this is a map where Boostio, once again, is able to play that chamber pick for them. With his calling as well, it's a map that you can tell that the entire team as well, their macro sense, the grasp they have on the game is a lot more comfortable, I would say, as well. I mean, it's just the fact that they first pick it all the time is just credit to that as well. But still, ample opportunities in my mind for Sentinels to battle back in this series. I don't think they're done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination. You just can't have TENS having that kind of, bottom of the scoreboard in the first half performance like before. Otherwise, it's looking like it could just be a done and dusted 2-0.
Yeah, but do we like TENS here, Sideshow? Do we feel like, do we like TENS here?
He's a nice guy.
No,
I think there
no,
are some
down
maps.
with TENS.
there are some maps where TENS pops off, like Breeze, for example. He just seems to always have huge performances there.
Yeah.
Haven, historically, he's had masterclass performances. We haven't seen enough, in my opinion, of him playing Jet on Icebox against good competition. They've had 2 wins over a crew, and the others, again, it's like against tier 3 competition that you can't really pull that much from. So I think this is a question, right? Is TENS going to turn around and map to deliver you a huge result? Because that's what they need here. Outside of that, you actually have some other people that could really step up on Icebox. You got Kampeki in a decent role for him, Sick playing the Sage where he always has nice performances. So the pieces are all there as long as they can actually pull that form together. And the form on Sentinels oscillates wildly from week to week. Dapper last week was like -10 in first kills, comes out this week playing lights out. So where's the consistency? How do you even tell which Sentinels is going to turn up? I don't know.
I have to say though, and correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but like Kampeki just felt like such a strong, reliable hand for the squad. He doesn't really go up, he doesn't really go down. He's kind of just like keeping it together, like Spider-Man at that whole train scene.
He's consistent. He's holding the train on the track. But he's had a bit of a hard job, I think, coming into Sentinels because he's been expected to fill in and be almost the glue for where they needed, positions kind of fill up. He plays the chamber for them. He flexes all over the place, playing the KO at times. So he has been honestly pretty good in those roles, and you can tell that they are trying to incorporate him in ways that you're playing off of him when he plays on roles like KO, for example.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Icebox, he is probably going to be playing the chamber, which means a bit of a head-to-head battle there with Boostio.
But also, let's consider, like, Kampeki coming into Sentinels. Sure, yeah, this guy's, like, looking fairly decent. But EG just made 2 roster moves as well, and their additions of Com, Apoth actually popped off on that first map. And they're integrating really nicely, and they're playing their positions really well.
Also from a crew as well, by the way, which we didn't really mention at all, but the 2 former teammates battling off against each other, Kampeki and Com.
Yeah, but the new additions have been much better integrated onto, you could argue, you could make the argument that EG are a slightly weaker roster all around, but I think it's time for some of the Sentinels fans to wake up and smell the stuff that you put around the roses. This team is not at the same level. They shouldn't be considered at the same kind of pedigree that you previously had them at.
All right, wait a minute. Roses, real fast. Let's talk about gardening real quick.
Yeah.
So, because I'm not particularly great, but it could be.
You're gonna make me spell it out for you, are you?
No,
don't
have
me
a
spell
green
it out
thumb.
for you.
But what would you, in this instance, Josh, want the Sentinels fans to smell? Would it be the dirt? Would it be the poo? What are we looking at here?
Listen, do I really have to do this?
Please, I would encourage you to.
Option D,
camera,
any of the above. Option D, any of the above. Sniff it up. But my point there being that when you think about the Sentinels players, people think about them being gods among men, and that's not the case anymore. They are mortals like the rest of us. And not like the rest of us. I'm certainly not on their level. But like the rest of EG, for example, these are actually 2 teams in a very similar situation.
Yeah, I mean, if this isn't a wake-up call for a lot of the people watching as well, I mean, listen, big personalities on there. People have high expectations just because of what they've achieved before. But in this matchup here, it's already not looking like a good start. Listen, I don't want to go down the road of doomsaying for Sentinels just yet, because I do believe that they can win on Icebox coming up. And if you're wondering why
it's possible.
We are having a miniature podcast as well, I mean, can we call out a player? We don't know who's holding this up, but I feel like we could. I feel like we
can't just randomly say
point
a player's
fingers
name.
at somebody.
I haven't gotten the material yet. Usually, I'm really quick to do it too. I was told it's somebody. I was told it's somebody by production. What a cop out! Okay, I'm
No
calling
names.
it now.
We don't want to create a witch hunt.
It's Shazam or Tens. It's one of those two.
You
all
just-
right.
it's just for no reason.
We don't know. We don't know who it is.
If you're not giving me the info, then that means they're trying to cover something up. All right. And if my
don't know who it
90s
is.
headphones tell me anything, it's that 9 times out of 10 I'm correct. Okay. Or not. I don't know. Should have seen me play Valorant last night. It was tragic. Okay. Let's jump into some agent select here and see what we're gonna get.
I'm not.
this one.
Yeah, I'm not
Go for it,
anticipating any changes on either tide really. In terms of the comps that they play, I mean, they play pretty standard stuff across the board. So yeah, I mean, the fact that Kampeki and Tens have just already locked in their roles here, I mean, it's quite telling. I think that we're probably not going to be seeing any mix-ups.
And it is, in fact, a mirror match. In terms of what you're actually going to see from both of these teams, it's mirrored roles. So the head-to-heads are going to be really interesting here. Can 10 step up and deliver a performance similar to what we've seen from him, I don't know, last week on Breeze? Maybe he doesn't need to drop 40 for them to win, but he needs to be able to put up some level of performance against Jorgamo. And honestly, Boostio's already been on a heater so far in this series, right? So
yeah, he's been popping off.
The EG players just look like they're playing on an individual level better than Sentinels right now. And that's even with Sick and Dapper really stepping up.
Very scary to think about too, considering that, you know, they're playing individually, and if they, you know, tighten up their strats, right, their plays, their shot calls, like it gets even better from here for Evil Geniuses. But we'll see though, right? Sentinels have all the capability in the world to be able to win game 2. Now it's time to send it over to 2 casters who make me still feel young. It's Rivington and Vansili.
Hello? Yeah, okay, thanks. Sorry, I just had to call
wait,
bodyguards for Golden Boy and for Sideshow just to keep them safe from the Sentinels fans after uttering all that blasphemy on that desk. So now let's get back into composure. Map number 2 here, Rivington, a mirror match. So we talked about that before. Now we finally get it into this second map, but it's a mirror match where it fits well the players, the roles into this map. Ten's staying on the jet. Jogimo actually has some great numbers on a jet ever since he started playing this role into stage 2 for EG.
Well, maybe the changes have done something. Maybe he's even better on it now when he's nerfed. You know, just make it hard. I don't know. We'll see what he can do, though. It has been interesting to see how Jets have kind of changed their playstyle. A little paradigm shift is just instantly going in by having to activate your dash and get out. And Pecky sits forward here from the KO to the chamber. Rendezvous as they meet each other later. No kills just yet.
Damages on both ends. I'll get heals from both of their sages, so that's gonna get topped off. But Kampeki seems to be the one that wins it out on HP damage, as Boostio was looking for some coverage or at least some map cover into the B main side. But all of EG right now on the attack, looking to hit towards the A side, and that's a really nice entry for Jogimo at the beginning, as we just mentioned it. The jet on jet advantage for EG as the plant comes in.
Spike planted.
So they have time for. They have the sonar bolt, so they're waiting for the rest of the Sentinels to get over here. Here it goes. Shazam lets loose with that one as Apoth again on this flank. Whether it's him or Calm trying to cause problems, and he does for Shazam.
The one that's causing problems is Apoth actually with the lurk back out towards that mid site. And actually, as he dies, there's going to be a second lurker, so this is going to be a nice little wrench in the wheels here for EG, as Sentinels are trying to push forward. They're trying to fight back towards the main side, and it's going to be sick. Off the ropes, Jogimo on the top, gets the kill for a third into the round, as EG gets a solidified pistol.
Hey, if you're a Jet and you're getting that many in the first 2, as well as Apoth, it feels good. You're getting to that Blade Storm. You got a little bit of cash. You can start to cycle in maybe a Marshal early to then save for the Operator. Everything's feeling good off that. As soon as the drone catches the eye of Tens, he catches a bullet as well. Unfortunate there.
Spectres across the board now for EG. Headhunter for Boostio. And for Sentinels, it's not going to be anything crazy. It's just trying to look for some information first. And that's Kampeki, Headhunter, EDSing probably towards the mid side. We have a recon dart from Shazam on mid. At least it's EG now just running quickly towards the A site. Tens retaliates though with the Sheriff kill. Dashes away, so that's an open to A site. Another wall coming up from EG and a pulse plan that's going to be played passively. And once again, as that happens, you see some players starting to fall back, but with two shock darts, available for Calm and Snake Bites. Looking for the lineups here for the post plant.
They're both in the same spot. Watching each other's back, but also ready for the util lineups. Cheeky little plays. Smokes to deter. Sonar comes out once again as Sentinels try to retake this site.
Yeah, and it's not going to work out too well. Tens, yeah, gets a nice headshot, but we still have one more shock dart available. It goes down onto the ground, and there you go. Lands on the feet of Tens. Drops in as Dogmo kills the last two. He's getting very close to a Blade Storm into round number 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. 5-0 and 1. 2 away from that, and they just grab an orb on this one to keep it safe. Because they will slow the round down due to the fact that we're seeing guns now on the side of Sentinels. And we've had A plays, not too much mid, unless it was just A-pop with a bit of a roam. And now we have the 3-2 split to start off towards B and mid to see what the pressure created from Sentinels looks like as EG moves out of this wall.
And speaking of wall, they have green wall from Viper out towards that B side. Late lurk towards mid potentially. As the Yellow Drone's looking to clear out towards green, and it works out for Jogging to move forward towards yellow. Just trying to spot out Kempeki. He's still standing his ground.
Clean cloud bursts.
Nice shot.
Clean shots.
Two coming in for Sentinels. Steel though trades it back. That lurk on mid side works out for Tens, but Sentinel still has better positioning. Immediately trade that back. Tom on his own. At least gets the spike plan. Was looking for that Vandal on the ground. But he gets met up by Sick on the other end and dropped for the easy defuse for Sentinels after all. The bonus round goes in for a plant, at least in 2 kills.
Yeah.
Dropping Tens and Dapper. It's not too bad.
Sentinels looked really good there. Kind of, you know, checking all the boxes. They saw Apoth was there earlier. They kept somebody mid, took down Apoth. They did lose a few members, but overall it seemed like they had control of the round. You did say spike down though, so EG will be able to flex a little bit of that money. See what they do with it. It looks like they will say buy what you can. Focus Jogamo on getting this ultimate most likely.
Don't forget that spike. EG moving back to pick it up. Just looking for potentially this. I mean, we'll have an early Viper orb into mid side too from Apoth. There you go, pops it up. Oh dear. Jet dash at the beginning, baiting out Kempeki. Kempeki now TPs away. It's a little bit of a win.
A sweet little play off of that, and Blade Storm. See how they move up here. Already trademark over towards A for the big flank, so that means you're going to get, again, Apoth and one other in mid, most likely. And they're staying very far back on this. I think they want more before they go in.
I mean, they don't have the recon dart, but they have the Aldrome from Kong. It's still a cloud burst available, but no dash, so they can't really go for that recon dart dash into yellow.
Yeah.
So you have to play a little bit more safely for EG, and there you go. As the fuel comes back up here from Dapper and the orb comes out, it's really just a stalemate. You're looking for this dual victory here for either of these teams to hold down the B-side cover.
Icy toes. Ground is lava. Can't stand by green. It is turning green here. Dapper is just littering the area. 3 blades left.
Calm is jumping to dodge bullets, and Boostio gets the first blood. So all of this disruption goes in for the lurk on mid side, but Shazam adds Stillman, kills 2 of his own. They still had the Viper alive, and Apoth lurks towards that back to get the kill onto Shazam. But the spike is down. This has to be a huge kill coming out from Calm, and it does. It works out. There's 20 seconds left, and Tens gets the frag onto Boostio, who misses a shot. Now there's 15 seconds left. They're all dropping like flies. Calm has to go for another clutch attempt. He goes for the fake plant, goes for the kill, the headshot onto Tens, and there's only 8 seconds now. He's walking on ice this time and not lava. The fake plant, the peek out. There's not enough time. He's going to have to hunt it down, and it's going to be now Sick just going behind and winning by time. The frag right after, and Sentinels tie it up 2-2.
Sick being able to shoot the dart so close. That audio cue. Oh, it'd be hard to plant that close and hold it. This starting play here by Jogamo, very cute. Figures out the Kempeki is playing there for a second time. You see how teams are figuring out what's being conditioned into the rounds. Just Sam popping off to start this one. And just the overall lateness of this play actually became pretty pivotal for the side of EG, but Sentinels continued to have a player ready to answer.
Yeah, it was a very important kill from Boostio that disables that trademark into Kitchen and allowed Apoth to get that frag in the back, but thankfully for the rest of the Sentinels, they were able to hold their ground with the last line of defense at least. Forcing EG into an eco round. 1 to fall right away. Hunter's Fury to come out here on the attacker side, and that's courtesy of Calm. And that's just to make noise. The rest of them now rotating back towards the A site. There's only 10s there, but, I mean, you still have a lot of utility for the retake, so
yeah,
it's okay to give up the site.
Get as close as they can. Play contact. That's the game right now for EG. Viper's pick goes down. Wall's going to solidify. Get push on. Sick is trying to make the play, Vans.
I'm liking this. It's
oh my word, the aggression.
It's a big gamble to go with this Viper's Pit, but he does have a stinger to work with. And it works out for that first frag onto TenZ, but there you go. He gets straight out right after. Off the call here from TenZ dying, and that retake is going to be clean for now. Again, in another situation, a flank spotted off the ropes by Dapper. That's Sentinels back now with 3 in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't really give too much credit to what EG had. The guns were low, the buy was low rather. So, you know, you could basically run through the situation. I think that's why we saw Sick going so far forward. I thought he was going to keep going, but he played his life. Obviously, they're not us. They're pros. They don't just go running into every situation. Gets himself a frag, backs out, so the rest of Sentinels can recoup the other kills. His ult's ready. 6 is. TenZ is ready. Dapper's is ready. And 2 on deck. Sentinels is ready to string these rounds together, even though EG's now going to be on a bye with Tour de Force.
You want to play?
I want to try to go with something aggressive from Lucio. I think it could be done because they also have an ult to work with for the res. They tried to do the same thing here for EG. So the aggressive play gets stopped right away. But at least we're still back on a 5-on-5.
Yeah. Never missed a beat, it seems. They just keep going up here, Vansili. We quickly pushed in. Jogamo still going to take it upon himself to get a forward play right under rope as the wall comes out. But now it just becomes a game of cat and mouse. Who is going to push through the smoke first?
And it's Jogamo now down to 1 HP. He's looking for some sort of play. It doesn't seem like they really want to focus into the B side yet, though, for EG. It has to be a fight on mid side, and it's lost.
Spike wasn't close. They still haven't planted. They can feel like they cleared it. There's a bit of wall they can work around here. If Boostio can have left side, I feel like they're safe enough to get a plan.
Does get that frag onto Kempeki, especially with the Viper being down. These are crucial kills to get, but he doesn't get the second one there onto Shazam, and even a spray through the Viper's pit. Spots a third one, easy frag.
Just can't.
We're starting to wake up here for Sentinels on their defender side, and it's looking clean for the amount of holes that they're able to get, and the duels look clean as well.
Woo. I said Sentinels had a lot of ults to use to get into place to string these rounds together. They really only have to use one, and they shut down quite a few from EG. The res was used to get Jogamo back into that round, to get themselves back into B, and the Viper's Pit kind of snuffed everything out there for the side of EG. So Sentinels, again, able to get EG in a sticky spot with this buy, Spectres, Phantom, Stingers, as they try to string this together. Looks like they'll still have enough in Econ to hold together the next round, and a plant would help quite a bit here.
Drops are being heard, though. Jogamo does get taken down by TenZ, who takes the aggressive angle, which we kind of like that. On the A side, aggressive plays from Jet. You can see it from the Jet. You can see it from even Chamber if you want to, and it works out well.
6 still in sight. Doesn't want to give that up. He's been playing so good in the close positions. Ready to take on what could be 3 coming around the corner almost immediately, but he's also able to give pivotal information. He gets tagged by Reformed.
With no bullet trails, he still gets a tap in there and a kill. You just hate to see it, as even then, TenZ almost got dropped. Thankfully, there was only a Spectre for Apoth. Now the spike plant comes down. Shazam goes with the Hunter's Fury, does get the connect on to Reformed. So we now have a 1-player disadvantage for AG and low in terms of their weaponry. Lucio with the rifle has to come up huge, runs out of bullets as Dapper gets a frag with that Phantom. But here it comes from behind, the no-scope, then the second one. Taking his time for these 2 kills. It's a 2v2, Vandal not picked up. We're still far away from getting to defuse because that wall is still up here for the pulse plant for EG. Now Kempeki finally sticks it up. The wall comes out for the defender side, and now we're halfway. We're off it, we're peeking through. Clock is ticking down. Nice headshot there onto Apoth, but we're still sticking that spike off the kill. Apoth gets the frag, but it's too late. Thankfully off the grave. That toxic screen was still up there from Dapper that allows that defuse to come in for Sentinels.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, from Ascent now to Icebox, we get these rounds that are going down to the last possible scenario that they could there. spams through the wall. Sentinels gets another one for themselves here as EG were able to almost find a few tens to start this one off. That operator coming online, we've seen it be so big. The desk was saying, can tens and the rest of the team come online? Here, Com pulls out another one of his famous Com flanks, and it's still the defuse, even with that kill you just saw, goes to Sentinels, and EG are on the timeout.
It's crazy how he stayed composed, though, because I was calling a no-scope, because after the first kill, it should be like the warning of, oh crap, the flank's coming, so you just start spamming your martial shots. But to stay calm that way, literally, and then aim down the sight for that second kill, it shows that this guy's been hot from that first map, moving on forward. But
calm.
In the end, exactly. And yeah, you caught my joke. That's Sentinels now are still able to keep the lead here in this first half.
Yeah. They have to keep it on, too. Kind of send a message with this one. After being so close on those rounds last game, I feel like if you were to continue that play style and strength that Sentinels were bringing from last game to this, I think this is where you end up, right? 5-2, they're still being a bit aggressive. They're staying with each other in these retakes. The full retake for is still a possibility as Jogmo changes up the scenario this time around. He finds the first blood.
Yeah, this is what was important off that timeout. How to stop tens from that aggressive box that he's been playing the whole time in this half. Whereas usually good for these kills up to Jogimo, and now it's time for Jogimo to open it up in the end with nice support from the utility from Com with the recon dart to be able to get these frags. And just like that, losing the first two faces out on defense for Sentinels. We're about to get potentially a fourth kill, but it's actually Dapper that wins that fight. So it's a nice 4v2 now for EG.
Little cheeky peeky off the stairs. Chaz wondering if he should set up sonar bolts ready for the team to get back in, but it's going to be tough. It's probably just one of those ones where Sen gets a few frags.
The combo here to try to clean out towards the yellow side, but unfortunately, no pool of Toxic gets a debuff there onto EG as they land the last two kills on the last two players of Sentinels. The attempt was there. They did have the economy on their end for Sentinels, so it's cool that they actually did go for it. Actually, looking at the economy after all, we actually have a Spectre for Kempeki. The rest it should be fine, though.
And I like what EG did there. They're not turning away from a strat that was actually shut down by Sentinels just a few rounds ago, right? They call the timeout. They say, okay, we run the B strat again, put the wall up. Jogamo gets forward, and remember, he had to be rezzed the last time they ran this, but there's no Viper's Pit. And you saw how quickly that strat actually gained control of the site without the Viper's Pit being there. So EG's still sticking with a few of the things that they know will work, even if it doesn't the first time.
A change into this round, Sentinels putting an early Sage Wall to support on the aggression that we've been getting from EG at the beginning of the rounds on B side, and Busio trying to go for a cheeky peek. Sick immediately shuts that down. Tom trying to force it back. Sick doesn't really get hit by that. Nope. Chip on the shoulder pretty much.
Staying safe.
Staying alert.
Putting on, yeah. Staying ready, staying alert. Everybody's on their toes here at this round with a bit of a push down green, and A is being encroached on as well by EG. See Jojimo ready to throw that dash in if 10 sees him with the Blade Storm active. Over? No, you won't.
Ooh. Right click misses though.
So close.
He only has a pistol to work with. Shock darts are coming in. He's trying to find it right now for Reform, going for the self-heal. As we still had Calm watching that flank from the spawn side, and as he decides to move forward to help out with his teammates because they have the pulse plant lineups, Kempeki's flanking. And there is that beautiful frag on to Calm. Shock darts down, so they have to try to press forward on the attacker side of the pulse plant, especially when they're losing space on the back of the spawn side. Reform, the last man standing, has to fight it back towards the end. Nice headshot into Shazam, but gets melee traded out by Sick, and things are looking even better for Sentinels on the defender side.
The fight of the additions, right? And Pecky comes around the outside, takes down both Apoth and Calm, says, this is my turn. And then the rest of Sentinels retake the site. Really methodical on that one. Didn't seem rushed. And EG had a pretty good hold on the positioning. Even once they lost Calm, Apoth was there ready to fight. They still had a bit of position ready. Sentinels just did not seem to care. Pulling out to 6-3 now. Our first map, first half was a 6-6. Can EG start to round that bend here? This bye will be one of their lasts if Sentinels can roll through it.
It's looking like a change of pace, potentially a Sage Wall just to rush under the B site. And there you go,
Yeah.
the recon dart that gets shot right away from Shazam. Yeah, the Aldron's not going to get too much value on the B side. At least it's going to keep both players there towards the towards green. At least we get a plant. And it's a plant to keep Apoth alive here back towards the mid side. So EG has to keep Apoth alive. But it's actually made up by 10s. So the pulse plant lineups are not working out for that anymore. At least for the frags inside the site, it works out.
Too.
Last player standing.
Make that even one. Sick on his own. And now deal has been saved. EG should be able to get this round.
Oh my word. Anybody on the tracks felt the train coming through on that one from EG. What a fast round. They just put the staple on that one. Put the spike down. Jogamo coming in with the 3K, doing the openings. Doing the fragging as he needs to. Bladestorm's going to be ready as they proceed on into these next rounds, and that's a big one. Remember, we said if Sens wins that, EG's pushed into a really bad spot where Sens going to be able to pick up a few more, especially at this point in the game. So they turn the tables there and fix their money game.
Guardians coming out here from Sentinels.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not against it for Kempeki either. On how fast you can actually switch out to a headhunter and get the no recoil on that weapon. It could be one of those deadly positions that he could still hold here on this B side. This time on top of green. Speaking of being on top of stuff, it's going to be Jogimo on the top of Cube that's looking for this frag onto Shazam. Reform though did a fake wall so he could actually lurk through that and get that frag onto 10s. That was a nice little change.
Look at the pressure, Jogs. Oh, no, you did not. He knows he got hit, and he follows up. What comes from the team coming through? Oh my word, EG, the way you're playing right now.
Enemy down.
Sick looking to stop that in its tracks. Spike is planted here, and Sentinels have to regroup. And Shazam is going to help that.
Okay. Nice little frag from Shazam, and that forces out the Viper's Pit from Apoth. He's actually pinging it towards the generator, too. But now you also have Snake Bites on the top. That rotate came a little bit too late for Sentinel, so now they have to start winning the fights around the Viper's Pit. There's that second Snake Bite. Lined up for it. They ping it. He puts it on the ground. And now you're just going to run that clock.
Oh.
Oh, wait. This is
Nope.
a shock dart.
Last player standing.
Close, creating a lot of chaos to make sure they would be able to come up with this round. One away from making it the 6-5. I'm pretty sure this pushes Sentinels again into a pretty waffly bye here, Van. So, oh my word, this series we got between these two teams, both needing this win in their group. 0-2 proceeding into this day. Oh my word, it couldn't mean more.
That was a clean shot, definitely, from what you saw there. Through a cloudburst for that kill. And
yeah.
Talked about a waffle buy, but me being a Montrealer here at Rivington, we actually like our brunches. So I love waffles. They actually taste good. Sometimes you could actually have a good buy here off waffle economy, right?
That's true.
I went for a stretch for that one.
I got you.
Yeah.
Let's see how crispy the round is.
Oh my god! Calm comes in through the wall with 2 headshots of the Sick and Kempeki just like that.
He was so pissed they stopped his owl drone. Oh my god! He just comes out retaliating off that round. And Sentinels just take a breather on the oxygen this round already. Down to 3. There's the heal for Calm. He's right back as Rain. And the spike's getting planted over at A. Holy moly, what a round.
Yeah, and even putting the chamber on the plant so you could just safely TP away. And actually, the first tag didn't even hit him from Shazam. Thankfully, though, for Dapper, they still have a Viper's Pit, so something to get done out of this. They just got to put him there on the back of the site. It works out for that, but again, you still have the utility coming out from Calm, or still available, rather, for Calm on the Pulse plant. Trying to go for these frags. Doesn't work out. A flawless round. Prime Gaming flawless for EG as they tie up the game just like you want to hear, Rivington. But now it's going to be time for a break for us to breathe and recollect and see if Sentinels could actually bring this into a third map. It almost feels like at this point, as we're moving into the second half, that we've had pretty much the same scenarios as Ascent. You know, a piss around here won by EG. Sentinels converting back into their gun rounds. I say that Sentinels is looking good. And then suddenly it's 6-6.
Perfect. If it starts going awry again, just say the other team looks good. We'll get the tie. We'll get the overtime. Boom. We're in there. We're completely understanding the world of the caster curse here, and we're able to now manipulate what we can do with it. This is great.
I mean, combined, we're like, what, 40 years of casting? So we definitely had our fair share of caster's curse.
For sure. And getting back into this game, looking at the importance of it, EG up by 1. 6-6 coming into your second half. And again, this group sees these two teams at the bottom that they're in here for the group stages of the NA VCT Stage 2. So a must win coming in for both teams. So a lot more pressure than what we're just seeing map to map here.
Another contact from both chambers, but it's going to be Busio that's forced to TP away. No kills. A Sage Wall up here for Sentinels for the plant. Shock darts coming down. A little bit of damage there onto Sink that goes for the heal and goes for safety. But it's going to be a 5 versus 5 on the retake with a lot of players from Sentinels all towards yellow and one looking for the late flank. Calm gets a nice wallbang kill, but this fight on mid is huge. This fight on mid is coming up and Joggable wins it. So that allows now EG to move back forward, but it's a 3 versus 3, a battle back inside that site. And those headhunter shots are coming in from Busio. Shazam on his own, but then Joggabo's coming in for his second kill off the rotate on mid, and EG win the pistol.
Oh my word. It's like tank shots coming out from over there. Busio and Joggabo with the Sheriffs. And we've been seeing this a little bit more where we'll get, you know, Baby Bay like Sheriff first round too, where Jets will go for that. And you combine that with shots from a chamber and you really can't stand out there for peaks anymore. You have to find the 1v1. So EG making it very hard for the fight to come through, especially on that retake, compiling all of their members in that one funnel, just firing out Sheriffs and Headhunters. So a quick fight. Sentinels did plant, though. They're going to hang out on that money. Sheriff as well for Sick and Tens will come out.
We're playing 2 long ranges on towards the A site. It's got to be a Marshal and a Headhunter to look back towards the main side. A Poth on the ropes so he can make it on pipes. So great cover so far from EG, at least in terms of stacking the site in the right areas. And there's another first blood, courtesy of EG. Overextending his stay is Busio, though, as he gets stopped by Tens. The rest of them, as we mentioned, already stacking towards the right side of the right site, rather. Just drops everybody else of Sentinels, and EG convert that second round quite easily, moving into the bonus.
An expected one. I think Sentinels as well rushed in to grab it. They were looking for what kills they could, so no real trouble on that round, even with the Sheriff's purchase. We just see that it gives them a chance. You kind of see that Sick wanted it, and so did Tens. That just puts them on light armor for this round, so you win the front of the trade, and you're still good. So giving themselves possibilities here, knowing it could easily and very well win them around. You like to see that. EG say no.
Here.
Joggamo sticks on that Marshal. He's going to get a little bit of a push on here. And, oh, my God. EG did this a bit of a scent, too, where they started to go aggro, so Sentinels had to take a second guess on the strat they're playing.
Dapper has a little bit of a tingling sensation, and a push is coming towards mid. And unfortunately, as he un-ADS's, Busio capitalizes on a frag.
Low plays, wall goes up just to provide a bit more time here. EG already have a kind of a forward idea on this play that Sentinels is trying to do. Getting a nice drone out. Maybe seeing one there. It looks like it actually popped itself in the distance. It flew. Oh my God. Tens right there for Busio, the cat and mouse game. It looks like Sens may be able to grab B side here.
Recon dart, just the timing. And now a nice shock dart at least that lands on the feet of Sick. But Tens and the rest are starting to make things a little bit more breathable for Sentinels, as now they have a 2-player advantage. A 4 versus 2 moving in. Tom hesitating on who to focus on and got 0 out of that. So Apoth on a 4v1. Sentinel looking to secure the round and not lose too many players. And as I say that, they lose Kenpeki. Another one on a high-low. As Apoth is really not looking for an opportunity to go for the defuse. Just really trying to make this expensive against Sentinels. I like it from Sick. Not overextending, not overreacting either. you go.
Trying to draw the fight, but Sick also knew that was the case. 8-7 there. Sentinels did a really nice job of pressuring EG into a situation, and also EG, a little bit of combination of EG thinking they had the upper hand, because we saw a lot of members of EG going down on what they thought would be a quick peek or just before utility got by them, you know, situations like that. Sentinels was ready for it and played it really slow. They were actually, how long were they on B site right before they executed to get that spike down? So really reading the situation well and not falling prey to the utility EG was bringing to the table there. Sentinels pick another round up. Now we have the tour de force. They're Boostio up quick onto pipes. We'll see what they can do. The Sentinels look to push A. All the members are there.
He was reading all of that, but misses a shot. TP's away as now it's Sentinel's turn to move up toward the A side orb. Poison are coming out here as Dapper is just inching and inching up towards 410. Now the battle's coming in towards Maze, and it turns out in favor of Sentinels, but not before Boostio has something else to say. A first one to drop as he's still looking back towards the left side of the site. Back and forth. Oh, just the timing of that. The wall blocks him, but Reform is on top. He's looking for this kill. He actually fires a shot, but it's all here for Joggimo to go for the flank. He knows that one's close. The res, the second kill, easy there from Joggimo as he dashes up towards the top of pipes. It's traded out here by Shazam. Back to a 1 versus 1. Both IGLs, both looking to frag. Shazam sees an easy wall bang as they get the round here for Sentinels to make it 8-8.
Oh my God, Vans. What are these games? So good. They're evenly matched, figuring each other out in these rounds. It's always coming down to the 1v1. We haven't really seen either team of this series take full control. They continue to pressure each other to the max here, and again, we're back to an 8-8. Sentinels looking to keep this series alive as they keep trying to put these rounds in their favor. EG back onto a low buy. Some Sheriffs there as they have ultimates coming up in the next few rounds, but so do Sentinels. I think we're about to butt heads real hard still in the next few rounds.
Yeah, it's going to continue, and I love that it continues to be a battle between Shazam and Boostio. And that's, from at least, from what I remember, it's 0-3 so far. 1 kill on Ascent, these last 2 kills that we see right now. And that also forces EG to fall back in numbers. Finally a Blade Storm that connects, and he's just trying to do a little bit more damage, but to no avail as EG are going to be on this eco right there. And yep, that little ADS. Now at least that it's spotted on an eco round for EG, you could start expecting that from Dapper on the top side when they have weapons.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. All right, what are the buys here, Vans? Operators out. Was it double up? Or did they drop that? Okay, no, he just, it was like Joggimo and Boostio up? Let's see it. He decides to go for the lower buy here. All right. This is going to be interesting, Vans. To see what Sentinels will continue to do, it looks like they want to push Dapper towards mid here. He's been an amazing flank, and it seems like he's had a really good read on what EG has considerably wanted to do around the map. So they continue to leave Dapper out here to play the trademark, forcing the wall and most of everything towards A to start here. We'll see if the drone is used.
And even a setup from Boostio already recalls his rendezvous and goes back towards Boiler. So they're expecting an A side push, a timing on a Viper's Pit on the A site with a recon dart. But this lurk from Dapper that was supposed to be on mid side is now going towards B. We're soon to have a big fight between Reformed and Dapper that could decide Sentinels rotate back towards A. So they're still trying to cut noise this time for Sentinels. Dapper is leaning back towards this this green side, but Boostio also rotates as well.
Dapper has the ability to get ultimate here and maybe even play harder fake if that becomes it. He does not want to create noise, though, seems to be the idea. The space he's gained does not really make it safe for the rest of the team to get across. Remember, they've used wall. We'll have to see where he puts his orb. It's actually been thrown, so this, we'll see how they get across. This will be interesting with the watch from Boostio.
Yeah, the only saving grace that they'll have on this plan is this wall
30
from
seconds left.
Sick. There's that shoulder. He's not shooting.
Perfect.
He's playing it so passively. And that's going to allow this plant to come down.
Oh, my word.
Oh, what?
Oh, the game!
I love it. I love it from Reform. What the hell was that? Boostio goes to the frag right after to Shazam, speaking of all boosts. I love it. There's 10 seconds left, and then Boostio gets the frag onto 10s. Oh my god, that is so annoying but beautiful by Reformed.
Sage Tech at its finest. I mean, honestly, if you wanted to see Sage Tech, you got a bit of it. You've seen that kind of play before, but to be so crafty with it in the moment. The speed to be able to look at that coming in, be like, nope, 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 nope. Okay, boop.
I love it.
See you later. Ready to get the shot onto. Prepped him. It's just an alley-oop, right? Easy alley-oop in that situation. And it was interesting too because Sen had that pixel perfect cloudburst coming in. So you're like, oh, it's gonna work for Sen, but no. There's tricks in this game from both teams every round, Vans.
On a 9-9 scoreline.
Oh, my
Money's
word.
still good for a buy here for Sentinels. They have the ult from Kempeki and Tens with the Blade Storm, but the Blade Storm's already get nullified by Jogimo playing towards the generator. A 4-player stack on top of that of EG on this A site. So it's been read beautifully by Boostio, and he also has aggressive control on mid side with his own operator on that end. So Kempeki's going to have to start coming up huge with his own Tour de Force. Looking at you, Steels Pat. You can French me.
There's a few trades. Oh, out of the air.
Player standing.
Ah, man, they're just getting shut down now. Shazam on his own. Trying to scale up towards the left side of Maze, and is just getting met by all types of utilities and guns, and that was, despite losing one player into the site, still a very clean hold for EG.
Absolutely. They seem to kind of be vibing as well. Both teams are. You know, while this game has a lot of pressure to it, and that is inevitably on their shoulders, they do seem, both teams seem to feel pretty comfortable in the situations they're putting themselves into. Sentinels did get EG a little bit flustered. We saw a few rounds before. Able to recoup that, come back in. Now EG's giving a bit of that medicine back to Sentinels here, and we see Kempeki having to go to a Bulldog sick on the Spectre, so things are getting a bit tougher at the right time for EG. They want to try to put that pressure on even more, and Boostio is going to step up. Reconsider the drone.
That's Calm trying to guess into the B main side. It tags 3 players actually, so that's great information for EG.
Pretty deep rendezvous out as well, kind of max range on that one, so he can easily set up for Snowman. And now with this orb, that's a Dapper. That's a Dapper ready. See what they got. Again for B. This was shut down just last round by Evil Geniuses. Or a few rounds ago, I should say. Can they do it again?
That's a great Viper's Pit to block vision from that position at Boostio or where he was at. That's even Tens on the top of Yellow that's able to get that frag. So this is looking good, at least, for Sentinels to get map control into the B site plant. So a little bit of utility that could deny a bit, and especially with that. The Vandal kill from Calm onto Sick as the shot guards are coming in. So we've wasted that at utility, but we still have the snake fights available from APOC. But as we still try to move forward to fight, Shazam and Kempeki continue to work here inside B.
Can't cover that.
Jogimo's pushing through, and there's only APOC left. Snake bite on the ground to try to deny if he can, and it works out for a bit. The second one coming in as well, but as he's spraying, they're wrapping around the back, and then Tense gets the frag to tie things up on a 10-10.
Oh my gosh, man! That was one of the most, the biggest separation of agents down we've had. So you can expect a little bit of money now to be in the hands of Sentinels. I think we still have a buy from EG, but just the positionings here. A spam through, Calm actually gets hit by a spam as well, as they fired back. And then this protection becomes so hard because there's still an angle for someone to just be, oh my word, so many things happening, but it doesn't matter. Sentinels were able to pick up the round even after all that. Kempeki's on the operator here. There is going to be one for Boostio, and we are into round 21. 10-10 here with EG looking to close out this series in 3 more.
And Sentinels looking to bring it to a third map if they can, and that's what we want as fans of Valorant. Definitely what we want as fans of Sentinels. We're watching it from a Sentinels fan point of view. Talking on top of Green. He's going to get that frag there onto Tens. So that battle continues in the duels as well. Quickly traded out by Kempeki, and that forces Reform to fall back in B site.
Yeah, quick shot there, and the res. Huge. Absolutely incredible. Queen goes down on one side, and you actually get it back. Just to play the board again from the side of Sentinels. A quick wall goes in. Oh my god, so brazen by Reform to just stand tall in front of the entire Sentinels team.
But he's pinned there. They saw him cross over He needs some support from his teammates, and they do that with a beautiful recon guard that allows for the shot from Boostio. But the trades are coming out still. Boostio lands another one, but it's tied on a 2-2 as Shazam answers back. The option now rings and misses, just lands off the wall right next to Shazam as it's Dapper and Shazam of Sentinels looking to potentially rotate back where it's met up and greeted by Calm once again. Right place in the right moment. Spike is now down. Headshot from Boostio, and EG are back in the lead.
That was the spicy round from EG. The comm flank comes back into action. They deploy that. Boostio absolutely hitting some crazy flick shots there. It's just the speed he hit on the peaks coming out from the other side of Kampeki. And then his headhunter, honestly, eagle eye throughout this entire series to start. The pressure back onto Sentinels as we go punch for punch on these rounds now. They're going to call a timeout.
Oh yeah, the timeout's definitely coming in from Sentinels, just trying to recoup with what just happened there. And you got to look at Sentinels where, you know, we have a close game on their attacker side, so there's got to be some good wins that they could focus on here, Riv. So what can he do now moving into this timeout? What can they talk about here?
Sentinels have been focusing a lot towards B, towards A, with default strategy, right? It's going to be 10s towards Jenny. Dapper usually goes on top of 410 if he can. And their B is somewhat similar, where they play that slow to get everyone in position. I'd love to see a little bit of the mid strat. Maybe it's even too late to kind of play a how to EG play mid game. So it's varying up one of the A or B strats that Sentinels have already run. Maybe Sentinels already have something for mid. But, you know, that's what Sentinels have been pretty good at in the past, is running the compositions that they stick with. So maybe just going back to A or B, getting 10s in there to do 10s things is going to be that advantage. Here they set up for a bit of a mid play, which I love to see already. And it looks like that's going to be a force of 3 with a few working towards A.
Doggo on the top of pipes already. Cloudburst going in towards the top of Boiler, so we're looking for mid control for Sentinels. And off this timeout, it's quick. But it's also 3 players pushing out towards Boiler side, but they've never really done it for Sentinels. But we have a player all the way back towards spawn, and that's Boostio with the dual defaults that gets a kill onto Kampeki. Meanwhile, though, the frag does come in towards B. So the B side is weakened by EG. Boostio misses a shot by Boiler. But we still had the position from Dapper just under. It's going to have to come up huge. Boostio lands that shot onto 10s, and Calm actually wins that fight onto Boiler as well. So it only leaves Sick and Shazam as the last 2 to try to tie up the score. And everything's just landing perfectly, and somehow Sick stays alive as he eats that second shock tart. Picks up a weapon on top of that. Blade Storm and also a swing from bottom. Shazam now on his own. Just trying to land a shot against Chogimo as he goes for the shorty kill. And EG will now be at map and series point.
They went for it. They did the push mid, but you called it. A staple of the round. Boostio's in spawn? What? Okay, so he's in spawn, ready for a rotate, ready to get to either site. We've seen Boostio pushed up green, all the way up green, ready to take a shot. Rendezvous is out to somewhere near Snowman. We've seen him sometimes on A, mostly is mid towards B, but to be in spawn, ready for a round as such, the Sentinels just played out. Absolutely put the brakes on Sentinel's strategy there, especially with 10s coming out with the first blood and trying to open that round up.
Yeah.
EG now on game point, Vans.
So the timeout was definitely just to also try to figure out how they could at least get a plant to bring the economy up into this round. We're playing for overtime here for Sentinels. And the early dash from 10s does spot Calm on the right side of Boiler, but they're still pinching for a mid to be split for Sentinels as Reform will put that wall up just to defend one angle of the site. The rest of them working towards the B main side and also towards the back of the B side are landing their shots. There's only 2 left to go, make that only 1. Can 10s go for a 5-man clutch? He does have the Blade Storm and pops it out. He hears a shot ringing from the operator of Boostio while Joggimo is just around the corner with the Cloudburst. Now as we calm it down for a bit, he does have time to work with. Then from above, potentially, as it comes in for the knife, he gets the knife, but he's down to 14 HP. Then Calm to get the last kill and to seal the deal for EG to get the win 2-0 over the Sentinels.
Absolutely incredible gameplay coming out of Evil Geniuses there towards the end. And you have to say the same for Sentinels. Both teams dug deep to find the plays they had today. A lot of that coming from Sentinels as a squad, coming together to bring rounds there. If 10s wasn't But the Des did say sometimes you kind of need both of those power lines to come together to get that power chord from Sentinels of Tens and the rest of the squad. But the 4Ks, the 3Ks, the way that EG were able to pick up their rounds and look refined with this composition. Apoth and Calm coming in, it didn't look to slow them down. It's only looked to speed up that synapse of the evil geniuses.
Oh yeah, only for one thing, the 2 pickups also with the synergy that they have. At least for EG, you could rejoice today because Potter talked about it. Once they qualified, they said, let's try to at least not go 0-5 in the groups for Stage 2. Now they actually win this one to be at 1-1. You're actually happy here. That's a great check mark to have, and at least something to overcome so that they can build the confidence moving in later on into the stage. But then for Sentinels, now at 0-2, the pressure's still on, but I still have to say that they still put a good fight against EG. It still looked pretty good despite their loss, where we actually, you know, when they're losing like 13-6 or something like that into other maps in the early beginning of the year, to make these at least 13-11s or 13-10s, whatever, you know, small little baby steps.
Absolutely, and looking towards the future for these teams, like this is a big win, as we even say for Evil Geniuses, because it's over Sentinels, and then they have LG Optic Phase. Sentinels have Optic Phase Cloud9, right? So in that mix, it feels like EG may even be able to look at that and be like, oh yes, we can tackle that with LG next. I feel like Sentinels is still punching up here.
Yeah. Well, with that, let's go for a break, and when we come back, the Des to break it down in an interview with Calm of EG.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Oh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, ayy, going up, ayy, going up, yeah. Got a name, you should know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game. That's a lap like I'm sprinting pro. I keep this all on the wrist. I ain't got no other option. What other shot can I miss? Rings round me like I'm boxing. We all wins, with our ETA. Kiss gold, oh that's PDA. Watch them fall, boy, watch them cave. With the dubs, that's an empty space. How they handle the kid, that's a question. Wait, hold on, hit that step back for a lesson. Ay. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Oh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Evil Geniuses have defeated Sentinels 2-0. I'm Golden Boy alongside Brennan Sideshow here, breaking down this matchup and to close out the day. And Sideshow, man, I have to say, like, kudos to EG, man, because it felt like at times they were running into a brick wall, especially on B main, but they managed to regroup themselves and they scrapped away a win.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, if you take a look at the stats, TenZ was 5-11 at the half. Woke up a little bit in the second half, went 12-9, but it was just too little too late. Again, Sentinels with only 4 first bloods on their attack. Same old problems, same thing happening, rearing its head in the second map.
Yeah, and so many parallels between map 1 and map 2 for both of these games in terms of score and the way it landed at the first half. But honestly, hats off as well to the MVP you see on the left of your screens, Georgimo. I mean, this guy was unbelievable on the Jet. I said prior to it that I thought Raze is his best role. I'm coming around to your opinion, I think, Josh, that his Jet is just unbelievable. The more this guy plays it, he looks like he's incredibly comfortable in some circumstances. And this entire EG squad is just packed with talent as well from top to bottom. They mentioned in like the interviews that they need to, or at least this is them kind of getting out of playing in that previous puggy style, I suppose.
Yeah.
And adding more layers of that teamwork on top of it. And I mean, they've definitely got. Isn't there? It needs to listen. There's still room to grow. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Still room to grow with EG and apparently Sentinels as well. But there's potential there with this team. I mean, the raw talent is undeniable on an individual basis.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the Prime Gaming highlights for the entire series. And Sideshow. If you're a Sentinels fan, obviously, you're kind of reeling right now because I think like even if you go look on like VLR or something, like the comments are like Sentinels. But and I don't blame them, right? I mean, we're talking about players who have won championships, lots of skill on the team, but it's very clear, right, that, and this kind of goes into the narrative of what we mentioned last night, that NA is leveling up and leveling up fast.
Yeah, and you've got to rise with the tide, and Sentinels simply haven't. Listen, GB, the writing has been on the wall for Sentinels for the last 6 months. I mean, since Champions, since Berlin, we were asking the questions about this team. But this team is done. I mean, it's just done. They are 0-2. They just lost to the other weakest team in their group. They are finished, essentially, for 2022. And 2023, we're moving into franchising. Who is going to want to pick up this entire team? I mean, this roster in its formation, as you know, it's, the former gods of North America. This is the death rattle right here. That's what you're watching. The death rattle of a former god. It's over for this squad.
Play of the day, by the way.
I mean, this was sick. This was such a fantastic wall that Reform kept putting down. But that's the thing. When you look at their upcoming matches for Sentinels, they have to beat 2 out of 3 of Optic, Cloud9, and then who's the other team that they haven't played yet? Who else is in this group? FaZe as well. And FaZe have been beating them in open quals as well, right? So they have to beat 2 out of 3 of those. I mean, in some miraculous world, maybe FaZe crumbles with their new roster move. Maybe Cloud9 crumbles as well or something. But in all likelihood, it's the end of the road for this roster. And that's a sad moment.
Yeah, I mean, we are witnessing it, aren't we? I mean, it's sad, it's disappointing. There's high expectations off the back of what they previously achieved. But yeah, I mean, I think we're probably going to be looking at this match here as the defining moment in their careers for 2022.
Oof. Well, this is going to set up our next segment very well because now we have our Verizon post-match interview because I'm going to be joined by Com from Evil Geniuses who is standing by. Let's see if we can go ahead and swing that up here. There it is. All right, Com, you hear me, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, bro? I can hear you fine, and I'm honestly I'm just at a loss for words right now. I feel great.
A loss for words. Did you feel like you guys were gonna win this one? Were you confident in 2-0 fashion even?
I would say going into this game, we were pretty confident. I would say a lot of the things that we worked on in this past week after losing to C9, we really cleaned up a lot of things. There's still a ton to work on. As you can tell, there's some situations that we throw here and there, which is unfortunate, and we just have to get better at it. But just ecstatic now.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna gas you up, man, because you were playing pretty damn well today. How did you feel individually? Because you were making some swings, getting some 2Ks, 3Ks. it felt like the spotlight was shining on Com today. How you feeling?
Hey man, I get destroyed by every ranked demon, but somehow in matches I show up. But yeah, I was just hitting my timings, trusting my reads, and we came out with the dub.
So I know that we had this video, this Meet the Team video, where your teammates were talking about, how the team is and the expectations and stuff. You guys played C9 close, especially in that first game, and now you take a win here against Sentinels. Do you feel as if people should stop sleeping on evil geniuses?
I do, because we put in an immense amount of work. We go in week out, we practice the right way, and we're showing up in matches. Like we're taking maps and big series off of big teams that everyone regards as the biggest team in NA, and we're doing it as a team, not as Puggy. We're doing it the right way, and I think that's something I feel like as a fan you can get behind, as we're the underdog. We're a team that have just worked so hard to get to this point with such short notice of it's only like a month of our roster. And
wow,
I mean, I just feel like it's an underdog story that everyone can get behind.
What changed? I know you said you guys aren't playing as Puggy anymore, but what changed on the on the back end, the back office there? Was it the coaching? Was it Potter finger wagging everyone? Like what was it?
I would say definitely Potter gives us a couple slaps on the wrist whenever we're in scrims and we start just swinging everything. But yeah, I mean, Potter's a huge part of this team. Like she's really helped us, and I feel like molded a lot of us into like really, really good players and people who can compete at the top level. And I would say she's a big part. Yeah, she's a big part.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, whenever I've worked with Potter, I feel like my brain has expanded tenfold. So, if it makes you feel any better, you got a good one there, bud. So next week, though, you got LG on the docket. They have been performing very, very well as of late. Currently 2-0. They've been finding success. How do you feel about this team? How do you feel about you guys versus LG next week? It's going to be a tough match.
We're ready. I mean, they're a really good team. They've consistently performed. They beat Sentinels and then they beat FaZe this last week. But again, go in the same as we did this week, preparing, and I think we'll come out with the same result, honestly.
All right, love the confidence, baby. That's what it's all about. Com, thank you so much for your time, brother. Appreciate it, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what you guys do moving forward in groups.
Thank you so much.
All right, there was your Verizon post-match interview there with Com. Good young man there. I think it's one. I think it's very clear, right, that this team is kind of turning a corner, Bren, and that's a good thing. That's what you want to see, right? Because they were in this position before, and it just kind of felt like they were throwing everything at the wall. But now they really start to solidify themselves as a unit.
Yeah, no, I mean it's all good, honestly. I mean they've got, with this win, I think a bit more time bought into the group themselves. I mean, you heard it from his mouth as well. I mean, Con was saying that this roster, this iteration of it, is only something that's been brought together quite recent as well, and does take time to try and build towards that chemistry and team play that some of the top teams in North America have. Plenty. Well, I'm not going to say plenty of time. There's some time. With this win today, they bought some time, but still, I mean, the clock is ticking for them to I think, I'm not going to say shape up, because listen, they've got a kind of like not easy, but it's almost easing into it, I think, with their matchup against LG, which I think is winnable in some circumstances. Goodbye, Golden Boy. You've been replaced.
I'm still here, but my camera, I think, is finally meeting its end.
Okay, well, I mean, listen, you're still here. You're not actually missing. Would you like to throw to the next segment?
I think, hold on, it might get crazy. Wait a minute. Hold on.
I'm watching.
It might get crazy. Let's just roll with it and see what the hell happens. Okay. I'm okay just being, this is actually how I look, just a smattering of
yeah,
it looks like a green and pink.
Whoa, crazy. Whoa. I can start doing crazy stuff too with mine. What else can I do with this? Put on some filters.
Oh,
what
man.
if I do this? Whoa. Are you close to fixing it?
Honestly, I wish I can. but let's just go for the aim lab flick of the day. Let's just do that, okay? Let's just.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, you're back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Let's just do the aim lab flick of the day. What do we have here? What is this? Oh, it's Derek just shooting everyone with a classic.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
This was crazy though.
This is some nasty shots. My classic does not do that.
He hits him mid-slide as
know.
well, and then swings around and catches a headshot onto Corey too. Derek's classic is always crazy. It really is. Every single time. It's like it's just the will of the gods that his right clicks hit stuff.
Yeah, he had an unreal series as well, despite the fact that 100 Thieves ended up losing. Like, he was putting up some ridiculous numbers. I mean, you just look at the cast, 81% across the board, putting up 147 damage per round when he's playing these roles that you don't really associate with it. I mean, he's mainly playing the supportive roles for them.
Yeah. He's been
Well,
crazy.
I'm just gonna keep it $150 with everyone watching. Let's run through these next 2 segments as quickly as possible before my camera overheats again. So, because I don't know why this is happening, and I'm not gonna front. I ain't smart enough to figure it out. That was your aim lab flick of the day. Let's see where we are with this right now for Group A and Group B. Great matches today. And this is going to put TSM in 3rd place with their win over 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves now going to be 1-1 as well. And on the flip side, you got Evil Geniuses going to be in 4th in FaZe, and Sentinels on the chopping block, and Group B Sideshow. I have to say, man, Group B, it's heating up. I'm curious to see what happens with Luminosity, man.
Yeah, I mean, LG, they're a good team up at the top. I mean, they're almost guaranteed to be able to get playoffs with what the other squads look like. But the real question is, can EG actually make a push for playoffs? Or is FaZe going to come back from being 0-2 down? I mean, at this point, the schedule maybe looks better for FaZe to do it compared to the Guard. When you think about they have to go through NRG, TSM, and we saw both of those teams looking crisp.
I do love the amount of parity we've got in Group A in terms of the strength of a lot of these teams trading wins against one another. But yeah, I mean, Group B is almost like that 4th place spot. That is the story of it at this point, I think, because Luminosity have almost locked themselves in. And then really that 4th place spot, like you said, Josh, FaZe, Evil Geniuses, in some miraculous world where Sentinels end up getting the wins necessary as well to get that 4th spot and clinch themselves into the playoffs. Last time in Stage 1, there was only one team that went 0-2, I believe, in Stage 1, NA VCT, that made it to playoffs.
Well, here's an interesting little tidbit, though. FaZe, on their calendar, Cloud9 next, followed by Sentinels, last Evil Geniuses. For Evil Geniuses, they got Luminosity, then Optic, then FaZe. So
that's why I'm saying I think it's doable for FaZe, because they've actually got teams that they can beat that they're playing against there. I mean, I'm looking at Sentinels and EG in particular, right? So the power's in their own hands to make playoffs.
Yeah, well, let's keep this train going, because Lord knows the PC or my camera might not last very long. Coming up tomorrow, we are going to see our Masters champs Optic Gaming take on Cloud9, and then another really exciting matchup, NRG versus XSET. Even though Optic Cloud9 always a good time, I'm very much looking forward to this NRG XSET game, because I feel like both teams are in a weird spot right now where like a lot of people are putting NRG like really high up, but XSET have always been that team that, they've been right there, right at the cusp, Sideshow, and they haven't quite been able to get over the hump yet. Maybe tomorrow could be the day for them.
Yeah, it's the best games of the week, saved for the final day of the week. Both of those matches should be amazing. And remember that that's Cloud9 with Curry, so who knows what's happening in that one.
Yeah. And Brand, what about for you? Any matches you're looking forward to?
I mean, just both of them tomorrow for the same reasons that we've already brought up. I already set it up, didn't I? I called it the Gigabanger that we're starting up with, the Optic Cloud9 match. I mean, it should be in theory, but who knows with Curry coming in, and then you've got XSET versus NRG, two teams that I think stylistically are going to match up really interesting. Like XSET are a bit more a standard team, quote unquote, whereas NRG are pulling out all sorts of new stuff and wacky stuff as well. So I think both of the matches are going to be really cool to watch.
Yeah, well, folks, we hope you join us for that tomorrow for what has been dubbed the Gigabanger. That's right. I sound so lame saying that, but it is going to be a great day. If it's not, then
you can blame me.
That's fair. I'm going to go ahead and take my camera and shove it inside an icebox. For now, though, we hope you join us tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern time, right here for some more VCT Challengers NA action. It's a place to be, baby. We'll see you then. Take care, everyone, and have a great evening. Peace.
I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex can codus, crept down the court, walk with the fade, like I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom, below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it.